Chapter 431. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed, said all of his comprehension towards attack, and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. There's nothing that is impossible. The offensive power of a spear is extremely strong in the first place. Zhao Qinggan comprehended true intent too. If my conjectures are right, this move should have encompassed, said all of his comprehension towards attack, and is no trifling matter. Of course, if I were his opponent, I obviously wouldn't wait foolishly for him to come and stab me. When it comes down to it, Ji Qing is still too disadvantageous in terms of realm, Shangguan Lingyun said confidently. Then, do you think that Ji Qing can ward off this blow? Shangguan Lingxue asked curiously. I don't know. I completely can't figure out Ji Qing's ins and outs. In comparison to Zhao Qinggan, this is a more terrifying adversary, because you'll never know what kind of surprise he's going to bring you next. Shangguan Lingyun said with a grave face. Although Shangguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan had already not had a frontal battle for a long time, everyone grew up together and could more or less estimate each other's strength. But Ji Qing was different. Since standing on the stage, Yi Yuan's means had been emerging in an endless stream. Divine soul attack, absolute defense, 1,000 flowing petals and half-moon slash. Even the Xue family's ultimate technique, Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan used it even better than the Xue family's family head. No one knew what kind of perverse move Yi Yuan would use next. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and actually closed his eyes. This scene gave everyone a huge shock. What is Ji Qing doing here? Gave up on resisting? Maybe he's preparing some move? Prepare what S move? Don't you see that he didn't maneuver any essence energy at all? Seventh Prince's next move is bound to be an extremely deadly attack. He's still not launching any martial technique now. Isn't this waiting for death? Zhao Qinggan was also slightly stunned when he saw the scene. But this did not hamper him from continuing to strengthen his momentum. The essence of this move from Zhao Qinggan was momentum. He could not release Spear Shadow Carnage's ACCU, Mulat momentum, but it did not mean that his comprehension on momentum was a total mess. On the contrary, in comprehension on momentum, Zhao Qinggan was extremely formidable. It also because of this that he created this current move. The momentum of Spear Shadow Carnage was too hard to AMA. SS. Haha. You know that you can't avoid this. So you gave up on resisting? But I won't show mercy. Zhao Qinggan said with a cold laugh in his heart. Right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. A majestic aura undulated out with him as the center. Are you trying to force me to have a head-on confrontation with you here? Fine, as you Wisconsin H. Plus, Yi Yuan's calm voice entered the ears of everyone present here. This voice was so composed that it made people feel hard to get close to, as if Yi Yuan was a person from another world. This is heart like still water. That's right. This is absolutely heart like still water. The heart realm that even Zhao Qinggan is unable to comprehend. This boy actually comprehended it at the crystal formation realm. Shangguan Wenrui, who had been calm the entire time, finally showed an astonished look. Truly unbelievable. He's only 16. Heart like still water. There might not even be one in 100 million martial artists that can comprehend it. How on earth did he do it? Xue Hongfei said with a vicissitude of emotion. Under Antic. 1. P. Aiding eyes, Yuan's 2 palms was gradually brought up from the sides. 2 distinctly different essence energy attributes extended out from his 2 palms. A miniature whirlwind was held in the palm of his left hand. The whirlwind was currently expanding rapidly, gradually taking on the features of a wind dragon. A small CLUS of pale yellow flames was held in the center of his right hand. The flame grew increasingly vigorous as it blazed, gradually forming a fire dragon. Yi Yuan was currently mobilizing heaven and earth essence energy frenziedly right now. Half-step C transformation could only mobilize heaven and earth essence energy in an extremely small radius area. But to Yi Yuan, half-step C transformation was already enough to let his affinity towards heaven and earth essence energy reach an exceptionally terrifying extent. Yi Yuan entered heart like still water state in order to maximize this affinity to muster even more essence energy. At this instant, Yi Yuan was also already staking it all on one last throw. Zhao Qinggan's momentum was still in the midst of rising rapidly. Right then, Zhao Qinggan's aura finally rose to its peak. Tyrant martial howling cloud spear glimpse of heaven. Zhao Qinggan gave a low cry. A spear pierced out, sweeping along with boundless heaven and earth essence energy, violent to the extreme. Where it said by, sand and stone were flung all around. The entire stage was already pulverized to dust by his one spear. At the same time, Yi Yuan's palms pushed. Two small dragons gushed forth, instantaneously tangling together. Wind fire violent blaze, transforming dragon. Yi Yuan roared. In the process of the intertwining, the two small dragons actually gradually merged into one, becoming a colossal dragon of wind and fire. The gigantic dragon roared as it swept over towards Zhao Qinggan. It actually gave off a series of dragon roars. Xiao Chongfeng's expression changed abruptly, and he yelled out, "Quick! Quickly dodge!" Actually, no need for him to shout. Everyone below the stage already noticed something off. These two people's moves were overly terrifying. Once they clashed together, they completely dare not imagine what would happen. The entire platform had already turned into fine powder. Blast waves rolled out in all directions, wave after wave. Looking at the distinguished guests on the stand, they had long left their seats. While the audiences were thrown into confusion, the two people's attacks collided together. Rumble. An explosion sound which reverberated through the skies sounded out, shocking until everyone's eardrums hurt. A dazzling light spread out like the sun, blinding the people until they could not open their eyes at all. Quickly run. A martial artist thought that he had retreated to a safe distance, but he quickly discovered something wrong and was sent flying by the enormous air blast. Arg! Arg! Miserable cries rose after one another, only to see martial artists being sent flying by the enormous air blast one by one. The power of a single attack was utterly appalling. What on earth happened? What the hell did those two people do? Ouch! So painful. Is this freaking hell the battle of C Transformation Realm Martial Artists? When were C Transformation Realm Martial Artists powerful to this extent? What happened to those two people? Who in the world won? Don't know. I completely can't see at all. That blinding light has already persisted for over a dozen breaths, and actually hasn't dissipated yet. Many people squinted, wanting to see what happened inside that bundle of light, but they only saw a vast expanse of white light and could not see anything at all. Several more breaths said. The white light finally dissipated slowly. The first thing that reflected in the eyes of the audience was a stretch of ruins. The platform had already disappeared entirely, and what replaced it was a huge pit. In the huge pit, Zhao Qinggan stood with a spear. That appearance was very intimidating, and opposite him, Yi Yuan was struck out over 100 feet away, his clothing tattered, and injuries all over his body, looking very alarming. Once Xiaorian saw, her eyes immediately turned red. She pulled down the head veil with a grab and rushed in front of Yi Yuan like flying. Propping Yi Yuan up, tears flowed down with a pitter-patter. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale white, looking feeble to the extreme. Young Master Ji, are you all right? Chapter 432. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Yi Yuan had an anguished look and did not react in the slightest to Xiao Ruyan's words. Xiao Ruyan was very anxious and was at a loss on what to do for a moment. Hugging Yi Yuan, she cried extremely heartbrokenly, "Little junior brother!" S.H.I. Plus Howren also panicked when he saw the situation and hurriedly ran in front of Yi Yuan. S.H.I. Plus Howren hastily searched for Yi Yuan's pulse. Only seeing that Yi Yuan just fainted for the time being did he feel relieved and heaved a long breath. Rest assured. Little junior brother just received a huge impact and fainted unconscious. S.H.I. Plus Howren said with Xiao Ruyan. Concern led to panic. Xiao Ruyan herself was also an alchemist. Earlier, she actually forgot to read Yi Yuan's pulse. All right? That's really great. Xiao Ruyan cried from joy. But S.H.I. Plus Howren frowned and said, all right? Does he look all right to you? This injury of his, he probably has to lie in bed for a period of time. At present, Yi Yuan looked very miserable. Ignoring external wounds, his internal organs suffered a tremendous impact too. If there were no medicinal pills to assist in healing a single mishap, and he would die. How could he possibly be fine? S.H.I. Plus Howren's gaze involuntarily looked towards Zhao Qinggan hatefully. It was only to see that Zhao Qinggan was staring dead straight at Yi Yuan currently. His expression was without a modic. You am of joy. Sigh. Ji Qing lost in the end. I even thought that the #1 throne of the capital would be displaced today. Who knew that His Highness, the 7th Prince, is actually powerful to such an extent already? Ji Qing is still unable to create a miracle in the end. But for him to be able to perform to this step, it's already very heaven-defying. Give him another 1 or 2 years and he'll Serpa. His Highness, the 7th Prince in all aspects. This battle, Ji Qing had a moral victory. That final blow from 7th Prince. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists might not be able to receive it. Ji Qing is just a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. But he fought to such an extent with 7th Prince. In my heart, he's the victor. Strong people always garnered people's respect. Yi Yuan's performance had already obtained the recognition of the vast majority of the people present. In their hearts, for Yi Yuan to lose out slightly to the 7th level C transformation, Zhao Qinggan with strength a major realm lower. He did not count as a failure no matter what. Xiao Chongfeng came close and took a look at the heavily wounded Yi Yuan, and looked at Zhao Qinggan again. For a time, he did not know how he should announce the results. This match, 7th Prince. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Chongfeng said halfway, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan's violent coughing sounds. Xiao Ruyan was overjoyed seeing the situation and said, Ji Qing, you finally woke up. Why, you scared me to death. As she said, Xiao Ruyan cried again. Yi Yuan smiled dryly and said, Ji, good disciple, don't cry anymore. Bawl your eyes out, and you won't look pretty anymore. What Master promised you is all accomplished. Xiao Ruyan had a doubtful face as she said, Ji Qing, you clearly already lost. Haha, I said that I was going to pummel him. How can I lose to him? Yi Yuan's laughing affected his wounds, hurting him until he contorted his face in agony. Yi Yuan's voice had yet to fade when the expression of Zhao Qinggan opposite changed. With a puff, a large mouthful of blood spewed out, and he fell down backward. This scene was too sudden. Everyone was caught unprepared. What's going on here? Didn't His Highness, the 7th Prince, won? Isn't this plot reversing too quickly? Can it be? Ji Qing really created a miracle and became the #1 person among the capital's junior generation from here on forth? My God, with his present realm who can Serpa S him in the future? All at once, the entire plaza exploded. Sounds of exclamations rose and fell. This scene was too inconceivable. Ji Qing was clearly already beaten until heavily injured and dying. In a twinkle, the seventh prince could not make it any more. Instead, Yi Yuan laughed happily. Although he looked very tragic, he was not fearful for his life. And this match, as long as Yi Yuan won, he would be the right and proper capital's #1 person. The future position of Wind Emperor was without a doubt his. Such glory was not even worth mentioning to Yi Yuan, but to the fierce Gale world martial artists it was paramount. In everyone's understanding, the Wind Emperor would surely be born between Shengguan Lingyun and Zhao Qinggan, the two of them. But now, Yi Yuan appeared and utterly upset the entire arrangement. Under Xiao Rian's aid, Yi Yuan consumed a medicinal pill that he refined himself. His injuries took a turn for the better very swiftly. While he was still unable to stand up, his complexion already became rosy, and his essence energy was also in the midst of gradual recovery. Such recovery speed made everyone exclaim in shock again. Family head Xiao announced the results. Yi Yuan urged, "This." Xiao Changfeng looked at the Zhao Qinggan lying on the ground and did not know what to do for a moment. Yi Yuan said with a slight pant, "His dantian is already damaged by me. It will be hard to have any advancement in this lifetime. So, you can announce the results now." "What? Dantian damaged?" Xiao Changfeng nearly jumped up. Another thunderbolt out of the blue. The insufferably arrogant seventh prince actually became a cripple? This. Once His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, knows of this matter, how enraged would he be? Ji Qing, why you're framing me up, digging a pit for the Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng stomped in a rage, but Yi Yuan did not care a hoot as he said, "With my Qixia mountain backing you up, what are you scared of? Oh, right, there's still something I forgot to tell you." As he said, Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Ruyan and said with a faint smile, "Good disciple, come." "I, Ji Qing, in front of the many heroes in the capital today, take you in as a disciple. Acknowledge master now." "What? I acknowledge you as her master." Xiao Changfeng felt like his brain was a little lacking. When did the agreed-upon spouse finding martial compet? 1. Tian suddenly become acknowledging master? Xiao Changfeng stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and was so furious that his entire body was trembling. This move from Yi Yuan was thoroughly cutting the Xiao family away from the royal family. Henceforth, the Xiao family would have to depend on the Qixia mountain lineage. Or else, they would die without a burial ground. What? Does family head Xiao think that I, Ji Qing, can't teach your daughter? Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Changfeng looked at Yi Yuan and was speechless for a long time. Only after a long while did he wave his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it! My Xiao family swore fealty to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, for generation after generation. Who knew that when it reached my Xiao Changfeng's hands, it actually fell to such a plight? The story is played out, and the wood has become a boat. What else do I have to say? Ruyan, acknowledge. Acknowledge him as your master, then." Xiao Changfeng took a deep look at his daughter and was filled with a vicissitude of emotions. He never would have thought that today's spouse, finding martial compet. 1. Tian would actually develop into such a conclusion. Obtaining her father's permission, the final trace of kink in Xiao Ruyan's heart also vanished like mist and smoke. At once, she bowed solemnly towards Yi Yuan. "Master is high above. Receive disciple Xiao Ruyan's bow." Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Ha! Good disciple. To think that my Ji Qing's first disciple is actually a girl as exquisite as a flower. Master's present strength is meager and doesn't have anything good to give to you either. This jade slip is used as your master acknowledgement gift. Take it." As he said, Yi Yuan Pa S. said Xiao Ruyan, a jade slip. Chapter 433. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. Xiao Ruyan received the jade slip hesitantly. Her expression was rather vacant. She agreed to acknowledge Yi Yuan as her master with ulterior motives, and it was not to really learn something. She did not think that Yi Yuan really prepared a master acknowledgement gift for her. Take a look. Master prepared a set of soul cultivation incantation and 2 sets of refining arts for you. You have to study them well in the future, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Xiao Ruyan sunk her divine sense into the jade slip as told and started to browse. This scene looked extremely comical in everyone's eyes. Yi Yuan's divine soul realm was more or less the same as Xiao Ruyan's, both high-rank alchemy grandmasters. Now, Yi Yuan wanted to take a girl whose strength was relative to his as his disciple. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat odd. What do you guys Yi Yuan is playing at here? Xiao Ruyan is one of the capital's dual absolutes. Furthermore, you all look at that concerned look of Xiao Ruyan's when Ji Qing was injured just now. Clearly in love with him. He actually only took her in to be a disciple? Aggravating me to death. Xiao Ruyan is my Ji. Oh, Des. Ji Qing is already the capital's #1 now, and he actually dares to trample on my Ji. Oh, Des's dignity. I want to duel him. Screw off you. With that strength of yours, it isn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Still want a duel. However, Ji Qing's action is really unimaginably weird. He himself is just a high-rank alchemy grandmaster. How is he going to teach disciples? In my opinion, this Ji Qing thinks too highly of himself. Even though he's Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple, to talk about giving pointers in alchemy to the alchemy grandmaster Xiao Ruyan, who is his peer, he probably isn't qualified enough yet, right? I'm very curious, though, about what are the things inside his jade slip. Haha, what can there be? Simply his own cultivation methods and refining methods. Just that these things his comprehension is already slightly stronger than Xiao Ruyan, right? Master teaching disciples was not a simple imparting of cultivation methods. It was more so to clarify doubts for disciples and give pointers to various problems encountered during the process of cultivation, especially alchemy skills. It was deep and profound, hard to learn and hard to be proficient. Everybody knew that Yi Yuan's was amazing at alchemy, but regardless of how incredible he was only an alchemy grandmaster. Regarding higher realm things, how much could he comprehend? Imparting soul cultivation methods and refining methods a little and being someone's master was truly a bit too child's play. And currently, Xiao Ruyan's brows were slightly furrowed and her expression gradually becoming solemn. Ji. Xiao Ruyan was clearly not yet used to called Yi Yuan master. Call master. Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiao Ruyan sucked in a deep breath and called out, Master this. Master's acknowledgement gift is too precious. You're my disciple. Giving pointers in your cultivation is within Master's duty. What precious. From today onwards, you'll cultivate the soul cultivation method on the jade slip. But you must promise Master that this method absolutely mustn't be divulged. Only you alone can cultivate it. Otherwise, even its flouting teachings, Master, will clean the household. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's voice became extremely stern. Actually, what Yi Yuan gave Xiao Ruyan was the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, as well as the yin-yang separation flow technique and the tri-origin samsara art cultivation skills. But what he gave Xiao Ruyan was only the first 5 levels of the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Enough for her to cultivate to peak alchemy sovereign. Moreover, in the jade slip were extremely detailed annotations about the 1,000 augmenting soul incantations and the 2 types of skills. They were all Yi Yuan's notes of his understanding. With these things, no matter how poor one's talent was, cultivating to alchemy kingream was not an issue at all. With Xiao Ruyan's talent, Cultivating to peak alchemy sovereign was only a matter of time. In truth, this introduction gift, Yi Yuan considered it carefully too. Just talking about talent, while Xiao Ruyan was not considered at the zenith, she was already pretty decent. Xiao Ruyan's intentions, Yi Yuan was naturally very clear. Furthermore, through this period of living together, Yi Yuan could also trust Xiao Ruyan's character. Since that was the case, why not he be a bit more generous and paw S down his mantle? Killing Ji Kanglin was a near certain death mission. Even Yi Yuan did not dare guarantee that he could succeed for sure either. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was about to leave the fierce Gale world right away. Towards this eldest disciple of his, he could not be shabby no matter what. Hence, he said these three things to Xiao Ruyan. Presumably, with these things, Xiao Ruyan ascending to the divine realm in the future would not pose a problem. Hearing Yi Yuan's warning, Xiao Ruyan's expression changed too, and knew how great the weight of this jade slip in her hand was. Xiao Ruyan was an expert too. Sweeping the contents of the jade slip over, she knew the value of this jade slip. She acknowledged him as her master was to get close to Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan really took her to be his legacy successor. After musing, Xiao Ruyan nodded solemnly and said, "Our rest assured, master. Disciple will engrave the contents inside the jade slip into my divine soul to slowly understand and absolutely won't reveal it to a third person to know." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Okay, this matter is done. Master's injuries aren't light and still need to head back and recuperate about. You follow me back to Qixia Mountain then." Xiao Ruyan nodded slightly and actually really supported Yi Yuan like a disciple and left. Yi Yuan nodded slightly at S.H.I. plus Howren. The party was just about to leave when all of a sudden, a dozen over figures descended from the skies and blocked their path. The one in front was an old man with age much alike star abysses. And looking from the aura coming off of this person's body, he was actually a divine, traversing realm martial artist. "Ding Liang, what are you here for?" When S.H.I. plus Howren saw the arrival, his brows involuntarily knitted. The old man called Ding Liang did not pay attention to S.H.I. plus Howren and said indifferently, "The Dark Shadow Guards are handling affairs. Unrelated personnel, quickly leave. Otherwise, kill without amnesty." Ding Liang's voice was not loud, but it spread out like a large bell. Every single person in the plaza heard it loud and clear. Dark Shadow Guards. It's actually the most mysterious Dark Shadow Guards under the Wind Emperor's command. Is this the power of a sovereign-level powerhouse? So powerful. What are you still standing there for? If you don't want to die, quickly go. I heard that the Dark Shadow Guards have extremely high autonomy when handling matters and can execute on the spot before reporting. If we don't leave, we'll die a pointless death. There were tens of thousands of people in the plaza, but currently they retreated like tidewater. Very soon, in the vast plaza, only Yi Yuan's group and Ding Liang's group were left. "Ding Liang, what the H.E.L. are you doing?" S.H.I. plus Howren asked again, unhappily. Although he was a full major realm lower than Ding Liang, in terms of status, he was not inferior to Ding Liang. Hence, he dared to directly call his name. S.H.I. plus Howren was the number one person under Star Abyss. Other than needing to give a disciple's bow when facing the Wind Emperor, he could directly disregard other people. Ding Liang still did not answer. He took a look at the unconscious Zhao Qinggan not far away, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. He asked Yi Yuan. His Highness, the Seventh Prince, was defeated by you. Not knowing why, since the beginning earlier, Yi Yuan's eyelids kept twitching constantly and had an uneasy feeling. He had a feeling that this Ding Liang did not come with good intentions. Seeing Ding Liang pose a question, Yi Yuan said, "So what if yes? Can it be that you want to take revenge for him?" "Ha. Taking revenge naturally won't reach this old man's turn. Yi Yuan, take a trip with me," Ding Liang said with a light laugh. Chapter 434. Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name?" Yi Yuan was secretly alarmed, but he had an indifferent look on his face as he said, "Are you talking to me? However, did you call the wrong name?" Ding Liang said expressionlessly, "I didn't call the wrong name. You're well aware in your heart. However, you actually defeated His Highness, the Seventh Prince, to this extent. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, most likely won't let you return." Plus Haren's face fell as he said, "Ding Liang, you don't say some things here that make neither head nor tails to confuse the public. Just spit out what you have to say. But if you want to touch little junior brother, go past me first." Ding Liang looked at Plus Haren and said with a smile, "You call him as your little junior brother, repeatedly. Do you know his true ident? One Tai?" Plus Haren said with a cold smile, "Your meaning is that Master Star Abyss is blind to take little junior brother in as a disciple?" Ding Liang's expression faltered slightly. Plus Haren bringing out Star Abyss, this great Buddha, involuntarily made him have to reply carefully. Although Star Abyss's realm was similar to his, he was a character that even the Wind Emperor dreaded. Moreover, Star Abyss, being protective of his people, was known to all. If one really infuriated him, he would do anything. Of course I don't have this meaning, but maybe Lord Star Abyss is also kept in the dark? Ding Liang obviously would not fall for it. Humph! If little junior brother really deceived Master Star Abyss, there will naturally be his elderly self to punish. When did it come to your dark shadow guards to carry out a superfluous action? Little junior brother, let's go. Plus Haren said with a cold snort. As he said Plus Haren brought his fellow apprentices and prepared to circle around Ding Liang to leave. How could Ding Ling let them go? With a slight plus FT in footsteps, he blocked in front of them again. Plus Haren's brows furrowed and his tone gradually chilled. Ding Liang, are you bent on instigating antagonism between the royal family and the Alchemist Association? Ding Liang shook his head and said, "Alchemy King Plus doesn't need to be like this. Ding Liang is also here on orders. Your little junior brother is a spy who had infiltrated from the endless world. This point is already conclusive beyond all doubt. If Alchemy King Plus doesn't believe, you can ask him yourself." Plus Haren's heart plummeted and was invariably caught in a dilemma. In truth, through Ding Liang's words earlier, Plus Haren already had some suspicions, but he was still not willing to believe that this was true from the bottom of his heart. After musing for a moment, Plus Haren forcefully pressed down the doubts in his heart and said to Ding Liang, "This matter is much too important. Want to ask? It's also not my turn to ask. I'll bring little junior brother back right now. Master Star Abyss, he will handle it impartially." Ding Liang's face fell and wished that he could kill Plus Haren with one palm. "Handle my *SS impartially. If you bring this boy back, you all will close your doors to handle impartially. At that time, do I have to go before Star Abyss to ask for him? No way. This matter is already investigated clearly. Alchemy King Plus has no need to go back and ask Lord Star Abyss. I'm bringing away Yi Yuan right now. When the time comes, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, will explain to Lord Star Abyss personally." Ding Liang said immediately, "I said earlier, want to touch little junior brother. S me first. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me." Plus Haren said angrily, "You." Ding Liang was so angered that he was spouting smoke from 7 orifices. As they spoke, both parties' gunpowder smell gradually thickened, with the manner of a single word of disagreement, and they would fight. But if they really fought, Yi Yuan's side would definitely be at a huge disadvantage. The other party not only had Ding Liang, this divine traversing realm powerhouse, but the others were also mostly Soul Sea realm experts too. Yi Yuan's side were all a bunch of alchemists. How could they be the Dark Shadow Guard's match? Fine, I'll expose his ident. 1. Tai in front of everybody. See how you still defend him. Lan Hu, come out for me. Ding Liang howled. A figure appeared in front of everyone. When Yi Yuan saw the arrival, his face could not help changing too. That last trace of a fluke was also all gone. Long time no see, Yi Yuan. In order to find you, I flipped the entire capital over these past few months. I didn't think that you'd actually be right under my eyelids, and even became Sovereign Star Abyss's disciple. If not for today, I was seized with a sudden impulse to come here and take a look at the spouse finding martial compet. 1. Taiyan, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even know when you escape back to the endless world. Although Lan, who said it smilingly, anyone could tell the fury in his words. These words said by Lan, who was not in any way exaggerated. These few months he would go to the city gates and keep watch there, hoping to discover Yi Yuan. Yet, several months went by, and he did not even have any hint of information. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan not only entered the capital long ago, but Yi Yuan also even became Sovereign Star Abyss's 8th disciple. This discovery made him depressed until he was about to vomit blood. Seeing Lan Hu, Yi Yuan knew that his tracks were ultimately still exposed. Knowing that he could not conceal it, Yi Yuan gave a faint sigh and said, So it's Lan Hu, huh? It's really been a long time since we've met. I didn't think that you'd actually pay such close attention to my affairs. When Yi Yuan's words came out, the facial expressions of S, H, I, plus Howren and the others changed drastically. This was equivalent to him acknowledging the matter of being a spy. How is this possible? I clearly investigated your divine soul before. All of the characteristics were exactly identical with us fierce-scale world martial artists. By the side, Xiao Changfeng's face already turned deathly pale, and still did not dare to quite believe it until now. Hearing these words, Ding Liang had a doubtful look too. His realm was much higher than Xiao Changfeng's, and could sense that Yi Yuan's divine soul was no different from fierce-scale world martial artists. If not for Lan, who seeing Yi Yuan before with his own eyes, it was utterly impossible for him to suspect Yi Yuan. In truth, if not for this point, perhaps Yi Yuan would have been exposed long ago. It was impossible to be arrogant under their eyelids until now. Among the people that Yi Yuan came into contact with, many were high-tier martial artists and could very easily detect the abnormality of his divine soul. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Haha, that's very simple. As he said, Yi Yuan's divine soul underwent a minute transformation, but everyone's faces changed. How is this possible? Everybody's eyes went wide and stared at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Even the sovereign-level powerhouse. Ding Liang's pupils constricted. He was evidently abnormally shocked. Haha, nothing is impossible. It's just slightly altering the characteristics of the divine soul, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Only after long did everyone recover from the shock. Ding Liang said with a solemn voice, S, H, I, plus Howren, you saw it too. What else is there to say? This child's talent is even more monstrous than Shangguan Lingyun and His Highness, the 7th Prince. He absolutely mustn't be allowed to leave, or else he's bound to be my fierce-scale world's mortal malady in the future. S, H, I, plus Howren's expression flickered ceaselessly. Clearly, his heart was endlessly conflicted. Yi Yuan suddenly said, Many thanks for eldest senior brothers and seniors' care these few days. Little brother is also helpless. That's why I hid my ident. One tie. Today's matter will be shouldered by little brother alone. Eldest senior brother, please return. At this juncture, S, H, I, plus Howren falling out and becoming enemies with him was an extremely normal thing. Yi Yuan obviously would not bear enmity against him. On the contrary, he was very grateful for S.H.I. plus Howren's care this period of time. S.H.I. plus Howren's this sort of S.H.I. plus Elding One's shortcomings very much matched Yi Yuan's appetite. 1T. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that S.H.I. plus Howren suddenly blocked in front of him and said to Ding Liang, "No matter who he is, he's my little junior brother. You want to bring him away, sure. But I have to bring him back to Qixia Mountain first, and let Master Star Abyss deal with him first. Before anything else, he's my little junior brother. And, oh, Body can think about touching a hair of his." Chapter 435. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I. plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. You're really impervious to reason. Do you know what the consequences of protecting this boy are? The words from S.H.I. plus Howren angered Ding Liang until he stomped his foot. S.H.I. plus Howren already thought it through currently and was no longer conflicted. He immediately said coolly, "I'm only saying to wait until he returns to Qixia Mountain. I didn't say to let him back to the fierce Gale world either. What are you kicking up a fuss for? You're aware of Master Star Abyss's character. If I hand Yi Yuan to you today, I'll die very horribly when I return, while you likewise won't feel nice." Ding Liang could not help choking up. Star Abyss's sanctions were still fresh in everyone's minds. Humph, let's go. Seeing Ding Liang waver, S.H.I. plus Howren gave a cold snort and was about to bring them away. Wait a minute. Ding Liang suddenly woke up and gave a loud cry. S.H.I. plus Howren, don't you compel me to use force. As he said, the aura of divine traversing realm released. Everyone's faces changed. The oppression of a divine traversing realm was not a joke. Ding Liang did not even make a move yet, and everyone already had a feeling like the heaven was rent asunder and the earth cracked. Even breathing was very laborious, as if somebody was clutching their throats. What was the notion of divine traversing realm? This was basically the pinnacle existence for lower realm martial artists. A character that stood at the very peak of the food chain, an existence like the spire of a pyramid. Once such a character made a move, ordinary people utterly did not have the chance to resist. Even Soul Sea realm martial artists were also ant-like existences in front of divine, traversing realms. When Ding Liang demonstrated his power, S.H.I. plus Howren's face changed too. He was not an arrogant and conceited person. In front of Ding Liang, he did not have the leeway to retaliate at all. But in order to bring little junior brother back to Qixia Mountain today, he was ready to risk it all. This was something that must be done by someone of the Star Abyss tutelage. Want to punish, it was also punishment by their own people. When was it other people's turn to punish? Everyone had their own insistence, and S.H.I. plus Howren's insistence was the pride of Star Abyss's line, as well as protection towards their own people. Ding Liang, if you have the capabilities, then kill me. S.H.I. plus Howren's words revealed an icy cold intent. Ding Liang suddenly let out a sigh and said, S.H.I. plus Howren, His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, has already issued the order to be sure to bring Yi Yuan away. Apologies, I can only offend. Only to see him wave his sleeves grandly. An enormous force sent S.H.I. plus Howren flying out. Poo work, S.H.I. plus Howren crashed heavily onto the ground and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Eldest senior brother. Seeing S.H.I. plus Howren sustain injuries, Yi Yuan's expression changed. Ding Liang did not hesitate in the slightest, and took this chance to directly reach his hand out and grab at Yi Yuan. A horrifying oppressive power directly shackled Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan actually could not move at all and could only let Ding Liang capture at his discretion. But at this time, a beautiful shadow suddenly blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was taken aback from shock and yelled out, "Ruyan, get away from me." Xiao Ruyan's hand stretched out and turned a deaf ear to Yi Yuan's words. But she shut her eyes, a manner of waiting for death. "Regardless of who you are, you're my Xiao Ruyan's master. I can't watch you die. Ding Liang, want to kill, you kill me together too." Xiao Ruyan reproached daintily. "Humph, ignorant child, to actually help an enemy from another world. I still have some trepidation towards I plus Howren, but just with a little baby girl who's still wet behind her ears like yourself. Do you really take me to not dare to kill you? Since you wish to die, I'll help you achieve your aim." Ding Liang said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was so anxious that he broke into a cold sweat. He cursed, "You dumb asterisk SS, quickly get lost for me. Do you hear?" Yi Yuan was suppressed dead by Ding Liang's aura and completely could not move at all. And that battle with Zhao Qinggan prior to this, his wounds were extremely severe. Now he completely did not have the slightest bit of strength to retaliate. Ding Liang wanting to kill Xiao Ruyan was simply as easy as blowing away dust. Could it be that he had to watch Xiao Ruyan die before him helplessly? Right then, Yi Yuan's eyes blurred. Ding Liang's figure was suddenly totally blocked. A large fatty suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Xiao Ruyan. It was precisely second senior brother, Tang Ji. Tang Ji looked at Ding Liang calmly as he said, "Coolly, Ding Liang, kill me together too. I want to see how many people can you kill today." As he said, the other 5 seniors blocked in front of Yi Yuan too, covering him solidly. At this instant, Yi Yuan's eyes unwittingly became somewhat wet. These seniors clearly knew that he was someone from another world, yet they actually barricaded in front of him without any hesitation. This grat, 1, 2, Yi Yuan probably could not cut it off in this lifetime no matter what. Humph, who says that I must kill you guys. Just the likes of the few of you also wish to get in the way of me capturing this boy. Ding Liang gave a cold snort and lightly slapped out a palm. Immediately, violent winds howled, sending everyone flying. The strength of a divine traversing realm martial artist was simply inexorable. Pooh work. Yi Yuan was originally already heavily injured. At this time, injuries piled on top of injuries, and he could not hold back the sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. A blur before his eyes, a silhouette appeared before him. Really can't tell that you, boy, actually have such charm to make so many people willingly die for you. However, I want to see who else can stop me from capturing you now. Ding Liang said lightly with his hands behind his back. Yi Yuan's complexion was as pale as paper and was already very frail. He looked at Ding Liang cold and detachedly and said, "Coolly, Ding Liang, right? If I don't die today, there will definitely come the day where you'll regret it." Ding Liang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Yi Yuan spoke very calmly, but the calmer he was, the more enraged it meant he currently was. If not for Tang Ji earlier, Xiao Ruyan would already be a dead person. Ding Liang was wary of the ident. 1, ties of I plus Howren and the others, but he completely thought nothing of Xiao Ruyan. What capitals dual absolutes? In the eyes of a character like Ding Liang, it was a joke. When needed, he did not mind ruthlessly destroying a flower at all. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ding Liang's brows involuntarily knitted. He said with a cold smile, "Young man, you're thinking too much. Don't forget where you are right now. This place is the fierce Gale world, not the endless world. Even if I let you leave today, do you think that you can escape from the capital? In here, everyone is your enemy. You alone are facing an entire small world. Hence, don't hold any chances in your heart. You won't have the opportunity to take revenge." Ding Liang did not suspect Yi Yuan's words and also did not feel that Yi Yuan's words had any laughable areas. Yi Yuan defeated Zhao Qinggan, who was a full major realm higher than him with 7th level crystal formation realm, cultivation. Such monstrous talent, Serpa S. Seeing him in the future was practically set in stone. Yet, the Wind Emperor would not give him the opportunity. Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Yi Yuan was extremely feeble right now and already could not be bothered to carry out meaningless arguments with Ding Liang. He shut his eyes and slowly revolved his skill to refine the medicinal strength. All right, it's late. His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is most likely already anxious from waiting. Take a trip with me, Ding Lian said. His hand reached towards Yi Yuan once more. Ding Lian, you treated my disciples in such a manner. Have you made the preparations to receive my wrath? Right then, a cold voice suddenly sounded out and transmitted into everyone's ears. When S.H.I. plus Howren and the others heard this voice, they could not help becoming overjoyed. Chapter 436. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. A faint divine soul aura rippled out. Everyone only felt the pressure on their bodies ease up. That sort of stifling feeling previously instantly vanished with a trace. Master! S.H.I. plus Howren and the others called out in one voice. A figure stood in the air, facing Ding Liang across a distance. Who could it be but Star Abyss? Lord Star Abyss. Seeing Star Abyss, Ding Liang also involuntarily lowered his proud head. Regardless, where the status of alchemists was exceptionally venerated. Even in the fierce Gale world where alchemy skills had declined, an alchemy sovereign powerhouse like Star Abyss still had a lofty status. The reason was none other than because the medicinal pills required by divine traversing realm experts. Only Star Abyss could refine them. This was the reason behind the pride of S.H.I. plus Howren and the others. What kind of existence alchemy sovereign powerhouses were. One just had to look at the medicinal theory CLA. S. Yi Yuan studied back then at the Danwu Academy to understand this point. A theory foundation left behind by an alchemy sovereign became the holy scripture that the entire continent pursued. This was a character that could leave behind a legend on a plane. An era might have many divine traversing realm powerhouses, but the number of alchemy sovereign powerhouses were scanty few. Star Abyss's status in the entire fierce Gale world could be seen at a glance. Ding Liang, you beat up all of my 8 disciples until heavy injuries today. This account, do I find you to settle it, or should I go and claim from Zhao Tianin? Star Abyss said coolly. Ding Liang sweated heavily. He did not think that Star Abyss would actually arrive so quickly. This time, it was not easy to wind this matter up. Ding Liang was a little too rash. But Lord Star Abyss, this new disciple of yours is the Endless World spy. Lord Wind Emperor gave a death order to definitely bring him back to interrogate. Ding Liang was helpless and could only bring out Wind Emperor. Star Abyss waved his hand and said, Yi Yuan's matter I'll go explain to Zhao Tianin myself. Now you can leave. I'm afraid that this is inappropriate, right? Ding Liang did not think that Star Abyss was actually so unyielding. For a spy from another world, he actually did not even give face to the Wind Emperor. Star Abyss shot him an indifferent glance and said, Then are you prepared to take care of me together too? Ding Liang was shocked and hurriedly said, Dare not, dare not. Even if Ding Liang's guts were any greater, I wouldn't dare to make a move against Lord Star Abyss either. But Star Abyss no longer bothered with him and said to his disciples directly, Support your little junior brother and follow me. Ding Liang's heart was gloomy. Indeed, like master, like disciple. This master and disciple's way of handling things was simply carved from the same mold. They were directly treating him like heir. But Ding Liang daring to make a move against S.H.I. I plus Howren, and the rest did not mean that he dared to attack Star Abyss. Making a move against S, H, I plus Howren, and the rest still had room for maneuver. But making a move against Star Abyss's actual person was equivalent to the royal family and the Alchemist S association breaking away completely. With the Alchemist AS association's rallying power, forget about them, these divine traversing realm experts, having the chance to have any medicinal pill to use in the future. Most likely, in the entire Fear Scale world, no martial artists could get medicinal pills. Even the Shao family and Tong family, these alchemy families who depended on the royal family, they would probably close down their stores very soon as well. Yi Yuan did not think that Star Abyss would actually S-H-I plus ELD him so domineeringly, making him feel a warmth in his heart. Although the current Yi Yuan was just a small character in the war between two worlds, his monstrous talent had already been revealed. The Wind Emperor would not let him leave easily. Star Abyss, saying this, was tantamount to falling out with the Wind Emperor. Such resolve. How could Yi Yuan not appreciate the kindness? You caused an uproar in the capital, actually, just to take in a disciple. Star Abyss transmitted his voice. Thick displeasure was revealed in his words. Very clearly, stirring up this situation was not what he wished to see. To be able to send Yi Yuan away noiselessly, that was the best outcome. Yet, Yi Yuan was simply not a law-abiding person, and actually caused storms to rage throughout the entire capital for a girl. Even more Nabal was that Yi Yuan defeated everyone, but the final outcome was not to hug a beauty back, but just to accept a disciple. This sort of powerful and unconstrained style of doing things also made Star Abyss this tea. Thunderstruck until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "For real men, some things are necessary, while other things absolutely mustn't be done. Since we're friends, how can I watch her jump into a fire pit helplessly? It's just that I never thought that thorough considerations would have an oversight. There is actually still somebody who recognizes me in the capital. Forget it. Don't know what kind of fortune this little girl garnered in her previous life, to actually be able to encounter a person like you. Follow me back first. This matter still needs to be discussed at length. You actually wasted Zhao Qinggan. The Wind Emperor most likely won't leave the matter at that." Star Abyss heaved a sigh. Great grace can't be thanked with words. Today's matter, Yi Yuan remembered it. Yi Yuan said coolly, "What's there to thank? If you were really a spy, I wouldn't care less about you. It's just, who asked you to be somebody that Master, his elderly self, holds in high esteem?" Star Abyss said with a sigh. Didn't think that one day, Yi Yuan would actually receive Li Daohong's grace. Yi Yuan said with a self-ridiculing laugh. Star Abyss had just brought everyone and walked not far out when he discovered a silhouette blocking their path. This scene happened too unreal, making everyone unwittingly feel their eyes blurring. Because just earlier there was clearly an body there. But the next instant, a person suddenly popped up there, as if he appeared out of thin air. Such a bizarre thing involuntarily made people feel a chill down their spine. Looking at the arrival, Star Abyss's expression had an indescribable graveness. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and already had some guesses about this person's ident. One tie. Star Abyss, although your Alchemist AS association isn't under my rule, harboring people from another world like this truly make us bitterly disappointed. The person opened his mouth and said apathetically. This person that showed up bizarrely was actually the absolute sovereign of the Fear Scale world, the Wind Emperor Zhao Tianyin, and he was also the Fear Scale world's one and only boundless realm martial artist, an existence that looked down upon myriad worlds. Zhao Tianyin's age did not look old, still maintaining the appearance of a middle-aged person. Seemed like in his younger days, he was already an extremely powerful existence. Of course, if he was not a peerlessly talented person, How could he possibly break through to the boundless realm in the lower realms and attain the position of the Wind Emperor? Zhao Tianyin wore a casual dragon robe. Apart from this, there were not too many ornaments, seemingly no different from an ordinary person. It actually gave people a feeling of returning to one's original simplicity. Star Abyss sucked in a deep breath and said in a slightly low voice, "Since you know that the Alchemist Association isn't under your jurisdiction, why did you dare to touch my disciples?" Even an existence like Star Abyss, when facing a boundless realm powerhouse, felt immense pressure too. One had to know that under such an environment like the lower realms, boundless realm represented invincibility. Even peak divine traversing realm martial artists were only just slightly stronger ants in front of the boundless realm Wind Emperor. If not for this, why would the Grand Yen True sect need to sacrifice countless divine traversing realm martial artists to cast the 6 extreme seals grand array back then? Zhao Tianyin ruminated for a moment and said coolly, "Looks like you knew his ident. One Tai long ago." Chapter 438. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. The Wind Emperor turned his head slightly to look at Xiao Ruyan. Yi Yuan could not help freaking out in his heart. He had long seen through that this Wind Emperor was not some good-natured person. To be able to kick off a war between 2 worlds for his own personal interests, such a person was a fierce and ambitious person, no matter how one looked at him. How could such a character take pity on a frail little girl? You, this baby girl, don't know what's good for you either. To actually help an aberrant person from another world, plead for leniency. The Shao family received our grace for generations, and this is how you repay us. All right then. Since you want to die, then we will send you off. The Wind Emperor's words did not carry the slightest hint of emotion, making people feel a chill in their hearts when they heard them. "Don't!" Yi Yuan shouted, but it was as if Zhao Tianyin did not hear it at all, only to see him raise his hand slightly. His index finger lightly flicked. A starlight flew towards Xiao Ruyan's heart like a comet. Body had any suspicion that as long as this bit of starlight touched Xiao Ruyan, she would be dead for sure. But at this time, who could save her? The starlight arrived in front of Xiao Ruyan in the blink of an eye, but it was like Xiao Ruyan did not see it at all. She currently had her back turned to look at Yi Yuan, giving him a gentle smile. Swizz. H. Plus bang. The starlight did not strike Xiao Ruyan, but flew towards the far end, SMAs. Plussing onto the ground. An enormous rumble sounded. Rock fragments were smashed flying all around. Xiao Ruyan disappeared. Regarding the surprise, the Wind Emperor was calm like before. He then turned to Yi Yuan. "Spatial spirit artifact? Looks like I still underestimated you." Turned out that in that critical juncture just now, Yi Yuan unleashed the spatial spirit artifact and transported Xiao Ruyan inside. This scene naturally could not escape the Wind Emperor's eyes. However, you can't even protect yourself right now. You actually still have the thought to bother with others. I want to see to what extent you can hold out. Zhao Tianyin's voice had just faded when Yi Yuan suddenly felt the pressure around him immediately increased multiple folds. That horrifying pressure even squeezed the SPAC until it morphed, giving people a very unreal feeling when looked at. And Yi Yuan's body sunk down more than half under this kind of pressure. One knee was practically on the verge of touching the ground. Pool work. Yi Yuan spurred the essence energy in his body frenziedly, trying to straighten up his back desperately. Under the enormous pressure, Yi Yuan finally could not resist vomiting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Not only so, under the compression of SPAC, the skin on Yi Yuan's entire body also cracked, oozing out blood, looking very wretched. Zhao Tianyin, if you have the capabilities, kill me. Even if I'm beaten until my bones are ground to dust, I also won't kneel down. Yi Yuan practically snarled it out. Kill you? Killing you is too easy. As long as I'm willing. What's hard about grinding your bones to dust? But I only want your kneel, Zhao Tianyin said coolly. Zhao Tianyin waved his hand once more. The pressure around Yi Yuan skyrocketed once more. Very clearly, as long as he was willing, he could crush Yi Yuan's body into pieces with just this move. And the pressure that he was applying right now was just a drop in the bucket of his strength. The goal was to make Yi Yuan kneel down. Under the tremendous pressure, Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. His body dropped bit by bit too. Seeing Yi Yuan's wretched appearance, Star Abyss's fury finally ignited too. However, he had yet to take action when he heard Zhao Tianyin say indifferently, Star Abyss, I advise that you better not make a move. You're aware on the martial path you're too weak. As he said, Zhao Tianyin casually pointed with a finger again. Heaven and earth essence energy immediately formed a thin membrane, wrapping Star Abyss inside. Star Abyss's face changed and smacked out a palm at the thin membrane. Bang! The thin membrane did not move a hint, and Star Abyss was actually bounced back. This was the strength of a boundless realm martial artist. Even the sovereign-level Star Abyss was so incapable of withstanding a single blow in front of Zhao Tianyin. All right, wait there obediently. After I take care of this brat, we'll slowly chat, Zhao Tianyin said faintly. Star Abyss gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Tianyin, you deserve death. But Zhao Tianyin did not pay attention to Star Abyss anymore. He increased essence energy for Yi Yuan once more. Arg! Suddenly, Yi Yuan's aura rose frenziedly. His eyes were blood-red as he stared at Zhao Tianyin icily. Zhao Tianyin said lightly, burning blood essence, burning 50% of blood essence in one go. You virtually already ruined your own foundation. Doing this, just in order to not kneel down before me? Truly an obstinate youth. But the more this is the case, the more I want to make you kneel. Yi Yuan was heavily injured originally. Under Zhao Tianyin's pressure, he had reached his limits long ago already. He could persist until now by relying entirely on a single conviction to hang in there. Yi Yuan was self-aware that he was certain to be killed and simply burnt 50% blood essence in one shot, instantly filling the essence energy in his body to the brim. Under such a condition, he actually slowly stood up a little. However, all of this was futile. Yi Yuan compared to boundless realm martial artists. The gap was too great. Just pushed back some and Zhao Tianyin slightly exerted pressure again, immediately pus. Plussing Yi Yuan down. Boom! Yi Yuan's feet actually trod the ground until it caved in. And at this time, Yi Yuan's knee was only a mere couple of inches distance away from the ground. Burning 50% blood essence was also unable to resist even a tiny bit of time. Yi Yuan's consciousness became increasingly blurry. Yet there was a voice in his heart telling him nonstop, Don't kneel. Don't kneel. The current Yi Yuan was already dyed by his blood until he became a blood person, looking terrifyingly ghastly. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help showing a visible change in countenance. A crystal formation realm youth actually displayed such a stubborn side in front of a boundless realm martial artist. Although these people were all Zhao Tianyin's subjects, at this very instant they unwittingly felt pity for Yi Yuan in his hearts. Why geniuses were called geniuses was not only because they needed to have outstanding talent, but they also needed unyielding belief and a tenacious personality even more. Yi Yuan possessed all the qualities that a genius should have and originally should soar to the skies in one move. But today he was cruelly humiliated by Zhao Tianyin and ultimately could not escape death. Such a violent method rather made people hold in contempt. Killing people was merely the head hitting the ground. But shaming like this hurt morals and conscience. Yi Yuan felt the strength in his body waning bit by bit. Resisting the spatial compression was progressively more abilities falling short of one's will. Up to here, huh? This was Yi Yuan's final thought. Finally, he could not endure anymore and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the corner of Wind Emperor Zhao Tianin's mouth revealed a trace of a victor's smile. Yet, Yi Yuan's body did not collapse. A beautiful figure walked out of the void and caught the Yi Yuan who was about to kneel down. The woman gave a melancholic sigh and said, "Apologies, Mr. Yi. Li came a step late and made you suffer." This woman was precisely Li. Her appearance was as if a celestial fairy descending to the mortal world. There weren't any signs in advance at all. Seeing Li, Zhao Tianin's expression underwent a change for the first time. A solemn expression actually appeared. With his strength, he actually did not discover that a person was hidden in the void. "Who are you? To actually dare barge into the capital?" Zhao Tianin said grimly. Chapter 439. Li completely did not bother with Zhao Tianin at all. Li completely did not bother with Zhao Tianin at all, only to see her slowly extend an exquisite arm, gently pressing her palm on Yi Yuan's chest. A light halo spread out on Yi Yuan's chest, and it actually gave people a peaceful feeling. Seeing that Li did not pay attention to him at all, the Wind Emperor's face fell slightly. "Humph! Ignorant of what you're saying. To actually dare offend us. Deserve to die." Zhao Tianin flicked a finger with one hand. A stream of light instantly arrived before Li. Yet, right at that moment, a bizarre scene appeared. That stream of light actually vanished from sight inexplicably before Li. But no one saw Li make a move. Her hand was still pressing on Yi Yuan's chest as if she was utterly oblivious to the matter of Zhao Tianin attacking her. Zhao Tianin's expression had yet to change in time when all of a sudden he felt all the hair on his body stand on its ends. An intense feeling of danger assault from behind. He turned around swiftly. A stream of light transported out from the void. In haste, Zhao Tianin quickly unleashed another finger. Bang! 2 streams of light collided together, giving off a violent explosion. Zhao Tianin actually fell back several steps in a row. Everyone watched this scene in disbelief. The Wind Emperor was a boundless realm powerhouse. He actually could not deal with a girl. Zhao Tianin sucked in a cold breath instead. Concept of S-P-A-C. You. Who on earth are you? The concept of S-P-A-C was an exceedingly profound concept, extremely difficult to comprehend. The Wind Emperor was also considered someone with many experiences, but he had never heard of anybody who had comprehended the concept of S-P-A-C in the lower realms. Furthermore, looking at this girl's move earlier, it was clearly comprehended to an extremely profound realm already. The Wind Emperor's face was very ugly. After becoming the Wind Emperor, this was the first time he felt an immense threat. Right then, Yi Yuan suddenly gave a fled groan. He was clearly in great anguish. But when Li saw this scene, the expression on her face eased up considerably. Only at this time did she slowly raise her head. Looking at Zhao Tianin indifferently, she said, "Your dog head will be left on your neck for the time being. Before long, Mr. Yi will personally come to retrieve it. As for who I am, you don't have the qualifications to know yet." Zhao Tianin's face fell, and he said with a frown, "Humph! Just know some concept of S-P-A-C, that's all. You don't really think that you've subdued us, right?" But Li no longer bothered with him. Gently carrying Yi Yuan up, she said, "Mr. Yi, I'll bring you home right away." Seeing Li completely disregard him, Zhao Tianyu flew into a great rage. With a flash, he blocked in front of Li and said, pretending to be mysterious, "You can leave, but this boy must stay." Li's eyelid raised slightly, and she said, "Coolly, with just you." Zhao Tianin said with a cold snort, "So what if just us?" If we let you bring him and swagger your way out of here, then how will we rule the fierce Gale world's citizens in the future? This is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. Can't blame me." As she said, Lear's eyes suddenly released 2 beams of light. The light flashed and Pa S said right away, "Zhao Tianyin was just brewing up a big move," when all of a sudden he shuddered. His pair of eyes actually gradually became vacant. Lear's brows furrowed, but her divine soul was in pain. That sort of ripping pain transmitted over. "Your Majesty, the Wind Emperor." Ding Liang instinctively felt something off and could not help yelling out. Yet Zhao Tianyin seemed to not have heard it. He still stood there without moving a muscle, as if he was a wooden puppet. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Ding Liang hurriedly came to Zhao Tianyin's side and shook his body, but Zhao Tianyin did not have any reaction. "Demoness, what did you do to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor? Do you know what you're doing? You're making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world," Ding Liang admonished furiously. Although Ding Liang's words were fierce, he did not dare to make a move against Lear. This demoness actually cast a spell and froze the Wind Emperor in place. How could he possibly be her match? "Is that so? So what if I'm making an enemy out of the entire fierce Gale world?" Lear said indifferently. Having Zhao Tianyin kicking up a ruckus like this, Lear was not in a hurry to leave. She slowly put Yi Yuan down and leaned him against her shoulder. Seeing this action of Lear, not knowing why, Ding Liang's heart pounded, and he had a foreboding feeling, only to hear Lear chide lightly, "Come over and kneel down for Mr. Yi." Everyone's faces changed. Was this woman crazy? To actually make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, kneel down to Yi Yuan? But at this time right now, there was no longer anybody who took Lear to be an ordinary person. This woman was too bizarre. She actually just gave Wind Emperor a look and inundated him completely. Boundless Realm was the strongest existence in the lower realms. He actually did not even have the chance to attack. Also, the Wind Emperor, he wouldn't really kneel to Yi Yuan, right? Under everyone's stares, the Wind Emperor actually really moved 2 steps in front and walked over towards Yi Yuan. Ding Liang was taken aback from fright. He hastily grabbed Zhao Tianyin's arm and yelled, "Your Majesty, don't!" But the Wind Emperor paid no heed at all. Instead, he waved a hand and sent Ding Liang flying out far away. Zhao Tianyin moved several more steps over and actually really kneeled down with a slam. This time, it really made the atmosphere blow up. Everyone watched this scene blankly, with a look of incredulity. What kind of magic did this woman cast on His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, to actually be able to make His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, so obedient? Ha ha! This also counts as instant karma. Just earlier, Zhao Tianyin wanted to make Yi Yuan kneel down. In the end, Yi Yuan did not kneel, but he himself kneeled to Yi Yuan instead. This is the situation where those who like to disgrace others will frequently be humiliated by others. Star Abyss said with a cold smile. Through today's events, he had already completely fallen out with Zhao Tianyin. Now, seeing Zhao Tianyin actually kneel to Yi Yuan, he felt incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart. The only pitiable thing was that Yi Yuan was currently still in an unconscious state and was unable to feel the delight of revenge. Today's matter, it is you inviting humiliation upon yourself. I'll claim a bit of interest on Mr. Ye's behalf first. Now kowtow to him. I don't say stop. You're not allowed to get up. Lear admonished. Just like that, Zhao Tianyin really kowtowed to Yi Yuan nonstop and was incomparably obedient. Lear's finger moved slightly. Xiao Ruyan was actually released from the spatial spirit artifact. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was actually prostrating to Yi Yuan, Xiao Ruyan could not help jumping in fright. What is going on here? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, he. No need to make such a big fuss. It's just carrying a slight punishment out on him. Just based on his actions today, it's enough to kill him. But for the sake of Mr. Yi to be able to personally take revenge in the future, Temporarily let him off today, Lear said coolly. Only then was Xiao Ruian awakened, abruptly. There was still a peerless beauty standing before her. Xiao Ruian emboldened her courage to look Lear up and down a couple of times. There was actually a feeling of being ashamed of one's unseemliness. Could it be that this woman is Yi Yuan's beloved? No wonder. He turns his nose up at me. Turns out that the difficulty he talked about was this. Xiao Ruian could not help bemoaning her fate inwardly. All right, I'm about to bring Yi Yuan back to the endless world at once. Everything that he did today was for you. So I let you out to ask you something. Are you staying here, or are you following Yi Yuan back? Lear asked emotionlessly. Chapter 440 Xiao Ruian also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Xiao Ruian also did not think that she would actually have to face such a decision. Two small worlds. This was a distance the same as the two endpoints of the earth, going to the endless world. She might never be able to return here again in this lifetime. And at this place was her elder brother, her parents. The Wind Emperor was still groveling there nonstop, while Ding Liang was desperately trying to pull him up. But he refused to get up no matter what. Over on this side, Xiao Ruian fell into a dilemma and had a conflicted face. Ruian, you mustn't go with him, or else I, Xiao Changfeng, will break off all ties with you. Xiao Changfeng said coldly. Xiao Ruian's entire body shuddered, and her gaze involuntarily turning to Xiao Changfeng. It was only to see Xiao Changfeng staring with furious eyes. He had a look of firm resolution. For a moment, countless memories welled up from the bottom of her heart. These years of diligent studies and bitter training, not daring to slack off the slightest bit. When the elders unanimously said to push her out as a bargaining chip, Xiao Changfeng kept silent and said nothing by the side. She was heartbroken and swallowed the 9 nether soul-shattering powder, her consciousness dissipating bit by bit. Xiao Ruian's eyes gradually became resolute. Father, these past 20 years, daughter has been living for the Xiao family, and today daughter is already somebody who has died once. Daughter wishes to live for herself for once. Therefore, I want to follow master. Finish saying this sentence. Xiao Ruian felt like all the strength in her body was drained. This was absolutely an earth-shaking move for her. Xiao Ruian had been instilled with the idea of existing for her family clan since young, and she herself was also a very filial girl. But today, she cut off everything from her past. This demanded immense courage. For a person to sever off all fetters and integrate into a new world anew, how powerful a conviction was needed to support this? You. Good. Xiao Changfeng was so enraged that he was shaking. He did not think that his all-along obedient daughter would actually do something so decisive. From today onwards, I, Xiao Changfeng, will take it as if I never had you this daughter. We break off all ties. Xiao Changfeng said while trembling. Xiao Ruian's whole body quivered, and she nearly fell to the ground. A strand of gentle essence energy instantly enveloped her. It was only then did she stabilize. Lear said coolly, I more or less understand your affairs, and also understand you very much. Actually, in all honesty, I even envy you very much. You can dump everything to pursue your happiness. This is sufficient. Mr. Yi is kind and just, daring and resolute. He's absolutely worth it for you doing all these. Liu's words were akin to injecting Xiao Ruian with a cardiac tonic. Xiao Ruian nodded and said, Many thanks to Senior for advising. Liu nodded slightly and said to Star Abyss, Your kindness, Mr. Yi, will surely repay it personally in the future. He's currently heavily injured, so he won't bid farewell to you all. Star Abyss said, Star Abyss's strength is meager. That's why Yi Yuan received such severe wounds. I am seriously ashamed. Senior, please take good care of Yi Yuan. Star Abyss is endlessly grateful. That's of course. finished talking, Lier swirled her long sleeves, bringing Yi Yuan and Xiao Ruyan and Vanis, plussing from sight. It was as if they had never appeared. The plaza was dead silent. Only Zhao Tiannin's thumping, kowtowing sounds echoed. It was also uncertain how long had passed, said. Zhao Tiannin suddenly trembled, and some light finally returned to his eyes. Zhao Tiannin's heart plunged, and his brows could not help furrowing. At this instant, the entire plaza seemed to have fallen in temperature drastically, unwittingly making people shudder. He was still maintaining a kneeling posture right now. Very clearly, something very nasty happened earlier. Just now, what happened? Zhao Tiannin asked Ding Liang. Even though Ding Liang was a divine, traversing realm powerhouse, hearing the sentence, he also felt a chill come on. This. Ding Liang revealed a difficult look. Speak. Zhao Tiannin said somberly. Ding Liang was powerless and could only recount the events earlier. Each word that he said, Zhao Tiannin's face would darken a degree. By the time he finished talking, Zhao Tiannin's face was not much different from black charcoal. Apart from the Qixia mountain lineage and the Xiao family's Xiao Changfeng, the people who are aware of this incident are already all dead. Before leaving, Lord Star Abyss said to me that he'll keep his group of disciples and Xiao Changfeng in check, and they will absolutely not speak of today's incident. Furthermore, he even said that the Alchemist AS Association will collaborate wholeheartedly with the royal family and provide all assistance with regard to medicinal pills. Ding Liang added, not far in the distance, lied corpses all over the place. Among them was even 2 Soul Sea realm martial artists. Zhao Tiannin's complexion eased up a little, but he still said with a solemn face, this matter you did very well. Looks like Xiao Changfeng has already thrown himself under Star Abyss's sect. This is a troublesome matter. To Zhao Tiannin, Star Abyss was indeed a porcupine that was not easy to touch. As the ruler of a world, Zhao Tiannin was deeply aware of the Alchemist AS Association's formidability. Regardless of which plane, the Alchemist AS Association's chairman would always be in existence that was exceptionally revered. Although the Fear-Scale world was a place where even birds would not plus T if he really killed Star Abyss, the divine realm would surely pursue it. Boundless realm martial artists were indeed pretty good in the Fear-Scale world, but placed in the divine realm, it was too ordinary. The divine realm's Alchemist AS Association's punishment was not what he, a puny little boundless realm martial artist, could withstand. Ding Liang said, since Star Abyss wants to cooperate sincerely with us, it shows that he doesn't wish to cause the relations plus P to be too stiff. Furthermore, making today's matter known to everyone has no benefits to him either. So, the words behind, Ding Liang did not say. Deciding this sort of thing naturally had to be left to Wind Emperor himself. Zhao Tiannin nodded his head and said, today's matter will end at this. If there are any rumors at all, kill regardless of who it is. Yes. Fear-Scale world, Cloud Dream mountain range. Several figures quietly walked out of the void. Senior, we are. Towards this place that was covered in a dense fog, Ruyan was very perplexed. Lier nodded and said, this place is already the Endless World. This place is the Endless World? Looks like it's indeed much richer in resources than the Fear-Scale world. Xiao Ruyan sensed the thick spirit qi and said comfortably, but Lier shook her head and said, although the Fear-Scale world is scarce in resources, the gale winds tempering to martial artists is what the Endless World martial artists can't enjoy. From the start of birth, Fear-Scale world martial artists would train in an arduous environment at all times, and their accomplishments would also be much greater compared to the Endless World martial artists. To really talk about who's better and who's worse off, it's really hard to evaluate. Xiao Ruyan said in surprise, then His Majesty, the Wind Emperor. Lier said coolly, just foolish concerns. The The things that the Wind Emperor knows are much more than you people. The divine realm isn't some nice place. He can call wind and summon rain in the fierce gale world. Arriving at the divine realm, he'll truly be a bottom-tier martial artist, invading the endless world, giving it a nice-sounding name of thinking for the fierce gale world martial artists. Actually, isn't it for his own personal gains? Xiao Ruyan widened her mouth and said, It's actually like this. Of course, ugh. Just as Lier was talking, her brows suddenly knitted together, showing a very anguished look. Xiao Ruyan asked in alarm, Senior, are you all right? Chapter 441. Lier's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. Lier's head felt as if it was splitting. She grabbed her head and forcefully withstood the pain, but her attractive body was quivering endlessly. This scene made Xiao Ruyan turn pale with fright. In her eyes, Lier was practically an invincible existence. Even the Wind Emperor was played around in the palm of her hands. How could she have a headache? Ugh. Right then, Yi Yuan at the side muttered in his sleep and similarly had his brows tightly locked, appearing very anguished. Yi, Master, are you all right? These two individuals were like this at the same time. Xiao Ruyan was at a complete loss and did not know what she should do. Yi Yuan opened both eyes with some difficulty and noticed that the surrounding environment was somewhat strange and familiar. I'm not dead yet? Yi Yuan said feebly. This time should be the time where he was the most severely injured since rebirth so far. In the past, no matter how severely he was wounded, as long as he consumed medicinal pills, he would recover back to usual in less than 2 days. But this time, if not for Lier helping him to protect his heart pulse, Yi Yuan would probably have croaked already. He didn't die. Master, you're so amazing. Why would you die? Xiao Ruyan sobbed softly. It's Ruyan, huh? And who is she? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered a pained look Lier and asked weakly, Master, you actually don't recognize this senior? Xiao Ruyan even thought that these two people were surely on intimate terms. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not know her at all? This threw her into utter confusion. Ugh. At this time, Lier suddenly gave off an agonized groan and actually collapsed. Senior. Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright and hurriedly support Lier, lying her flat on the ground. And Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan was in a state of utter confusion and asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said feebly, and no choice. All the essence energy in my body had fully dissipated. I completely can't muster any strength at all. Why? Why does this girl's silhouette look somewhat familiar? Master, you really don't recognize Senior? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiao Ruyan asked doubtfully, Don't recognize means don't recognize. Why would I lie to you? Yi Yuan was speechless. From Yi Yuan's angle, he could just see Lier's appearance. This flawless face would absolutely make every male have a feeling of not bearing to defile. Even if Yi Yuan was currently severely wounded, he also had a feeling of palpitating with excitement. But Yi Yuan dared to confirm that this was absolutely his first time seeing this face. But Senior, she rescued you from the Wind Emperor's hands. How is it possible that you don't know her? Xiao Ruyan said in puzzlement. This time, it was Yi Yuan's turn to be surprised. So, it was her who saved me. Yeah, Senior is incredible. Even the Wind Emperor isn't her match. Xiao Ruyan recounted the events after Yi Yuan fainted for Yi Yuan to listen, making Yi Yuan extremely surprised after hearing too. Ocular art? Could it be? Yi Yuan said with a frown. What ocular art? Xiao Ruyan said blankly. Nothing. I just thought of somebody. But Yi Yuan precisely thought of Lier. But the difference between the two persons' looks was also too great. Yi Yuan did not have any trace of essence energy in his body right now at all, and was utterly unable to perceive Lier's condition. So he dare not confirm either. But looking from Xiao Ruyan's description, this was absolutely ocular arts without any doubt. And among the people that Yi Yuan knew, only this Lier possessed the moonlight heavenly eye physique. But the problem was that Lier only had crystal formation realm strength. Could it be that Lier deliberately hid her strength? If Lier could really play around with even Zhao Tianyi, then concealing her strength in front of him was not anything impressive as well. Furthermore, the profile of this girl before his eyes was very similar to Lier's. Was it possible for the two of them to be the same person? Master, what should I do now? Xiao Ruyan felt that she should do something. There are recovery medicinal pills in my storage ring, but I can't use any essence energy at all right now. You help me take out. Yi Yuan said. Okay. Xiao Ruyan agreed. Every martial artist had their own unique way of opening their storage rings. As long as Yi Yuan told Xiao Ruyan the way to open, she could open it very quickly. Xiao Ruyan followed Yi Yuan's instructions and finally found the azure profound heart nories. Plussing pill and let Yi Yuan swallow one. This time, Yi Yuan's injuries were seriously too severe. Even after he consumed the azure profound heart nories. Plussing pill. Yi Yuan's recovery speed was still very slow. After half a day, Yi Yuan finally recovered some strength and could barely manage to stand up. He struggled to come before Lier and reached for her pulse. Towards his savior, Yi Yuan naturally could not let her be in a coma unchecked. But with this reading of the pulse, Yi Yuan could not help being greatly alarmed. This gorgeous to the extreme girl was actually really that ugly girl, Lier, whom he saved previously. With this, Yi Yuan could not help being somewhat baffled. Looking at this, him saving her back then was purely a superfluous action. With the strength that Lier showed, annihilating that group of people was truly too easy. Yi Yuan suddenly recalled the instances in the Eternal Splendor Palace. Thinking about it now, it was actually Lier protecting him in the dark. Yi Yuan suddenly felt that he was so silly. Wasn't averting attacks, this sort of concept of SPAC, precisely one of the abilities of the moonlight heavenly eye? It was just that the situation back then was too complicated and Yi Yuan did not think too deeply as well. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan's grat. 1. 2 towards Lier truly could not be any greater. These many months, Lier was actually lurking by his side the entire time and moved to assist when he was in peril. And this time, Lier used the moonlight heavenly eye once more, causing the two kinds of spirit physiques tearing at her divine soul to be even greater, resulting to her ailment to finally erupt. Yi Yuan knew that this was definitely the most painful time for Lier's divine soul. Zhao Tianyi was not some garbage opponent. Lier inevitably exhausted considerable soul force to use the moonlight heavenly eye to cast it on Zhao Tianyi. This was undoubtedly heaping one disaster on top of another to Lier's present medical condition. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan involuntarily blamed himself immensely and was touched. Looking at it now, Lier most likely followed him and protected him because he saved her and helped her diagnose her medical condition. How could this not move Yi Yuan? Master, Senior, is she all right? Xiao Ruyan asked worriedly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, won't have any major issues for the time being. But what? Xiao Ruyan asked puzzledly. Nothing. I indeed know her, but her current appearance is radically different from the first time I met her, so I didn't recognize. Yi Yuan said, like I said, how can Master possibly not know Senior? She won't have any major problem for the time being, but I still have to recover my strength as soon as possible to help her refine some things. Ruyan, I burned 50% blood essence at one go. My body is too weak right now and simply can't refine medicinal pills. These 2 days I'll guide you by the side. You'll be helping Master in recovering strength as soon as possible. Yi Yuan said. Chapter 442. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. After half a day, Xiao Ruyan was drenched in sweat, panting daintily by the square cauldron's side. And Master, Disciple was fortunate to not have failed the AS assignment and finally refined the Essence Vigor Pill. Although dead tired, Xiao Ruyan appeared rather excited. The use of the Essence Vigor Pill was to help martial artists recover blood essence. It was very hard to refine high-level Tier 3 medicinal pill. To Xiao Ruyan, the Essence Vigor Pill was exceptionally difficult to refine. With her past standards, it was simply impossible to refine. Yet, during this half-a-day period, under Yi Yuan's guidance, she actually refined successfully like water flowing when a channel was formed. Yi Yuan had quite a number of medicinal herbs left on hand. SCRA. Ping it all together, he pooled 2 portions of medicinal herbs to refine the Essence Vigor Pill. In order not to waste the medicinal herbs, Yi Yuan made Xiao Ruyan simulate many times before agreeing to her getting to work on refining. Not surprising, the first portion was refined into a wasted dreg by her. Later on, she simulated many more times. On the second refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually directly refined a middle-grade Essence Vigor Pill. Xiao Ruyan was still drenched in sweat and actually had an aberrant style charm, making Yi Yuan's head swim. Cough, cough. You've worked hard, Yi Yuan said rather embarrassed. Sedley. But Xiao Ruyan was in a state of exhilaration right now and did not notice Yi Yuan's embarrass. Meant, wiping the sweat on her forehead, she said, Not hard, not hard. Through this half a day of refining, Disciple completely has a feeling of being suddenly enlightened all at once. The things that Disciple learned in this half a day is simply even more than the things I've learned in the past few years. Xiao Ruyan was not praising Yi Yuan because she had affections for him, but because she really had this sort of feeling. With Yi Yuan's horizons, he had long had a well-thought-out plan on Xiao Ruyan's merits and shortcomings. Guiding Xiao Ruyan was naturally highly tailored to her needs. Quietly, Xiao Ruyan unconsciously took the place of the disciple character and really learned alchemy skills from Yi Yuan. Alchemists all had this neurotic trait. Once they immerse into alchemy skills, they would completely be unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, what Yi Yuan brought to Xiao Ruyan was a brand new world. It was a world that she had never imagined before in the past. This isn't considered much. You have to study the jade slip I gave you well. It will be of great assistance to you. But presently we don't have the time. After I alleviate Miss Liur's symptoms in a little while, we'll immediately head back to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan said. Ugh. Muttering an fled groan sounded. Liur finally slowly woke up. Senior. When Xiao Ruyan saw the situation, she immediately went to support her. Although she woke up, Liur was still feeling groggy. A piercing pain would occasionally transmit from her brain. How long was I unconscious? Liur supported her forehead with her hand and asked rather painfully. Senior, you've already fainted for the greater part of a day already. Master and I were very worried about your safety. Are you better now? Xiao Ruyan said. Master. Liur did not quite react yet, involuntarily lifting her head. She just happened to meet with Yi Yuan's gaze. So you're already awake. Liur suddenly did not quite know how to face Yi Yuan. After all, her appearance was rather unexpected. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Fortunately, there was Miss Liur helping to guard my heart meridian. Otherwise, I would probably have croaked long ago already. Great kindness can't be thanked with words. Miss Liur's sickness, leave it to Yi Yuan. Liur's eyelids drooped slightly as she said, So you already know it's me. But Liur didn't help Mr. Yi for the sake of carrying out this transaction with you. Although Liur's words were quite calm, Yi Yuan still detected a hint of her sullen anger. This Yi isn't making a deal with Miss Lear either. This is a promise. I'm true to my words. No matter how arduous this promise is, this Yi will definitely accomplish it. Yi Yuan said composedly. Lear trembled slightly. She could feel Yi Yuan's sincerity and resolution. Accompanying along the way, she had a great understanding of what kind of person Yi Yuan was as well. Yi Yuan saying such words. Even if he were to die, he would also fulfill his promise. This man was absolutely true to his words. Thank you. Lear did not decline and just lightly said these two words. Miss Yu accompanied all the way and moved to help out many times. This grace, Yi Yuan engraved it in my heart. Furthermore, if not for Miss Yu making a move this time, this Yi would surely be disgraced to death. Want to thank, it's also me thanking Mississippi. Moreover, in order to save me, Miss did not stint on drawing on the power of the moonlight heavenly eye, resulting in your health condition deteriorating. If this Yi doesn't cure Miss, even I myself won't forgive myself. Yi Yuan said. This shock that Lear received was not small. She said in astonishment, You actually know my surname? Yi Yuan smiled wryly and said, I should have guessed it long ago. The last time I met Miss Yu, you were just a crystal formation realm martial artist. This Yi even thought that the lower realms gave birth to such a monstrous spirit physique again. Thinking about it now, a natural-born, moonlight, heavenly eye physique, apart from the Bright Moon City's Yu family, who else could have such an innate spirit physique? With Yi Yuan said this, Lear was even more shocked beyond belief. You actually even know about Bright Moon City. You. Just who are you? Yi Yuan said, helplessly, this Yi has my own difficulties. This point isn't convenient to disclose. Lear was unbelievably amazed and actually forgot about her headache for a moment. How did a lower realm's puny little martial artist know about the divine realm's Bright Moon City? The Bright Moon City's Yu family was renowned throughout the divine realm for their ocular arts, and the person who possesses the moonlight heavenly eye physique, casting ocular arts would even be several times more powerful than ordinary people. And even for the Yu family, those who possessed the moonlight heavenly eye was extremely, extremely few too. These were all not secrets in the divine realm. But Yi Yuan was just a lower realm martial artist with an ordinary background. Just how in the world did he know this information? Lear had a belly full of doubts and suspicions, but she also knew Yi Yuan's character. Since he said that it was inconvenient to disclose, he clearly had things that he found hard to say. She naturally would not press on either. All right then. Since Mr. Yi even knows about Bright Moon City, then I'll reintroduce myself. I'm called Yu Mingli. I'm precisely a member of the Bright Moon City's Yu family. Yu Mingli sucked in a deep breath and said, Yu Mingli. It is as the name suggests. It's a fine name. Yi Yuan reminisced this name. At this instant, Yi Yuan's thoughts drifted back to the one and only time he went to Bright Moon City in his previous life. At that time, he answered Bright Moon City's invitation and went to refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill for the Bright Moon City Lord. During this trip, he happened to see a girl akin to Rouge and Jade once in Bright Moon City, and that girl's name seemed to be called Yu Mingli. Recalling it now, Yi Yuan finally superimposed that girl's looks and the Yu Mingli before his eyes together. Were the transitions in life actually so coincidental? Sigh. What's the point of a good name either? Everyone says that beautiful girls often have tragic lives. To think that I can't escape being strung along by fate either, Yu Mingli said with a dimmed expression. Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and said, Miss Yu doesn't need to be like this. The word crisis conceals profound secrets. As long as you can resolve the conflict between these two kinds of spirit physiques, not only will Miss Yu be no different from ordinary people, you'll even break out from the cock. And to become a beauty turfly and become a peerlessly powerful existence. Chapter 443 Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mengli's mood much. looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words did not improve Yu Mingli's mood much, looking as if she did not have much interest in becoming a peerless powerhouse. Sigh. So what if invincible under the heaven? Forget it, forget it. Don't talk about this anymore. Didn't you say that only by refining a tier 8 medicinal pill can you let my divine soul divide? But Yu Mengli said. Yi Yuan nodded and said indeed so. Furthermore, you using the power of the moonlight heavenly, I this time already hurt the divine soul further. This caused your conditions flare up to move forward some time. Right now you most likely only have 2 years left. Yu Mengli muttered under her breath. Only 2 years, huh? Yi Yuan said, Miss, you don't need to be disheartened. Although I'm unable to refine tier 8 medicinal pills within 2 years, I have ways to delay the flare-up of the condition. Oh, what ways? I wonder if Miss Yu has heard of the Azure Spirit Tree before? Yu Mengli nodded and said, It's said that there's a type of tree with a soul that can absorb the quintessence of heaven and earth. It can even produce intelligence and cultivate like humans. That's right. The Azure Spirit Tree's tree trunk can secrete a kind of liquid named Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid. This kind of fluid can nourish and repair the divine soul. Although it can't eradicate your illness thoroughly, it can delay the time of flare-up for your divine soul being torn apart and lessen your pain. These 2 years' time, I'll think of ways to find the Azure Spirit Tree. If Miss Yu can mobilize the Yu family's forces to search for this tree, that would be for the best, Yi Yuan said. Mobilize the Yu family's strength, is it? Yu Mengli seemed to be rather unwilling. Yi Yuan did not know what happened with Yu Mengli and the Yu family. Presumably, there was some problems going around, so he advised, Doesn't matter. There are still 2 years. I'll definitely find the Azure Spirit Tree for you. Yu Mengli nodded and said, Then, thank you very much, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan said, Miss Yu wait for me for half a day first. I just happen to still have some medicinal herbs on hand that can help you make some medicinal soup. Although it's not very effective against your condition, it can alleviate the agony of your divine soul ripping. Hi. Yi Yuan swallowed the essence vigor pill that Xiao Ruyan refined and spent several hours on refining the medicinal strength. His injuries finally improved a little, and he could use some essence energy too. Yi Yuan came in front of the square cauldron and injected some essence energy inside. The square cauldron's radiance showed slightly. Next, Yi Yuan retrieved several medicinal herbs from his storage ring and threw them into the square cauldron according to a fixed ratio. Very soon, those medicinal herbs turned into a pool of juice water. Yi Yuan used utensils to ladle the juice water and set it to Yu Mengli. This, Yu Mengli said hesitantly. Martial artists were not foreign to alchemy, but this sort of mixed medicinal soup was not often seen. Yi Yuan said with a smile, This is 5-flower heart calming soup. It's refined using 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals. It has the effects of calming one's nerves. While it's not some miracle panacea, it can alleviate your headache symptom. You try it. Yu Mengli did not doubt Yi Yuan's words, and directly tilted her head back and drank it. Very soon, Yu Mengli felt like a gust of cool breeze blew past her divine soul, comfortable to the max. Her initially somewhat agitated emotions calmed down too at this time. Yu Mengli looked at Yi Yuan and exclaimed in shock. A few stalks of tier 4 medicinal herbs can actually formulate out such a miraculous medicinal soup. To think that tier 4 medicinal herbs could actually have an effect on me. Truly inconceivable. With Yu Mengli's realm, tier 4 medicinal pills were simply of not much effect at all. But Yi Yuan used 5 types of tier 4 medicinal herb flower petals and could actually formulate out a medicinal soup that was effective on her. How could she not be astounded? It just has the effect of calming one's mind. It has no effect on your ailment at all, Yi Yuan said helplessly. His present realm was too low, At the very best, he could only refine quasi-tear for medicinal pills. It did not have any effect on Yu Mingli at all. This is already very impressive. Yu Mingli sighed in admiration. Yeah, master. This is simply too miraculous. How did you do it? You must teach me later. Xiao Ruyan also gasped with admiration. She was long stupefied from watching by the side. In this short while, Yu Mingli's complexion was already much better compared to before. One had to know that Yu Mingli was a character who was even more powerful than the Wind Emperor. A couple of Tier 4 medicinal herb mixed together actually had an effect on her. You want to learn, so I'll just teach you later on. But you'd best not reach for what's beyond your grasp. One step at a time. And here requires the use of the formations path. With your present standards, you're unable to concoct it, Yi Yuan said. Fine, I'll just slowly learn. Stingy. Xiao Ruyan pursed her lips and actually acted like a spoiled little girl. Facing two beauties, Yi Yuan also involuntarily had a feeling of being very fortunate in love affairs. But Yi Yuan did not have the energy to be immersed in love right now. He was rather worried about the tranquil cloud sect. Yi Yuan released Mo Yuntian and the rest from the spatial spirit artifact. They still had vacant looks. During this period of time, Yi Yuan did not undo their divine soul inhibitions all along. This sort of divine soul inhibitions was different from slave seals. It could be broken to restore one's freedom. After planting a slave seal, the slave would not recognize other people as their master. Furthermore, there would also frequently be transactions and transfers between slaves. Placing slave seals clearly would not do. Hence, when selling slaves, most would set inhibitions on their divine souls to make it convenient for the owners to control. Yi Yuan reached his divine soul into Mo Yuntian's sea of consciousness. Xiao Ruyan was taken aback from fright. She hurriedly said, What are you doing, master? Their divine souls had inhibitions placed by an extremely powerful figure. A moment of carelessness will damage their divine souls. Yi Yuan cautiously helped Mo Yuntian remove the inhibitions while having enough strength to spare to say to Xiao Ruyan, Just some trifling tricks. Indeed, in an instant, Mo Yuntian's gaze gradually recovered its clarity. When he saw Yi Yuan in front of him, hot tears immediately flowed as he said, Junior brother, I didn't think that I could still see you one day. Seeing Mo Yuntian like this, Yi Yuan did not feel good in his heart either. This trip deep into the fear scale world, Yi Yuan could be said to have 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and nearly lost his life several times. In the end, if not for Yu Mingli making a move, he would even be humiliated by Zhao Tianyin to death. Thinking now, it was still riddled with tribulations. Everything is over all over. Yi Yuan comforted. The two people made some small talk, and Yi Yuan started to remove the divine soul restrictions for the others. When the group of seniors saw Yi Yuan once again, they were all filled with a multiple 1, 2 to feelings and immediately gave rise to the feeling of life after surviving a disaster. The few people made some small talk for a while when Yi Yuan suddenly said with a sigh, Sadly, Elder Mei was imprisoned in the depths of the royal palace back then. I didn't save him in time before my ident. 1. Tai was discovered. Sigh. Yu Mingli, who had been silently watching these seniors, thanked Yi Yuan for the entire time by the side, opened her mouth when she heard Yi Yuan mention Mei Zhen at this time. I forgot to tell you, Elder Mei has already been rescued. As she said, Yu Mingli's finger twitched. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Very clearly, Yu Mingli also had an item similar to a spatial spirit artifact. One of them was precisely Mei Zhen, who had not been seen for a long time, while the other person was naturally Yu Mingli's maid, Yener. Miss, why did you only let me out now? I was almost stifled to death. Yener said unhappily. Chapter 444, Elder Mei. Elder Mei. When everyone saw Mei Zhen, they were all overjoyed. Even Yi Yuan also looked at Yu Mingli with an astounded look, wanting to know what was going here. But he jumped in fright with this look. Yu Mingli changed into that sallow-faced, ugly girl again. Furthermore, her realm became Crystal Formation Realm 2. Yi Yuan had just reunited with the seniors, and actually did not when Yu Mingli became like this. But Yi Yuan was well aware in his heart that Yu Mingli did not wish to expose her ident. One tie. And these seniors of Yi Yuan been through life and death several times, and even had divine soul inhibitions placed by others. How would they still remember this ugly girl, whom they had a chance encounter before? Yu Mingli said, when Mr. Yi was facing off with the Wind Emperor, that mysterious expert sneaked into the royal palace and rescued Elder May, and handed him to me. Yu Mingli turned herself into a mysterious expert, while she was just an ordinary martial artist. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even perceived the meaning behind these words. The reason why Yu Mingli arrived late was precisely in order to save Mei Zhen. It was just that she misgauged the situation and thought that Star Abyss could help Yi Yuan withstand for a while. Who knew that the Wind Emperor completely did not care about Star Abyss's face and directly laid vicious hands on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan immediately understood, and he followed up and said, "So that's how it is. Really too grateful to that mysterious expert. Or else, none of us would be able to return this time." Towards this woman, whose looks were not in any way attractive, the group of seniors all did not pay much attention. Rather, it was Xiao Ruyan that made several people involuntarily look a couple more times. But their focus right now was still on Mei Zhen. Yi Yuan did not dawdle and very quickly helped Mei Zhen remove the divine soul inhibitions too. I actually still have a day where I can see the light of day once more. When Mei Zhen saw everyone, he was also overcome with emotions, and his entire being seemingly aged considerably. After a round of small talk, Mei Zhen suddenly said to Mo Yuntian and the rest, "Yuan sneaked into the fierce Gale world all alone. It was definitely near certain death. The ordeals experienced in between, this isn't what we can imagine. And today he actually rescued all of us. Within favor and reason, we should thank him." As he said, Mei Zhen took the lead and gave a solemn bow to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had yet to support Mei Zhen up in time when the others followed with a solemn bow as well. "Elder Mei, senior brothers, rescuing you guys is something within my duty. We have to hurry back to Tranquil Cloud Sect and inform the matter of the fierce Gale world invading to Lord Sect Master," Yi Yuan said. Everyone naturally did not have reason to disagree. They packed up and headed towards Cloud Dream Mountain Range. A full day later, Yi Yuan's group finally appeared outside the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Looking at the blazing sun in the sky, everyone gave rise to a sigh in their hearts. This entire way, we've already encountered quite a few waves of fierce Gale world martial artists. Looks like the Cloud Dream Mountain Range has already become their base camp. Mei Zhen said with a frown, "There has already been several months' time since the Pa-S Sageway was linked. Fierce Gale world martial artists turning this place into the headquarters isn't something strange. Also don't know what Tranquil Cloud Sect is like now. I'm very worried about Lord Sect Master and Master." And Mo Yuntian said, "There is still several months' time on foot needed from here to the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Such a long time, I don't know what kind of unforeseen event will happen either." Mei Zhen said worriedly, "The spirit boats on their bodies were long swiped clean by people. Now, they were virtually all on their own. Forget about spirit boats. Even a single piece of essence crystal was a no." At this time, Xiao Ruyan, who did not speak the entire time, suddenly opened her mouth to say, "If it's spirit boat, I still have one here. But it's just a low-grade spirit boat." Everybody was overjoyed hearing this. "That's really great. Wonder if Miss Zhao's spirit boat can be lent to us for use?" "Rest A.S. assured Miss Zhao, as long as we return to the sect. We'll definitely give you sufficient recompense," Mei Zhen said. Along the way, Everyone also came to know Xiao Ruyan's origins and ident. One Tai, as Yi Yuan's presiding chief disciple, everyone would naturally give her sufficient respect. Furthermore, on the way, the blabbermouth Yenner already uttered out the various kinds of things Yi Yuan did in the fear-scale world. It naturally shocked everyone until they were speechless for a long time. Yi Yuan was already at the 7th level crystal formation realm now. Just in terms of realm, he already caught up to Mo Yuntian, while his combat power even ditched everyone several streets behind. Even Mei Jin, this sect elder, was far from being Yi Yuan's match anymore. Just based on the match between Yi Yuan and Zhao Qinggan, apart from the sect master Luo Qingfeng, most likely an entire Tranquil Cloud sect would dare to say that they could definitely win him. If they returned to the Tranquil Cloud sect, Yi Yuan's position would naturally rise like how the boat rises when the water rise, and become the sect's upper echelon. Everyone also knew that this meant that the day Yi Yuan left the Tranquil Cloud sect was ever closer. Mei Jin opened his mouth. It was naturally not nice for Xiao Ruyan to reject. The group rowed the flying spirit boat and flew in the direction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Xiao Ruyan's flying spirit boat's quality was very high. The party only used 7 to 8 days' time to arrive beyond Spirit Blessing Mountain. Through these few days of recuperation and assistance from medicinal pills, Yi Yuan's injuries were already healed 70% to 80%. This remaining 20% to 30% was primarily making up for the deficit blood essence. This was awful for other martial artists. But Yi Yuan had his means to make up for these blood essence. It was just that he did not have the necessary medicinal herbs anymore, so he temporarily did not move to refine medicinal pills. Disembarking the spirit boat, everyone arrived outside the sect gates but discovered that there was an bodyguarding outside the gates. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he immediately had a bad premonition. Doesn't seem right. Why would there be no disciples guarding the sect gates? Can't be that something happened, right? Mei Zhen's heart fluttered. The sect protecting Grand Array is already broken. Looks like an accident really happened to the sect. Go! Let's hurry over to take a look, Yi Yuan said somberly. Seeing this sort of situation, everyone's joy from surviving the disaster immediately evaporated into nothing. The group rushed over to the top of the mountain. Traveling to halfway up the mountain, everyone's footsteps suddenly came to a halt and were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Within sight were corpses wearing Tranquil Cloud sect disciple outfits all around. The fresh blood already pooled to form small rivers, flowing quietly down the mountain, looking utterly ghastly. These disciples were all the sect's outer sect disciples. Their strength was not great, but Ma's sacring on a large scale like this made Yi Yuan and company fury ignite all at once. Who did this? Is this wanting to exterminate my Tranquil Cloud sect to the last one? Mo Yuntian's entire body was trembling. This scene made his fury peak. Blood debts to be paid in blood. If I find out who did this, I'll definitely hack him into pieces. Tianyu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. The most composed Tiwujio was also livid at this time, tightly clenching both fists. Clearly, he was trying his best to curb his rage. There seemed to be essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain. There might be a fierce battle happening. Let's hurry over. Yi Yuan suddenly said. Chapter 445. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. When Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone was filled with shock. Yi Yuan's perception towards heaven and earth essence energy already reached such a level? Even Mei Zhen could not sense essence energy undulations coming from the top of the mountain too, but they did not have time to be astonished anymore. Since they returned at such an opportune moment, they naturally had to join the battle and protect the sect. Go! Kill this pack of BAS, TARDS, and avenge these dead disciples. Mei Zhen flashed his long sword and roared. How can my tranquil cloud sect's thousands of years of inheritance be eradicated? Why nilly? Those who violate my sect kill without pardon. Tianya yelled. Yi Yuan did not speak and just quietly followed the group of seniors up the mountain. Miss Yu, this matter, leave it to this Yi and my seniors to resolve ourselves. In the future, unless there are no other alternatives, Miss must not draw on soul force. If this continues, even immortals will find it hard to save as well. Yi Yuan transmitted his words. Lear knows. Many thanks for Mr. Ye's concern, Yu Mengli replied. Further up the mountain, there were increasingly more corpses, but among them also had enemy forces' dead bodies mixed inside. Looking closely, everyone was even more taken aback with shock. On the bodies of these enemy forces' disciples were actually wearing the Purple Mansion sect's attire. What's going on here? Could it be that the ones who invaded our Tranquil Cloud sect are actually the Purple Mansion sect? Mei Zhen said in surprise. If one were to say who has the greatest likelihood of invading our Tranquil Cloud sect, it's none other than the Heavenly Sky sect. While the Purple Mansion sect is strong, they actually dare to invade other sects under the Heavenly Sky sect's eyelids. Mo Yuntian was also unbelievably shocked. The Heavenly Sky sect's might was indisputable. Only by combining the other 7 sects' strength could they maintain a delicate balance with the Heavenly Sky sect. If the other 7 sects had infighting, how could the Heavenly Sky sect let go of such a good opportunity? Could the brains of the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons all be damaged? Did you all forget about Lin Feng? Yi Yuan suddenly said. Everyone was abruptly startled. How could they possibly forget Lin Feng? It was precisely Lin Feng's masterpiece that threw them behind bars and even becoming slaves. The Purple Mansion sect endured patiently for many years. Their strength is most likely far from as simple as the surface. That Lin Feng's age isn't considered old, and he actually has 4th level C transformation realm cultivation. Not saying that they have large numbers of experts, but concealing a couple of Soul C realm martial artists, it probably isn't that easy for the Heavenly Sky sect to want to discover, Yi Yuan said. With Yi Yuan saying this, everyone's heart plummeted to rock bottom. The Purple Mansion sect was a chess piece buried in the endless world by the Wind Emperor. After so many years of secret development, their strength was most likely already unfathomable. Everyone had a feeling in their hearts that the Southern Domain situation right now most likely already underwent an earth-shaking change. But these were all for later. Mei Zhen and the others did not dare to dawdle and sped along the way and arrived at the mountain peak very soon. Within sight, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was already in an upheaval. There were fighting and battle cries all around. Everywhere were dead bodies. The originally quiet and serene Spirit Blessing Mountain was already in an abyss of suffering right now. Purple Mansion Sect B, ASTARDS. You will all die a horrible death. Arg, cried a Crystal Formation Realm disciple, giving a miserable cry and perished together with a Purple Mansion Sect disciple. Yet this was just a minority situation. Regardless, whether it was in numbers or strength, the Purple Mansion sect disciples far surpa said the Tranquil Cloud sect. Just the Purple Mansion sect's C transformation realm martial artists were as many as over a dozen, although they were only low-stage C transformation realm. To deal with some Crystal Formation realm disciples, it was ample. While on the Tranquil Cloud sect side, they actually did not see a single C transformation realm elder. The battle was simply a one-sided situation. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were facing many people from the other side alone. How could they be these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' match? When Mei Zhen and the others saw such a tragic state, how could they hold back? They wielded their swords and were about to charge forward. But before his figure had yet to move, he was held back by someone from behind. Turning around to take a look, it was actually Yi Yuan, only to hear Yi Yuan lightly leave behind 2 words as he walked past Mei Jin. "Allow me." Yi Yuan's figure drifted and arrived at the center of the battlefront. Immediately, there was a Purple Mansion sect disciple who charged up without fear of death. An azure sword light instantly appeared. That Purple Mansion sect disciple had yet to even react, and his head and body were separated. Looks like this Purple Mansion sect's attack has already thoroughly infuriated Mr. Yi, Yu Mengli said calmly. Truly a bunch of fellows who don't know life from death. They probably don't even know how terrifying Mr. Yi will be once he becomes enraged. Yenner also had a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. Towards the Purple Mansion sect's sect-annihilating conduct, Yenner was very disdainful in her heart. What's junior apprentice brother Yi going to do? Tian Yu asked puzzledly. Mo Yuntian seemed to have guessed a little and said in shock, "He didn't let us attack. Could it be that he wants to deal with all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples alone?" What kind of joke is this? There are several hundred Purple Mansion sect disciples here. Furthermore, the vast majority of them are Crystal Formation realm martial artists. Among them, there are even over a dozen Sea Transformation realm martial artists. Junior apprentice brother Yihi wants to deal with it alone? Tian, you almost jumped up, but Xiao Ruyan's curled her mouth and said with a proud look, "You guys watch well. Master alone is enough." The group of seniors all exchanged glances and looked at Yi Yuan with disbelief. And at this time, Yi Yuan pointed Songhua, soared the sky. Countless flower petals started condensing in the air. Is this junior apprentice brother Ye's 1,000 flowing petals? Is there a mistake? How could he condense so much flower petals? Tian Yu had seen Yi Yuan's 1,000 flowing petals once, but back then, Yi Yuan was still just a spirit condensation realm martial artist. At that time, although the power of this move was great, it was not formidable to this sort of extent. There were increasingly more and more flower petals condensing in the air. It finally alarmed all of the martial artists present. What's going on here? Why would it rain flower petals from the sky? You dumb *SS. This is formed from heaven and earth essence energy. Somebody is casting a skill. Who actually has such formidable strength? Even First Elder probably can't mobilize such horrifying heaven and earth essence energy either, right? Quick, look. It's that boy casting it. At this time, there were finally several Sea Transformation realm martial artists who felt that something was wrong. Somebody shouted out, "Quickly! The few of you go together and finish off that punk. This move of that punk is somewhat sinister." When these words were finished saying, over a dozen late-stage Crystal Formation realm martial artists and several Sea Transformation realm martial artists abandoned their original opponents, and all converged towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at this scene coldly, and from his mouth he said, "Coolly, all of you dregs can go and die already." The flower petals which covered the entire sky seemed to have spirituality at this moment, churning towards the Purple Mansion, sect martial artists in CLU's TERS. The hundreds of Purple Mansion sect experts present all suffered the salt of the flower petals, and those Sea Transformation realm martial artists were heavily focused targets. The flower petals gathered on their side were multiple times of Crystal Formation realm martial artists. After 2 breaths, there were Purple Mansion sect disciples starting to give off miserable cries. After 5 breaths, more and more Purple Mansion sect disciple were giving off miserable cries. For a moment, innumerable tragic cries linked up, reverberating through the skies. Those tranquil cloud sect disciples who stopped could not resist shuddering when they heard their opponents' wretched screams. Chapter 446, Under the Soaring Flowers. It was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. Under the soaring flowers, it was akin to a meat grinder, wantonly reaping the lives of these Purple Mansion sect disciples. After 100 breaths, the entire mountain peak was already deathly silent. Apart from Yumengli and a small minority, everyone was struck dumb with amazement by this scene. All the tranquil cloud sect disciples were staring fixedly at that young man's figure in the center of the battlefield, speechless from shock. At this very moment, Yi Yuan was akin to a fiend God. Even the tranquil cloud sect disciples were not able to easily recognize him. Is it Yi Yuan? After a long time, someone suddenly asked weakly, finally breaking the battlefield serenity. Yi Yuan turned around to look. It was actually someone familiar, senior apprentice brother Zhang Jing. Yi Yuan also said with a faint smile. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Zhang Jing's entire body trembled. Why Yi Yuan? It's really you. So you're all right. That's really great. As he was talking, Zhang Jing's eyes actually welled up a little with hot tears. Zhang Jing was the person who led Yi Yuan in the sect. Although the two people did not have any deep friends. H.I. plus P afterward, time pa-s said in circum stances have changed. Everyone's feelings were seemingly sublimated. Moreover, Zhang Jing had considerable comprehensions after the fight with Yi Yuan. At this time, he had long become a crystal formation realm martial artist. Hence, in his heart, Zhang Jing was still fairly grateful towards Yi Yuan. This time, Yi Yuan and the others entered deep into the mystic realm, and not a single one actually returned. Everybody no longer held hopes towards their survival. Now, when they met, the agitation in Zhang Jing's heart could be imagined. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Not just me alone. You look." As he said, Yi Yuan pointed to Mo Yuntian and the rest. Mo Yuntian and the rest also moved closer at this time and gathered together with everyone. When Zhang Jing saw Mei Zhen, Mo Yuntian and the rest, tears could not resist flowing again. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo. Everybody came back. Truly excellent. We even thought. Zhang Jing choked and did not even finish saying his words. Seeing Zhang Jing so agitated, Mo Yuntian and the rest had a multiple. 1, 2 to feelings surge up too. They choked and said, the mystic realm trip this time was indeed near certain death. It was all thanks to junior apprentice brother Yi that we could return safely. Zhang Jing was surprised, and his gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan again, his face showing disbelief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you're actually already at the 7th level crystal formation realm. Yi Yuan's extreme Ma.'s sacring move previously made everyone's mind sustain a tremendous impact, and they forgot about his realm for a moment. Only at this time did Zhang Jing suddenly notice that several months of not meeting, and Yi Yuan was actually at the 7th level crystal formation realm already, increased a full major realm higher than before he left. Such an improvement speed was seriously too outrageous. Furthermore, that move earlier was that really released by a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist? Zhang Jing's I was filled with doubt and felt tremendous curiosity towards Mo Yuntian and the others' trip to the mystic realm. Yi Yuan saw through Zhang Jing's uncertainty and said smilingly, "This matter is hard to say in a single sentence. I'll tell in detail again later on with seniors. Senior apprentice brother Zhang's improvement these few months isn't small either." Zhang Jing gave an odd expression and said could not help laughing. "Don't ridicule me, junior apprentice brother Yi. Compared to you, what does mine even count as?" Yi Yuan chuckled, but then he inquired, "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, what in the world happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect, where our sect master, Hullhead Xiao and the rest? Also, why is there not even a single C transformation realm elder in the sect?" Zhang Jing's expression changed, and he said hatefully, "The southern domain skies have completely changed. This purple mansion sect concealed too deeply." Zhang Jing recounted the events that happened to the southern domain these few months briefly to everyone. Turned out that after Yi Yuan and the others left, Luo Qingfeng, Xiao Jian, and Ling Patian immediately entered close seclusion to cultivate and planned on breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in one go. Luo Qingfeng did not disappoint. A month later, under SkyMapple's assistance, he finally broke through to the Soul Sea realm, becoming the Tranquil Cloud sect's second Soul Sea realm martial artist. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng was a martial artist. His combat power was much stronger compared to SkyMapple's. With Luo Qingfeng, this Soul Sea realm powerhouse, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to stand firmly on this Ti of 8 great sects. Xiao, Jian, and Ling Patian also both broke through and left seclusion not long after. The two of them broke through to half-step Soul Sea realm at the same time. Regarding this news, Yi Yuan was not surprised. Before he left, he knew that SkyMaple was refining soul-luring pills and medicinal pills that could aid Sea transformation realm martial artists to break through. The few of them breaking through was naturally something within reason. Under such circumstances, the Tranquil Cloud sect could be said to be prospering with each Pa-S Sing Day. Yet, over a month ago, all of this underwent a change. The Heavenly Sky sect suddenly took the road to ruin by sending out hero invitations to the 7 great sects, inviting the sect masters of the various great sects to carry out a southern domain sect great meet. Even though Luo Qingfeng broke through to the Soul Sea realm, the Heavenly Sky sect was powerful after all. The sect masters of the 7 great sects still kept the appointment and went to the Heavenly Sky sect. Yet, after half a month, news suddenly came from the 7 great sects, saying that the Heavenly Sky sect forced the 7 great sect masters, requesting the 7 great sects to be merged into the Heavenly Sky sect. The 7 great sect masters refused to obey even in death and were detained by the Heavenly Sky sect. With this, the Southern Domain's 7 great sects completely exploded, all asking to send forces to suppress the Heavenly Sky sect. Right at this time, the Purple Mansion sect came out to raise their fist and shout, asking for the 7 great sects to gather together to launch a crusade against the Heavenly Sky sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect naturally had no reason to reject this. Grand Elder SkyMaple and Xiao Jian brought a group of elders and elite disciples, and they joined the expedition's great army. But SkyMaple was wary before he departed. Gathering 20 of the sect's genius disciples with good prospects together and letting a Sea Transformation Realm elder lead the team to quietly head for the Northern Domain. Yet, with this departure, they did not return anymore. A few days ago, only when an elder escaped back to the sect with heavy injuries, did the disciples know that turned out the entire Southern Domain was hoodwinked by the Purple Mansion sect. The Heavenly Sky sect convening this Southern Domain sect great meet was truly in action, seeking their own doom. The Heavenly Sky sect master was very arrogant during the great meet and wanted to forcefully integrate the 7 great sects into the Heavenly Sky sect. These were all the truth. But the final result was that the Purple Mansion sect's sect master, Himingda, suddenly rose in revolt and took control of the other 7 sects' sect masters. Only then did the 7 great sect masters know that this normally very low-profile Himingda was actually a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse. In the Southern Domain, late-stage Soul Sea realm was basically an invincible existence. Before the Southern Domain's sect great meet, Himingda had long set up a backup plan and took control of the Heavenly Sky sect very quickly, sealing off the news. The Purple Mansion sect at this time, as the second strongest sect, lured out all of the 6 great sects' elite forces under summons. In the end, when they were launching a collective attack, the Purple Mansion sect suddenly launched an attack, catching the 6 sects completely unprepared. Only at this time did the 6 sects know of the Purple Mansion sect's terrifying strength. In this battle, over a dozen Soul Sea realm powerhouses appeared all at once in the Purple Mansion sect. Even if the 6 great sects joined hands, how could they possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match? let alone that the Purple Mansion sect concealed so deeply, catching everybody completely off guard. With sea transformation realm experts managing the ray formation, the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Great Formation was already practically existing in name only. Under the teaming up of over a dozen sea transformation realm experts, they attacked inside very quickly. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan and the others reached, saving a group of fellow apprentices. Chapter 447. Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Mei Zhen and the rest sucked in a cold breath when they heard it. Over a dozen Soul Sea Realm powerhouses could virtually sweep across the southern domain. Even the so-called number one great sect, the Heavenly Sky sect, did not have so many Soul Sea Realm powerhouses either, let alone that the Purple Mansion sect master was even a late-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. The southern domain at this time was already the Purple Mansion sect's world. Yi Yuan also furrowed his brows when he heard and asked, "Sect master they all?" Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect imprisoned all of the 7 sect's upper echelons in the Heavenly Sky sect's towering peak, and they have 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse standing guard." When everyone heard that, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. As long as they were alive, there was hope. But Zhang Jing's follow-up words plunged their hearts to rock bottom again. Zhang Jing said, "The Purple Mansion sect seized a large batch of prisoners this time. I heard that they would kill a batch every day in front of the sect master and the various sects' grand elders. The goal is in order to make them surrender. I heard that there were already quite a number of the 6 sects' upper echelons that have surrendered. I don't know how long Grand Elder and Sect Master they all can endure. Purple Mansion sect, this bunch of people is really too despicable to actually be able to do this sort of inhuman thing. They will suffer the wrath of heaven." When Mei Zhen and the rest heard these words, they all gnashed their teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan suddenly let out a sigh and said, "Looks like the Purple Mansion sect has already been engineering this scheme for a very long time. Up until now, the Southern Domain's people are still unaware of what happened." Everyone's faces changed. Only now did they become aware of the severity of the problem. Mei Zhen and the rest who went deep into the fear scale world all knew that this was the Purple Mansion sect being the vanguard. The Purple Mansion sect was still using the ident. 1. Tai is one of the 8 great sects right now to unite the southern domain. The opposition received would be much lower. But by the time the fear scale world invaded and the upper echelons of the 8 great sects all surrendered, the southern domain could no longer muster up an effective resistance. At that time, the southern domain's 8 great sects' land would instantly become the fear scale world's base area. They could easily gain a foothold in the southern domain and launch an attack on the northern domain. With the fear scale world's martial strength, attacking the northern domain was most likely something inevitable. Yi Yuan did not think that just 3 to 4 months' time said, and the matter was already severe to this sort of extent. Zhang Jing perceived Yi Yuan's overtones and noticed that there seemed to be some things that he did not know. He could not resist asking, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, I wonder, what happened?" Yi Yuan sighed lightly and recounted the matter of the fear scale world invading to Zhang Jing. After Zhang Jing heard the details, his complexion was deathly pale. Even if he racked his brains, he never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect was actually a chess piece left in the endless world by the fear scale world. This way, the southern domain might become the fear scale world's territory at any moment. Could it be that they were all going to become another world's martial artist slaves? Zhang Jing could not help shuddering. Right then, a large group of people suddenly rushed up from below the mountain. The one in the lead was actually a 7th level sea transformation realm expert. What these people were wearing were shockingly Purple Mansion sect outfits. And what a bunch of dunces. Sent them to come to take care of the wrap-up, and they were actually killed off by a bunch of Traws. Plus, said the person with a frown. When Zhang Jing saw the arrival, his expression immediately changed drastically. The strongest here was Mei Zhen, but he was only 3rd level C transformation realm strength as well, facing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist. No matter how they looked at these people, there was no possibility of survival either. Zhang Jing wielded his sword and blocked in front of Yi Yuan, saying with a grave face, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, when the fighting starts in a while, I'll cover for you. You take advantage of the chaos to kill your way outside. With your strength, as long as you don't face up against that 7th level C transformation realm, you should be able to escape." Zhang Jing saw Yi Yuan's combat strength earlier. It was overwhelmingly shocking for a moment. But he did not think that Yi Yuan could win a 7th level C transformation realm. Between the two of them was an entire major realm difference. Who knew that Yi Yuan said lightly, "Relax. This kind of trash, I haven't taken them seriously. Elder Mei, senior apprentice brother Mo, you bring the fellow apprentices to fall back. I'll go and have a direct exchange with this bunch of dregs." Mo Yuntian knew that he could not help and said with a nod, "All right, junior apprentice brother Zhang, let's fall back. Don't hinder junior apprentice brother," Yi venting his anger. Zhang Jing was stunned, and his mind was somewhat in a blur. Vent anger? Venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? A 7th level crystal formation realm venting anger on a 7th level C transformation realm? Wasn't this joke a little big? But did senior apprentice brother Mo look like somebody who made jokes? Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this strength? Zhang Jing's mind would not quite wrap itself around it for a moment. He knew that Yi Yuan was very strong. He also knew that Yi Yuan could cross realms to battle. But leaping an entire major realm to face the enemy was rather exaggerated, right? That move earlier was certainly very strong, but that was a large area slaughtering martial technique. Was it useful against a 7th level C transformation realm? Mei Zhen and Mo Yuntian brought everyone to move back, instantly highlighting Yi Yuan out. When that 7th level C transformation realm saw this scene, he could not help bursting into laughter, saying, "Ha ha! Your Tranquil Cloud sect is really pathetic. To actually let a 7th level crystal formation realm boy come, send himself to death? Hey, that C transformation realm, were you born in the year of the tortoise? To actually send such a boy to come and die?" Yi Yuan curled his mouth and said with a cold smile, "Dealing with you, I alone am sufficient. If you can touch me even a little, consider it my loss. Want me killed or dismembered, up to you." That 7th level C transformation realm expert was stunned, and then laughed even more exaggeratedly, while the Purple Mansion sect disciples behind him also laughed loudly without stopping. The 7th level C transformation realm turned around and said to the people behind him with a laugh, "Did you all hear that? He said that if I touched him even a little, it counts as his loss." "Ha ha ha. Of course I heard that. I even thought that I heard it wrong. Turns out that Elder Do heard the same thing as I did. Is this boy an idiot?" I'm dying of laughter. A 7th level crystal formation realm said to a 7th level C transformation realm, "If you touch me, consider it my loss." Ha ha ha. I can't control myself anymore. The Tranquil Cloud sect is too amazing to actually send out such a joker. Is this to make us all die of laughter? Ha ha. I'm dying. There were quite a few C transformation realm experts in this group of people. Their strength was uncommon. It was more than enough to deal with these Tranquil Cloud sect stragglers and disbanded soldiers. And Yi Yuan's words completely jabbed their funny bone. Towards these people's mockery, Yi Yuan was expressionless. He said lightly, "I'll give you a chance for 10 moves. After 10 moves, you won't have any more chances." Haha. I, Diushan, roamed the southern domain freely for so many years. This is the first time I've met such a funny teenager like you. Killing you is somewhat pitiful. Leaving you behind to be a slave to entertain us brothers is something pretty good. However, you all killed so many people from the Purple Mansion sect. I can only send you to go meet King Yama. Finished talking, Diyushan raised a hand with a smile, striking out a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. This palm seemed slow, but was in reality fast, instantly mustering horrifying heaven and earth essence energy. Killing a 7th level crystal formation realm martial artist was very much as he pleased. Yet, this blast of palm wind pa-s said through Yi Yuan's body just like this. Du Yuqing's smile was frozen on his face, while the laughter of those behind him ceased abruptly. Chapter 448, Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move. Elder Du, you aren't deliberately losing on purpose, right? A 7th level crystal formation realm boy, and you actually can't even take care of him in one move? Yeah. Did you hear him talk about 10 moves, so you want to play with him? That move earlier completely did not hurt nor itch. Everyone behind clearly did not believe that Diyushan could not handle a 7th level crystal formation realm. Yet, Diyushan knew that he did not hold back in this attack. He used a full 30% strength. 30% strength was not considered much, but it was plenty to kill a 7th level crystal formation realm. However, this boy before his eyes actually evaded easily. It was seriously rather abnormal. Ha ha ha. This boy said 10 moves earlier, so this elder thought about playing with him. I want to see how many times he can dodge my attacks, Diyuqing said with a look of embarrass. Meant. Haha. Play then. Just a bunch of dregs. Let them feel what is called despair. Someone concurred. Again. I'm going to play around well with this little Troz. Plus, Diyuqing said with a laugh. The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly with his face, showing contempt. He extended his hand and beckoned with his finger. The intent of scorn was completely unmasked. Du Yuqing's expression changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, Boy, you're looking for death! As he said, Du Yuqing's palm as sulked once again. This time, he used 70% strength. The power could not be mentioned in the same breath. One palm Pennsylvania said. Yi Yuan still stood with his hands behind his back, like that palm earlier completely did not happen. Yi Yuan was still beckoning his index finger with a disdainful look. This time, Diyushan felt that his face could not hang in there. Gritting his teeth, his entire person vanished from where he stood. Bang! A huge hole was blasted out on the ground behind Yi Yuan. Diyushan's figure appeared, only to see Yi Yuan slowly turn around and say coolly, 7th level C transformation realm only has this bit of capabilities? Double up. Stinking brat, it's you yourself seeking death. You only have yourself to blame for this. Diyushan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said. Diyushan erupted completely, staring at Yi Yuan and bombarding indiscriminately. Horrifying heaven and earth essence energy was mobilized, blasting towards Yi Yuan one move after another. Bang, bang, bang. Dirt flew around the place Yi Yuan was standing at, kicking up clouds of dust and blocking people's sight. In a twinkle, 10 moves pa said. Diyushan actually felt like collapsing. These 10 moves earlier, he already used all of his strength. Under such an attack, Yi Yuan could not possibly survive. Ha ha ha. Still be unbridled with me. This stinking brat really doesn't know how the word death is written, Diyushan said with a loud laugh. Ha ha. To actually dare infuriate Elder Du this boy is really soft in the head. I reckon that he's already blasted into meat paste now, right? However, this boy has some capabilities to actually be able to evade Elder Du's first 3 rounds of attacks. He can also be considered as quite capable. Just a self-conceited fool who is insolent because of his ability. Such a person is destined to not live long. The Purple Mansion sect's people were perfectly aware of Du Yuqing's attacks. Those few moves earlier were his trump cards. How could Yi Yuan possibly survive under such horrifying attacks? Zhang Jing's expression changed. Du Yushan's attacks earlier were too terrifying. Separated so far away made him feel asphyxiated too. How could a crystal formation realm martial artist possibly survive under such an attack? Zhang Jing was just about to take some action when he was halted by Mo Yuntian. Relax. Junior apprentice brother, he isn't that kind of wildly arrogant person. Since he dared to receive his 10 moves, he must have a grasp of the situation in his mind. Mo Yuntian's voice had yet to fade when an ice-cold voice came from that disorderly patch of dust, as if it came from the underworld. Seriously weak. You dregs from the fierce Gale world only have this bit of ability? Since that's the case, then go and die. Hearing this voice, Du Yuqing's expression changed drastically. His scalp tingled, and a feeling of terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He instinctively felt that things were not good and turned around to flee. The sound of a dragon roar came from within the dust. The wind and fire colossal dragon carried a voice which made people's heart palpitate, charged over towards Du Yushan with extreme speed. Ah, help! Du Yushan had yet to run far when he was completely swallowed up by the colossal dragon. The wretched screams entered everyone's ears. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples or the people from the Purple Mansion sect, they were all quaking in their boots with fear, especially the Purple Mansion sect. Each and every one of their faces showed immense shock. A kind of feeling called fear rose up from the bottom of everyone's heart, including those Sea Transformation Realm elders. Even the 7th level Sea Transformation Realm Du Yushan crumbled in one blow like so. What did they even count as? Only persisted for a few breaths of time, and then Du Yushan fell completely silent. The wind and fire colossal dragon dissipated. Only a S of black smoke rose up. Du Yushan actually did not even leave behind a corpse. And right then, the dust that was stirred up by Du Yushan's attacks gradually dispersed, revealing that slightly skinny-looking profile of Yi Yuan's. The eyes the Purple Mansion sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan with was like looking at a primordial behemoth. Half-step Sea Transformation. How is this possible? A Purple Mansion sect's Sea Transformation Realm elder's old eyes nearly dropped to the ground. A moment ago, he was still 7th level Crystal Formation Realm. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yuan actually became a half-step Sea Transformation existence. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's gaze also just happened to turn towards him, and actually flashed him a smile, saying, "Is it very despondent? Now, can you all understand the feelings of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples?" Yi Yuan's smile looked like a completely harmless neighbor's big boy. But who would really take him to be a big boy from next door? This young man was simply the D of death descending upon the world. Run. Quickly run. That Sea Transformation Realm elder turned around and fled. Only then did the group of Purple Mansion sect disciples startle awake abruptly, scattering apart like birds and beasts. Ah, help! That's a demon. Quickly flee. The Purple Mansion sect disciples instantly fell into a chaotic mess. They wished that their parents had given them a couple more legs to let them run a little faster. Very soon, all of their figures stopped abruptly, as if they were fixed in place, because in front of them, countless flower petals condensed and formed, sealing off all of their escape routes. That Sea Transformation Realm elder who was the first to run clenched his teeth and released his aura fully, wanting to charge past, only to hear SLA's plussing sounds echo out. A badly mutilated corpse fell down from the air. This time everyone despaired. Slam! A Purple Mansion sect disciple kneeled down towards Yi Yuan and actually cried, "Mercy! I know my error." Spare my dog life. Sniff. Sniff. This kneel of his was akin to a plague, instantly infecting all of the Purple Mansion sect disciples. The Purple Mansion sect disciple all kneeled down towards Yi Yuan, repenting and begging for mercy. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "When you all were killing those fellow sect members of mine below the mountain, did you ever thought about showing mercy? If I didn't make it over here in time today, most likely the Tranquil Cloud sect would not have even fowls or dogs spared anymore, right? Therefore, all of you go and die." Chapter 449. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere. Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Looking at the corpses scattered everywhere. Zhang Jing was dumbfounded for a long time. Only a short 3 months or so had Pa S said, and Yi Yuan was already in existence on a completely different level from them, these fellow apprentices. Not only did he rise a full major realm, he even had the strength to instantly kill a 7th level C transformation realm in terms of combat strength already, crossing a major realm to battle. This was something that Zhang Jing did not even dare to imagine. But Yi Yuan accomplished it effortlessly. Recalling back when he left Yi Yuan into the sect, Zhang Jing had a feeling like it was a whole other life. That young man, not far away, was destined to be someone from a different world from the mere mortals. A few months of not seeing him, junior apprentice brother, he actually already matured to such a level. Zhang Jing muttered under his breath. In truth, the astonishment in Mo Yuntian's heart was not much lesser than Zhang Jing's. Although he knew that Yi Yuan's present combat power was stunning, this was his first time truly seeing it. Killing a 7th level C transformation realm in one move, the shock from such an impact was too great. Hearing Zhang Jing's emotional sigh, Mo Yuntian said in relief, "It was also thanks to Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the few of us would have long died in a foreign land. These fellow sect apprentices would probably also die without a burial ground." Mei Zhen and the rest crowded in front of Yi Yuan and asked concernedly, "Yi Yuan, your body still isn't fully recovered. Are you all right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not a big issue. Compared to the fight with Zhao Qinggan, this earlier could only be said to be a warm-up. Likewise, 7th level C transformation realm. The disparity between the two was too great." Mei Zhen nodded and said, "Good that you're fine. Yi Yuan, you're the Tranquil Cloud sect's final hope now. You must take care not to force things." "Thank you for Elder Mei's concern. I'll take notice. And now that the sect is already broken up, where should we go?" When Mei Zhen said these words, everyone perked their ears up, wanting to hear what Yi Yuan would say. At this time now, Yi Yuan was already where all of Tranquil Cloud sect's hopes lay. Even Mei Zhen, the C transformation realm elder, also quietly took Yi Yuan as the person in charge of things. Yi Yuan ruminated for a moment and said, "Since Grand Elder, Sect Master Luo, and the rest are not dead, we obviously have to think of ways to rescue them out. But we aren't the Purple Mansion sect's match right now. Therefore, we can only wait." "Wait? Wait for what?" Mei Zhen did not quite understand Yi Yuan's intentions and asked in puzzlement, "Wait for an opportunity. I believe that the Purple Mansion sect will discover that something unforeseen happened on here on the Tranquil Cloud sect's side very soon. They are bound to send even stronger martial artists over here. And what we need to do is to stand fast at this final piece of locus of the southern domain and wait for the northern domain's response." Yi Yuan said. When these words of Yi Yuan came out, everyone's faces changed. "You're saying we are to defend the Tranquil Cloud sect to the death?" Mei Zhen asked in surprise. "That's right, but Yi Yuan, I know that you're very strong and that there are already very few C transformation realm martial artists that can threaten your existence. But you have to know that the Purple Mansion sect has over a dozen Soul C realm powerhouses." Mei Zhen reminded. He did not know where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Although it was hard to comprehend that Yi Yuan could deal with C transformation realm martial artists, The reality happened right before his eyes. He had no choice but to accept it. Yet to say that Yi Yuan could deal with Soul Sea realm powerhouses, he would not believe it, even if he was pummeled to death either. Take 10,000 steps back to say, even if Yi Yuan could really deal with Soul Sea realm martial artists, the Purple Mansion sect had over a dozen Soul Sea realms. Could it be that Yi Yuan could sweep them clean all at once? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I won't be foolish enough to clash head-on with Soul Sea realm powerhouses. However, we still have the sect protecting Grand Array, don't we?" Sect protecting Grand Array? Mei Zhan was stunned, and then he said in bewilderment, "Without Soul Sea realm martial artists or a powerhouse with sect masters' level of strength, the sect protecting Grand Array simply can't unleash power at all. Furthermore, even if they are here presiding over the array formation, they can at most withstand early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists. But the Purple Mansion sect master is a late-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse." Yi Yuan did not reply Mei Zhen's words, but he swept a glance over the Tranquil Cloud sect's remaining disciples, saying coolly, "I wonder if my fellow seniors and juniors can trust me, Yi Yuan." These few hundred Tranquil Cloud sect disciples remaining could be said to all be the Tranquil Cloud sect's elite disciples. The majority of them were Crystal Formation realm martial artists. These people all willingly stayed behind to share life and death together with the sect, for the sake of striving for time for that batch of elite disciples to escape. In truth, before this, they had the chance to flee helter-skelter, but they chose to stay behind to die without prior consultation. From this, it could be seen how great the Tranquil Cloud sect's cohesive strength was. It was precisely because so that Yi Yuan was unbelievably furious at those Purple Mansion sect disciples who invaded and exterminated every last one of them. Seeing Yi Yuan raising a question, these disciples could not help exchanging glances. Actually using one's brain to think about it, standing fast and on defensive in the Tranquil Cloud sect was a terrible plan. The Purple Mansion sect practically already unified the Endless World's southern domain. The Tranquil Cloud sect was already a lone island. As long as the Purple Mansion sect wanted, they could focus all of their firepowers to attack the Tranquil Cloud sect. Relying on a sect protecting Grand Array at this time to withstand a bunch of Soul Sea realm powerhouses. This was something that only a moron would do. Yet the problem was that was Yi Yuan a moron? Or perhaps Yi Yuan was deliberately making them jump into a fire pit? If Yi Yuan did it in order to send them to their deaths, why would he take such a superfluous action earlier and save them? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, I believe you. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, our lives were saved by you. You ask us to die. We absolutely won't furrow our brows. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi will fight with you. After a moment of silence, those Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' supporting voices surged over like floodwaters. Yi Yuan already used strength and used action to thoroughly subjugate them. On the juncture that the Tranquil Cloud sect was already to be annihilated, it was Yi Yuan who came forward and tried and turned back the tides. What right did they have to not trust Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, everyone had a feeling of their hot blood boiling. In this instant, the Purple Mansion sect, which was powerful until it made people feel suffocated, did not seem so scary anymore either. Good. Since my fellow seniors and juniors all trust me, Yi Yuan will all fight a good one with the Purple Mansion sect together. Let them see that our Tranquil Cloud sect is not to be trifled with. Yi Yuan yelled out loud and clear, F***CK, the Purple Mansion sect. We want to make them pay blood for blood. Blood for blood. Blood for blood. These people were not foreign to Yi Yuan. Ever since he entered the Tranquil Cloud sect, he created once miracle after another. And today, who knew if he could create another miracle? Yi Yuan's might already completely stirred up these people's hot blood. These fellow apprentices did not lack the spirit of looking death calmly in the face. What they lacked was powerful confidence. And today, Yi Yuan gave them confidence. Yi Yuan extended his hand and pressed down, gesturing for everyone to quiet down. He called out in a clear voice, "From today onwards, our Tranquil Cloud sect will activate the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array and will completely seal the mountain. I'll refine medicinal pills for everybody to raise everyone's strength as quickly as possible. At that time, I'll need to borrow every senior's and junior's strength. We'll defend together the southern domain's final lone island." Chapter 450. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. The following few days, Yi Yuan sank into an extremely busy schedule. He first refined several transcendent grade essence vigor pills, and he finally replenished the lost blood essence fully. As one of the 8 great sects, although the Tranquil Cloud sect had declined awfully, they still had a considerable reserve of Tier 3 spirit medicines. There were enough for Yi Yuan to refine. When Yi Yuan was refining pills, Xiao Ruyan acted as an assistant by the side. She took Yi Yuan's entire pill refinement process fully into her eyes. Coming out from the pill refinement room, Xiao Ruyan's entire person was in a state of stupor. Only when she observed Yi Yuan's pill refinement in close distance did she finally know how formidable this master she acknowledged. Yi Yuan was clearly refining Tier 3 medicinal pill, but Xiao Ruyan actually could not understand Yi Yuan's refinement technique. Xiao Ruyan's standards were not low, but it was precisely so that she had an even deeper understanding of how high Yi Yuan's standards were. This could be said as unintentionally planting a willow tree, and the willow tree would become a shade. Xiao Ruyan suddenly felt that she was too fortunate. Not only could she be together with Yi Yuan, but she could also even raise her alchemy skills. Next, Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of Tier 2 and Tier 3 medicinal pills and distributed them to the sect's disciples. The result was that a few days later, columns of essence energy storms formed in the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were disciples successfully breaking through everywhere. Many disciples were stuck in the state of peak spirit condensation realm. This batch of medicinal pills created a large batch of crystal formation realm disciples. There were even a minority of peak 9th level crystal formation realm disciples who broke through to the sea transformation realm without a hitch after consuming the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined. The strength of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples rose a level collectively. After the disciples noticed such a transformation, their admiration for Yi Yuan all reached a degree that could not be surpassed. As said, for a moment, Yi Yuan's prestige reached the pinnacle. His prestige among the disciples right now was most likely no longer inferior to sect master Luo Qingfeng. When the disciples there were all breaking through, Yi Yuan brought Mei Zhen to the center of the Tranquil Cloud sect's array formation. "Yi Yuan, you say that you want to restart the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Could it be that us, these remnant troops and defeated soldiers, can really rely on this Grand Array to resist those Soul Sea realm powerhouses?" Mei Zhen still asked, half believing, half doubtfully. The power of the array formation not only hinged on the rank of the array formation, it even relied on the level of the person controlling the array formation. Right now, the strongest among them was also Mei Zhen, this sea transformation realm. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant about array formations and completely could not unleash the power of the Grand Array. Mei Zhen knew that Yi Yuan's formation path attainments were exceedingly high. However, he was only crystal formation realm. Even if he managed the array formation, could he withstand the wanton bombardment of Soul Sea realms? This was not inside the mystic realm where Yi Yuan could play his opponent to death inside the array formation. Soul Sea realm martial artists would definitely break the formation with force. When the time came, how should they withstand? Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Of course I can't sustain by myself, but don't we still have so many seniors and juniors?" Mei Zhen said in surprise, "But these sect disciples all don't know array formations." Yi Yuan said, "Doesn't matter if they don't know. I just need to know." Mei Zhen was speechless. Up until now, Mei Zhen did not know what Yi Yuan wanted to do either. Although he had doubts in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan would not do reckless things and would not treat the lives of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples as a joke. Fine then. Even if you have a way, the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array seem to only be able to deal with early-stage Soul Sea realm martial artists, right? Mei Zhen said, Haha, when I just entered the sect, I discovered that this array formation has many flaws, resulting in the power of the array formation to be greatly discounted. Fortunately, the southern domain still didn't have any formidable adversaries at that time, so the sect could protect itself, Yi Yuan said with a light laugh. Mei Zhen said with a frown, You mean to say that the power of this array formation far exceeds this? Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. The Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array is a quasi-tier 5-array formation. It is ample to withstand a peak Soul Sea Realm's full-powered attack. What does a mere 7th-level Soul Sea Realm even count as? Mei Zhen exclaimed in surprise. There's actually such a thing? But the people in the sect thought that this is a low-rank tier 4 array formation all along. If my conjectures are right, this array formation should have had some losses when the Tranquil Cloud sect was forced to move southwards. Maybe the array formation was missing some necessary parts. Maybe even the array formation itself was lost, and the array master relied on his own comprehension to restore the array formation. But there were deficiencies within, Yi Yuan said. In fact, Yi Yuan's conjectures were already very close to the truth. Back then, when the Tranquil Cloud sect moved southwards, large quant. 1. Ties of records all went missing to some extent. Even the 2 most important articles of the sect's cultivation methods were lost, let alone an array formation. Back then, a Soul Sea Realm array master only comprehended this set of array formation to an 80% standard. He could only restore this set of array formation to this degree. The array master later attempted to complete the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array, but this set of array formation was rather profound. He did not restore it even till his own death. In a blink, 1,000 years Pa said. The Tranquil Cloud sect's people had long forgotten this segment of history and even thought that this set of array formation was a low-rank tier 4 array formation. But the southern domain martial artist's strength was not strong. This set of half-baked sect protecting Grand Array was also barely sufficient to use. However, a late-stage Soul Sea Realm martial artist appeared in the southern domain now. This set of array formation was clearly inadequate already. There was actually such a thing. I'm an elder and actually don't know a whit as well, Mei Zhen said powerlessly. Yi Yuan said with a smile. With my present realm, I naturally can't set up the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But the sect protecting Grand Array is a complete Grand Array. If it's just modifying a little and completing the array formation, I can still manage it. Unless the fierce gale world S divine traversing realm powerhouses can cross the pot S sageway, and body can break in. Hearing Yi Yuan's explanation, Mei Zhen was also BRIMMING with confidence at this moment. But he heaved a sigh and said, For our Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's seriously the sect's lucky stars. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Why does Elder Mei say that? Since I joined the sect, I'm naturally a part of the Tranquil Cloud sect. When the sect is in trouble, I should offer a portion of strength. We just have to hold on to the Tranquil Cloud sect, and the Purple Mansion sect will be unable to set up the situation in the southern domain leisurely. As long as the northern domain reacts, the Purple Mansion sect being destroyed is something inevitable. It's just that we must hurry before the realm Pa-S Sageway completely links up and let the northern domain's various sects know about the events that happened in the southern domain. Mei Zhen perceived the meaning in Yi Yuan's word and said somberly, Yi Yuan, don't need to be so courteous with me. Whatever instructions you have, just say it. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Elder Mei knows the whole story about the matter. I'm thinking of letting you go to the northern domain to notify the Myriad Sword Sect, Heavenly Martial Sect, and the Profound Ice Sect, these 3 sects, and make them send people to aid the southern domain and eradicate the Purple Mansion Sect. This situation at present, only Elder May alone has the capabilities to take on this mission. Although he long had expectations, Mei Zhen's expression still changed, and he said, "Can't another person be swapped to do this thing? I at least have some strength. Staying behind to offer up a portion of strength is good as well." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "The honorousness of your mission is still above defending the sect. The Tranquil Cloud Sect is just a small plot of land, while what the fierce Gale world wants to invade is the entire endless world. If the northern domain is ill-informed about the news and doesn't know the fierce Gale world's ambition, the outcome will be too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, you have to make this trip no matter what." Mei Zhen's expression flickered for a moment and said with Yi Yuan with clasped hands, "Mei Zhen definitely won't fail the mission." Chapter 451. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. On a wide plain, human figures moved about. Here was the Purple Mansion Sect's forward position, specialized in being responsible for attacking the Tranquil Cloud Sect and 2 other sections. Ma Yi was the commander of this team of martial artists. He was a first-level Soul Sea Realm powerhouse and also the Purple Mansion Sect's Grand Elder. At this time, the other 2 sects' reports of success already came over. Only the Tranquil Cloud Sect's side had no news. Ma Yi's brows were locked tightly at this time. Evidently, his mood was very bad. The other 2 sects' strength was much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud Sect. They were all fine. Only the Tranquil Cloud Sect's side with the weakest strength seemed to have a problem. The Purple Mansion Sect sent out 3 commanders in order to exterminate the 6 great sects and unite the southern domain under the Purple Mansion Sect's rule. The upper echelons of the 6 great sects were basically already under control. Attacking completely did not expend any effort. The 3 commanders all had a rivaling relations. H, I, plus P, and were also seizing every minute and second to strive to take down 3 sects first. But who knew that his side here just had to have a problem? Du Yushan, that moron, wouldn't really be unable to even take care of a Tranquil Cloud Sect, right? Ma Yu gnashed his teeth hatefully. Right at this time, a disciple entered the tent and bowed to Ma Yi, and then he said, reporting to Grand Elder, "News came from the Tranquil Cloud Sect side. Elder Du's party were completely annihilated. The Tranquil Cloud Sect reactivated the sect, protecting Grand Array, and sealed off the sect." Ma Yi stood up at once. Grabbing that disciple's collar, he said with a ferocious look, "What did you say? Du Yushan's army was completely wiped out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud Sect still has Peak Sea Transformation or Soul Sea Realm experts?" Du Yushan was a 7th-level Sea Transformation powerhouse, unless the Tranquil Cloud Sect still had 8th-level Sea Transformation and above existences. How could they possibly have wiped out Du Yushan's army completely? But that lousy place like the Tranquil Cloud Sect did not have many Sea Transformation Realm experts in total either. Now, they were basically all captured by the Purple Mansion Sect. How could the sect still have such a powerhouse existing inside? That disciple was taken aback with fright and spluttered. "The disciple isn't clear either. 2 days ago, disciple brought the scout team and went to the Tranquil Cloud Sect to investigate the news. The result was that we discovered that Elder They were all decapitated and then being hung outside the sect gates. Oh, over 10 Sea Transformation Realm Elders were all decapitated, and their corpses were displayed in public view." Bang! A blast of force flew by that disciple's ear, pulverizing a stone table behind him into pieces. "What did you say?" Ma Yi said word by word. That disciple nearly peed himself and said with a tremble, "Gee, Grand Elder, calm your anger. Calm your *SS anger. Tranquil Cloud Sect. He, excellent. Excellent. Decapitating as a public warning. Their guts are really plenty fat. Ma Yi suddenly looked at that disciple and asked, "What other news is there?" As he said, Ma Yi let go of that disciple's collar and threw him out. That disciple hurriedly crawled up and said the Tranquil Cloud sect even erected a stone plaque in front of the sect gates. Written on it, Trespa, S. Sirs, kill without amnesty. Ha, kill without amnesty? This seat wants to see how you all kill with amnesty. Send the orders. The whole army is to decamp and set off for the Tranquil Cloud sect. Ma Yi said coldly. The disciple felt as if being relieved of immense pressure and scurried off. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's mountain gates, Ma Yi looked at Duyushan's and the others' heads grimly, as well as that stone plaque written using brush pen in red ink. Come, men, go and retrieve their heads, Ma Yi ordered. A small team dashed out very quickly, wanting to collect back Duyushan's head. Yet, when they had just crossed that stone plaque, several streaks of pale yellow flowing light suddenly danced about. Ah, arg! Wretched screams echoed together. These streams of light were very formidable, willfully harvesting the lives of that small team of martial artists. In virtually a blink of an eye, the small team was completely wiped out. Ma Yi's face was incomparably somber. He knew that this was the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array activated. With the power of the sect protecting Grand Array, killing these martial artists were too easy. But Ma Yi had a faint feeling that the power of this Grand Array seemed to be extraordinary. Zhu Mingyu, you bring a few people to test out the power of that Grand Array. Remember, take care not to cross that stone plaque. Just feel out its power will do, Ma Yi reminded him. Zhu Mingyu was a general under him, a Peak C transformation realm powerhouse. Sending him to probe out the power of the Grand Array was perfect. If the Tranquil Cloud sect still had C transformation realm experts there, at the very most it could also just maintain the Grand Array at the standard of Peak C transformation realm. Zhu Mingyu adding in a few other C transformation realm martial artists were sufficient to shake the Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu obeyed the orders and marched out, bringing quite a few C transformation realm experts in front of the Grand Array. Everybody don't hold back. I'll execute your strongest attack. We'll join hands to crack this Grand Array. Zhu Mingyu said, Yes. Everyone cried out in unison and started to muster heaven and earth essence energy in full force. In a moment, a terrifying aura creeped out in the air. The attack of a Peak C transformation realm martial artist was already extremely powerful, let alone multiple late-stage C transformation realm martial artists. The power of the combined attacks of these people was simply not what the average martial artist could withstand. Everybody listen to my command. Focus the attacks on one point of the Grand Array. Go! Zhu Mingyu hollered, only to see that under his command 7 to 8 immensely powerful attacks rumbled towards the Grand Array. The coordination of these people was clearly highly tacit. The place that they attacked was not the slightest bit off, and the timing was also grasped very well, practically arriving at the same time. Rumble, a huge sound, but the Grand Array did not budge an inch, while Zhu Mingyu and the rest flew out backward. Poo work! Several people vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They were actually wounded by the Grand Array's backlash power. How can this Grand Array be so strong? It actually didn't budge an inch under the combined attacks of Elder Zhu they all. I heard that the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array is called the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. But this set of array formation is just a low-rank tier 4 array formation. The Tranquil Cloud sect doesn't even have a C transformation realm martial artist right now. Why is the power of this sect protecting Grand Array so powerful? Could it be that it must need Grand Elder to personally take action to be able to crack this Grand Array? Ma Yi's expression was very ugly currently. Could it be that there was actually still a Soul C realm expert hidden within the tranquil cloud sect? If that was really the case, then it was going to be troublesome. But the tranquil cloud sect only had sky maple at the Soul Sea realm all along. Luo Qingfeng just broke through not long ago. Apart from them, who else in the tranquil cloud sect could be Soul Sea realm? Ma Yi racked his brains and could not figure it out either. Humph! Who cares what the HELLUR? My purple mansion, sex, grand momentum is already formed. Is it possible for a puny little tranquil cloud sect to still flip the heaven? I'll give a try today. Just what kind of power this lousy array formation has. Ma Yi leaped high into the air and arrived before the grand array, only to see him face his palm towards the sky, muttering verses from his mouth. Horrifying essence energy instantly converged around him. This was the formidable aspect of Soul Sea realm martial artists, maneuvering heaven and earth essence energy with the might of the divine soul cooperating with the essence energy. Sea was simply effortless. Extreme essence heaven axis palm. Break for me. Ma Yi mustered 80% essence energy in one breath. An extremely dreadful attack flew towards the grand array. Chapter 452. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Grand Elder is so strong. If I were the one receiving this move, even 100, 1,000 of me would all die too. Yeah, all are mortals below Soul Sea realm. Grand Elder is on a completely different level from us. Luckily, there's Grand Elder here. Otherwise, we would be completely helpless against this grand array. Now that Grand Elder personally took action, this grand array will break for sure. Tranquil Cloud sect, this bunch of trash, actually became a retracted head turtle. When we raid inside in a while, I'll definitely pull their heads out from their turtle SHELL. Ma Yi was well deserving of being a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. This extreme essence heaven axis palm move was exceedingly terrifying. Just that mighty power was enough to make other martial artists feel fear. A Soul Sea realm martial artist attack could only be withstood by a Soul Sea realm martial artist. This was general knowledge for martial artists. Zhao Chang'an, that kind of talented prodigy, crossed realms to battle as easily as drinking water. But to let him fight with a Soul Sea realm martial artist, it was still certain death. Even the most ordinary Soul Sea realm martial artist, their might was also not what Sea transformation realm martial artists could compare with. Compared to the fleshy body, the divine soul was evidently closer to heaven and earth and nature. Soul Sea realm martial artists communicated with heaven and earth essence energy through the divine soul. The speed and quality mustered were far from comparable to Sea transformation realm martial artists. And it was precisely this sort of advantage combined together with even more powerful tier for martial techniques. The power of Soul Sea realm martial artists made practically all martial artists beneath Soul Sea realm feel despair. The Purple Mansion sect disciples had blind faith in the Soul Sea realm Ma Yi and thought that this attack could absolutely blast the Grand Array open. Soul Sea realm in the hearts of the Southern Domain sect disciples was actually around the same as the position of the Wind Emperor in the hearts of the Fierce Gale world martial artists. Yet, the matter completely did not develop in the direction which the people hoped for in their hearts. Just as Ma Yi's palm force was about to reach the Grand Array erupted once more. All of a sudden, dozens of flowing light streams came out from the Grand Array DOS. Plussing for Ma Yi's palm force. Ma Yi's face carried a confident smile when he struck out the palm, but at this time his expression changed drastically. Those dozens of flowing light streams eradicated his palm force like Cruz. Plussing dead leaves. But it was not over yet. After those flowing lights obliterated Ma Yi's palm force, it actually came chasing after Ma Yi. Ma Yi did not think that such a change would actually occur, and his expression changed dramatically. To be able to instantly obliterate his 80% essence energy attack, the might of this grand array was absolutely not what he could withstand. No time left to think. Under everyone's eyes, Ma-Yi turned around and ran. Yet the speed of the flowing lights was exceptionally swift. Ma-Yi just ran out not for long, and the flowing lights caught up to him. Boom! A huge sound rang out. Under the Purple Mansion sect's stupefied gazes, a silhouette dropped down from the air powerlessly. Slam! Ma-Yi's corpse slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone had blank faces, and there was actually no one who reached out to receive it, all the way until that S of dust gradually dissipated, did everyone finally woke up abruptly. What happened? Don't know. What's with Grand Elder? Can't have. Pooh. Grand Elder is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. How can he be killed so easily by the Grand Array? He must have fainted. At this time, Zhu Mingyu walked out from the crowd. He was blasted until severely wounded by the Grand Array's backlash strength. At this time, he still held his chest, his steps somewhat wobbly. Zhu Mingyu's face was solemn, his brows tightly knitted. It was also uncertain if it was due to injuries or because of Ma-Yi. Zhu Mingyu came close, and his figure involuntarily came to a stop. Grand Elder Pa-S said away. Zhu Mingyu himself did not know how he said those words. He felt that his brain was a little lacking. Ma-Yi already had no vital signs. He was clearly totally dead already. In front of the Tranquil Cloud sect's gates, it was deathly quiet. There were only the whimpering sounds of gusts of breeze. A Soul Sea Realm powerhouse of his generation was actually garroted by the Tranquil Cloud sect's sect protecting Grand Array. In the entire southern domain, how many years had it been since a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse died? Zhu Mingyu and the other Purple Mansion sect disciples were unable to accept this outcome. But Ma-Yi's corpse repeatedly told them that this was a truth. In the Tranquil Cloud sect's Grand Array axis, all the disciples were covered from head to toe in sweat, appearing rather worn out. But the expression on their faces showed that they were very excited. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Everyone's faces were flushed red. Looking at that figure in front, their eyes revealed fervent, idolizing looks. They all clearly wanted to speak, but they desperately suppressed their impulse, for fear that they would startle Yi Yuan, who was currently directing the Grand Array. Suddenly, Yi Yuan turned around slowly and said coolly, "The Purple Mansion sect has already retreated. This battle we've won. Woo!" These Tranquil Cloud sect disciples immediately erupted with thunderous laughter. Ever since Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng were detained, there had never been such cheering and laughter in the Tranquil Cloud sect. This battle was too satisfactory to the heart's content. Long live Yi Yuan! Long live Yi Yuan! Yi Yuan laughed too. He knew that these fellow sect members had been holding back for too long and very much needed a victory to release their emotions. Yi Yuan killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse with the aid of the Grand Array's power. This was a victory with an extraordinary meaning. For a moment, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was seething. This feeling is too great. What did we do? We actually slew a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha. To be able to kill a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. This lifetime is also enough. In the future, even if it's to die for the sect, I'll also die without regrets. Hey, did you know? That was a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. I actually killed a Soul Sea Realm. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Next time, I'm going to tell my son that his old man once killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. So King satisfying. I even thought that Yi Yuan activating the sect protecting Grand Array was just to huddle like a turtle and defend. Who knew that he would actually take the initiative to attack? A single attack and he killed a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. These tranquil cloud sect disciples all seemed to be in a state of madness, releasing their emotions to their heart's content. These few days, Yi Yuan underwent a complete remake of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Not only did he restore that missing portion of the Grand Array, he even connected several hundred miniature array formations at the Grand Array Central. These hundreds of miniature array formations were presided by several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. Yi Yuan could draw out these several hundred people's essence energy through the array's pivot and provide a steady stream of support for the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. A Soul Sea Realm's one move could instantly kill these several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples. But the essence energy released by these disciples via the Grand Array could form a terrifying attack that could directly kill Soul Sea realm martial artists. Even though this was the heroic feat accomplished by everyone making a concerted effort, the several hundred tranquil cloud sect disciples were deeply affected as if they experienced it personally, slaying a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. This was something that they did not even dare to think about last time. Currently, the eyes that these tranquil cloud sect disciples looked at Yi Yuan were filled with fanatical wars. HI+P. This victory was brought to them by Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, they might not even be able to ward off sea transformation realm martial artists. But with Yi Yuan, they killed a Soul Sea realm powerhouse. Chapter 453 in a flash. 2 days Pa S. said. The residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea realm powerhouse not only did not possess, but it also gradually firmly established itself within the tranquil cloud sect. In a flash, 2 days said, the residual heat from slaying a Soul Sea realm powerhouse not only did not possess, but it also gradually firmly established itself within the tranquil cloud sect. Receiving the stimulation from this incident, everyone cultivated frenziedly. In the past, many people would drift along, but now not a single person slacked off. These 2 days, Yi Yuan did not idle either. Under the assistance of medicinal pills, his essence energy previously already reached peak 7th level crystal formation. Making use of these 2 days, Yi Yuan successfully broke through to the 8th level crystal formation realm. When Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Mo Yuntian was already standing guard outside the door. Seeing Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian's eyebrows raised up. Heaving a sigh, he said, Junior apprentice, Brother Yi, recalling back then when I received and welcomed you into the sect, you were only at the 2nd level spirit condensation. But at present, you've already caught up to me. So much so that, in terms of combat strength, you can already have a showdown with late-stage C transformation realms. Although Mo Yuntian was a broad-minded person, seeing his little junior brother in the past Serpa him in such a short time, he could not avoid being somewhat dejected still after being happy for Yi Yuan. Regarding such a situation, Yi Yuan knew that it was unavoidable as well. Senior apprentice Brother Mo's talent is not poor. Breaking through to the Soul Sea realm in the future is already set in stone. Yi Yuan did not know how he should console either, and could only say it as it was. Mo Yuntian gave a sigh and said, the sect's records are lost. Wanting to break through to Soul Sea realm is easier said than done. Even Sect Master Luo was also stuck at peak 9th level C transformation for many years, only barely managing to break through to Soul Sea after obtaining Grand Elder's soul luring pill. But at present, Grand Elder Sky Maple has fallen behind bars. Hearing Mo Yuntian's words, Yi Yuan's eyes flickered, and he said to Mo Yuntian, Senior apprentice brother, come with me. Mo Yuntian was somewhat bewildered, but still followed after. Before long, the two people arrived at Victory Peak. Yi Yuan sized up all around for a bit and arrived before a 1,000-foot wide huge boulder. Right here, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Mo Yuntian did not know what Yi Yuan had up his sleeves and could not resist asking, Junior brother, what are you trying to do? Her. Senior brother must watch well in a while. Yi Yuan said with a laugh. With a clink, Tsanghua's sword was drawn. Swiss. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's long sword danced, sparks flying in all directions, and stone rubble falling profusely. After a moment, a sword character gradually took form. Mo Yuntian looked at that plain and unremarkable sword character, but remained very baffled still. This sword did not seem to have many extraordinary aspects, right? Swapping Mo Yuntian to carve himself, he could similarly do it. It was at the very most the standards of spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan tiptoed and bounded up lightly. In an area 10 feet above, he inscribed the next sword character once more. He did not pause, leaping up another 10 foot, engraving another sword character again. Mo Yuntian still did not make out what remarkable aspects this character had. At most, it was slightly harder than before. Yi Yuan jumped higher and higher. The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more as well, while Mo Yuntian's face gradually became solemn. By the time Yi Yuan carved the sixth sword character, Mo Yuntian finally knew what Yi Yuan wanted to do. Could it be that Yi Yuan wanted to use the method of inscribing characters to engrave his comprehension of the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art all onto this huge boulder? With a thought up to here, Mo Yuntian no longer dared to slight it, gluing his eyes on the sword in Yi Yuan's hand. Although Mo Yuntian charged out of the Nine Heavens Road, his comprehension towards the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art was not considered too profound. It was even inferior to Tian Yu's to some extent. With such an opportunity to view and emulate, how could he possibly let it slip by? The sword character on the huge boulder became increasingly more, and also progressively more deep and profound. Mo Yuntian actually had a feeling of being unable to keep up. Yi Yuan was using the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art to inscribe the characters. The concept within the characters, Mo Yuntian understood fully. But he suddenly discovered that in his understanding towards sword intent previously, many areas were actually wrong. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 21st sword character, Mo Yuntian's head felt as if it had exploded, and he actually had a feeling of suddenly seeing it in a whole new light. Yi Yuan started engraving from spirit condensation, realm, sword intent. By the time it reached the 21st word, it was already the third level C, transformation, sword intent. And Mo Yuntian's present sword intent comprehension was already stuck here for very long. When Yi Yuan's 21st sword character's final stroke was completed, Mo Yuntian actually felt his mind clear up, his chest incomparably free from inhibitions. The dense fog which was stuck there for a long time was like being dispelled and seeing the sun. It was as if suddenly seeing the light. At this time, Mo Yuntian's I did not even dare to blink, fearful of missing any one of Yi Yuan's actions. But starting from the 22nd character, Mo Yuntian began to have a feeling of having difficulty comprehending. He gradually started to fall behind Yi Yuan's rhythm. By the time Yi Yuan inscribed until the 24th character, Mo Yuntian already could not make head or tail of it. He only felt that each sword character had sword qi crisscrossing, giving people a very sharp feeling. By the time Yi Yuan carved the 28th character, Mo Yuntian suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood with a puff. This was a sword intent belonging to the Soul Sea realm. It had already completely exceeded Mo Yuntian's limits. Because Mo Yuntian had been moving up Yi Yuan's sword intent the entire time, Soul Sea realm sword intent was already fully not what he could endure. At this time, Mo Yuntian moved his eyes away, quite reluctantly. He did not dare to look on. If he continued looking, he would be killed by Yi Yuan's sword intent. Yi Yuan's current realm was already about the same as his. If Yi Yuan really attacked him, he would not even need to draw his sword. This was the disparity between Yi Yuan and him. Even so, Mo Yuntian's gains today was undoubtedly enormous. Clank! When the 45th sword character finished being inscribed, Yi Yuan floated down, landing in front of Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian took a look at Yi Yuan and could not resist sighing as he said, "To think that junior apprentice brother Ye's sword intent has actually reached such a terrifying extent already." Towards Yi Yuan, Mo Yuntian felt admiration from the heart. He knew that he and Yi Yuan were people from entirely different worlds. Comparing simply did not hold meaning at all. Thinking this way, Mo Yuntian became open-minded instead. Yi Yuan said, smilingly, "I only have 8th level crystal formation strength at present. Sword intent after crystal formation realm completely can't reach a corresponding degree. But in the short run, it's enough to let my fellow apprentices comprehend the concept." Actually, Yi Yuan's comprehension towards sword intent was far from this. But with these sword characters, he only used the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art to inscribe them. If Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword intent to inscribe, Mo Yuntian would most likely not be able to understand even at the spirit condensation realm level. The concept of supreme true intents was simply not what lower realm martial artists could comprehend. Mo Yuntian's gaze could not help looking towards those 45 sword characters again, only to see that each sword character was entirely different. It could be said to each have literary excellence. Mo Yuntian knew that this was caused by the concept contained in each character being different. Seemed like he was still a long way off on this road of comprehending true intent. If my conjectures are correct, there are probably still 2 months before the Realm Pa-S Sageway will link up together. During this period of time, you'll let the seniors and juniors to come here to comprehend sword intent then, Yi Yuan said. Chapter 450 for the Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. The Heavenly Sky Sect's main hall already became the Purple Mansion Sect's main hall now. Ever since the Southern Domain's sect Great Meet, the Purple Mansion sect occupied another person's land, treating here as their base camp. But at present, the atmosphere in the main hall was rather stifling. The death of Grand Elder Ma-I caught everyone in the Purple Mansion sect by surprise, including sect master Himingda. Himingda had the appearance of a middle-aged man. Each and every action had the air of a grandmaster, but he had a sinister and ruthless air at his glabella, which ruined his temperament. The Southern Domain today, everyone knew that Himingda was somebody who was highly adept at enduring hards. HI plus P and ridicule. Being in the position of sect master for so many years, he only showed others the visage of first-level Soul Sea realm. All the way until that so-called Southern Domain sect Great Meet did he astound the world with a single brilliant feat, suppressing all the sect masters and grand elders. Today's Southern Domain could be said to be his world alone. It was just that this present Southern Domain's number 1 encountered a significant problem. At present, the remaining 6 great sects, there was already 5 great sects thoroughly devastated. Only the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect dealt a head-on blow to the Purple Mansion sect instead. The matter of the Tranquil Cloud sect killing Ma-I using the sect protecting Grand Array, what views do all of you have? Himingda said calmly, unable to perceive his emotions currently. If I had to say, Ma-I was definitely careless. That's why he was ambushed successfully by those Tranquil Cloud sectras. Plus the sect protecting Grand Array easily exterminating a Soul Sea realm martial artist. If this spreads, wouldn't it become a joke? Said a Soul Sea realm Grand Elder. Yeah, the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array is a low-rank tier 4 array formation. To say that Ma-I could not breach it, I believe that. But to say that he was dispatched easily by the Grand Array, I won't believe it even if I'm beaten to death. In between this, something that we don't know about must have happened. Sect Master, let me bring people there. We'll crack that formation in no time and exterminate all of those little thieves. A dozen over Soul Sea Realm elders all tried to get a word in. Most did not believe that the Tranquil Cloud Sect's Grand Array could easily kill Ma'i. The prowess of Soul Sea Realm was too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Everyone was also well aware of the 8 great sects' ins and outs. The 8 sects sect protecting Grand Array could only defend the attacks of middle stage Soul Sea at the most. But how could it be that easy to want to kill Ma'i? Let alone that the Tranquil Cloud Sect did not even have Soul Sea realm martial artists holding down the fort right now. But Himingda was vexed hearing this and said with a wave of his hand, "All shut up for me. What impossible to kill? Could it be that Ma'i's corpse is molded out of clay by the disciples? Can you all use your brains to think properly? His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, is about to open up the realm Pa'es, Sageway soon to launch the Holy War. If we can't rule the southern domain as the land of foundation for His Majesty to personally descend upon the endless world, all of us are going to be in serious trouble." Hearing these words, everyone immediately shut their mouths sensibly. The Wind Emperor laying blame was not some laughable matter. At this time, a blue-robed old man suddenly stood up and said with Himingda with clasped hands, "I wonder if Sect Master has questioned Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng before whether or not the Tranquil Cloud Sect still has a 3rd Soul Sea realm expert." Himingda said, "That's of course. I specially told this news to the 2 of them. After they heard it, they looked stunned too. It was absolutely not feigned. Very clearly, they were also very surprised by this incident happening. Then I'm puzzled. Who in the world is controlling the array formation to actually have such might?" The blue-robed elder said with a frown, "Since the Tranquil Cloud Sect doesn't have a 3rd Soul Sea realm martial artist, then could it be that the Northern Domain's 3 sects already discovered our true ident, One Ties?" Himingda shook his head and said, "Impossible. For the sake of this day, I've already made perfectly sound preparations. Long before taking action, I already sent people to the Myriad Sword Sect to bow our heads in submission and acquiesce, and also promised huge benefits. They won't intervene in the Southern Domain's affairs." Then, could it be that it was a wandering formation path expert who just happened to Pa'es by the Tranquil Cloud Sect? Said the blue-robed elder with a frown. Himingda let out a sigh and said, "Right now, the Tranquil Cloud Sect huddled up and refuses to come out. We completely can't get any news. But no matter what, we also can't let those stragglers and remnant troops from the Tranquil Cloud Sect to gain a firm foothold. Elder Hejun, the matter of cracking the formation is entrusted to you." The blue-robed elder bowed and said, "To render service to His Majesty, the Wind Emperor, Hejun will naturally do all I can. It is just a Tier 4 Grand Array. This old man will make them exist in name only." Himingda nodded his head and said with a faint smile, "With Elder Hejun's strength, this he can still count on it. You're a middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master. If even you are helpless, then body in the Southern Domain can crack this formation. However, for the sake of being conservative, let Liao Wenguang go together with you. You guys can also look after each other. Remember, as long as the Grand Array is broken, kill every person regardless." Right then another Soul Sea Realm elder stood up and said, "As you command." This Soul Sea Realm elder was shockingly a 4th level Soul Sea Realm martial artist. A middle-rank Tier 4 Array Master coupled with a 4th level Soul Sea Realm martial artist. This lineup could be rated as luxurious to the Southern Domain. At Towering Peak, Heavenly Sky Sect. This was the place that imprisoned the various sects, sect masters, and grand elders. These people's essence energy, seas, all had restrictions imposed and completely could not muster up essence energy. Right now, they were no different from a cripple. Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng were locked up together. The Purple Mansion sect was not worried that they would do anything funny either. "Marshal Uncle, who do you think came to our Tranquil Cloud Sect?" Luo Qingfeng asked with a frown. The sect's upper echelons were practically caught in one fell swoop. I really can't think of who has such capabilities in the sect still. To actually be able to obstruct the Purple Mansion sect's cavalry. Sky Maple was evidently unsure either. Luo Qingfeng said, although he Mingda only came to probe us and didn't say what happened. From his expression, it can still be made out that something major must have occurred. He Mingda only asked if the Tranquil Cloud sect still had Soul Sea Realm experts existing, and did not tell the two of them about Ma Yi's death. But what kind of person was Luo Qingfeng? He already knew many things from examining the speech and behavior. Sky Maple shook his head and said, even if something big happened, with Himingda this 7th level Soul Sea Realm here, what use is there? My Tranquil Cloud sect's destruction is just something inevitable. Luo Qingfeng suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice as he said, rather excitedly, Martial Uncle, do you think that it's Yi Yuan returning? Sky Maple was also startled in his heart. He immediately shook his head and said, if he wanted to come back, he would have returned long ago. Didn't you hear during the sect great meet? Not a single person who went to the mystic realm came back. Several months already said by. The hope of Yi Yuan returning alive is too slim. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan really came back, he also can't possibly be the Purple Mansion sect's match. Himingda is a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Hearing Sky Maple lies like this, Luo Qingfeng was also very downcast. The two people exchanged a glance, and both revealed bitter remorse. As long as they were given a few years' time, Yi Yuan would surely be able to grow up. But now, everything became empty. Sigh. To think that the Tranquil Cloud sect's 1,000-year foundation was actually ruined in our hands. What face do we have to go and meet our forefathers? Sky Maple said with an emotional sigh. Chapter 455. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. A disaster is imminent. A Tranquil Cloud sect disciple ran into the Tranquil Cloud sect's main hall, looking very nervous. It's Junior Apprentice Brother, Zhao Exanha. Is there any news from outside? Yi Yuan inquired. Zhao Exan said hurriedly, the Purple Mansion sect sent out several thousand martial artists and are marching for the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. Don't Junior Apprentice Brother Zhao Exan have faith in the might of the Grand Array? Forget about thousands of martial artists. Even if tens of thousands of martial artists came, they would not return either. But this time, the commanders are a 4th level Soul Sea Realm, Grand Elder Liao Wenguang, and a Tier 4 Array Master, He Jun. I fear. When Zhao Exan got hold of this news, he was terrified until his legs turned soft. Tier 4 Array Masters were very terrifying existences. They were the bane of a sect's protective Grand Arrays. Even if they could not crack the formation, they could also find the Grand Array's weak links, and they could even diminish the Grand Array's power, coupled with the brute force of a Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Breaking the formation did not seem to be something so difficult. This way, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be in danger. No matter how powerful the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array was, it was also just a quasi-Tier 5 Grand Array. It did not transcend the category of Tier 4 array formations. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples never would have thought that the Purple Mansion sect actually still had the existence of Tier 4 array masters. This Purple Mansion sect truly concealed too deeply. Before this, while the Purple Mansion sect was known as the Southern Domain's number 2 great sect, they actually only had 5 or 6 Soul Sea Realm experts too. The strongest was just 3rd level Soul Sea. This time, the Purple Mansion sect displayed all of their might. Compared to the Purple Mansion sect, the Heavenly Sky sect was simply weak to the max. Not only were they completely said by the Purple Mansion sect in the number of martial artists, but in terms of quality, they were a great deal weaker too. And now, the Purple Mansion sect even sent out a Tier 4 Array Master. This was truly hopeless until it made people go nuts. Tier 4 Array Masters were the same as Alchemy King experts. They were all exceedingly rare existences in the southern domain. Before this, only the Heavenly Sky sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples had never heard before that the Purple Mansion sect had a Tier 4 Array Master. A few days back, Zhao Xian and the rest were sent out by Yi Yuan to fish for information. Who knew that they would get hold of such a heavyweight news all at once? The first thing that Zhao Xian did when he got the information was to return to the sect without stopping to report this matter to Yi Yuan, who knew that Yi Yuan did not even furrow his eyebrows. He just said nonchalantly, when soldiers arrive, send a general to block. When water floods, use dirt to keep it out. Junior apprentice, brother, don't need to worry. A puny little Tier 4 Array Master still can't stir up too big of a wave. Zhao Xian was stunned and immediately said excitedly, a Tier 4 Array Master isn't Senior Apprentice Brother's match either? That's fantastic. Senior Apprentice Brother, no matter what you do, we all support you fully. After slaying Ma-Yi, Yi Yuan was already in existence akin to a divinity in the eyes of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples. As long as Yi Yuan did not fear, what did they have to fear as well? Furthermore, killing Ma-Yi greatly boosted the confidence of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples too. In their hearts, Soul Sea Realm was no longer an undefeatable existence anymore. Wasn't someone as powerful as Ma-Yi finished off by Yi Yuan in one move too? Although a Tier 4 Array Master was scary, seeing the composed look on Yi Yuan's face, Zhao Xax was instantly filled with confidence. So what if Tier 4 Array Master, with Senior Apprentice Brother Yi here, our Tranquil Cloud sect could absolutely stand firm and not fall? Yi Yuan said with a laugh, haha, it has been tiring for Junior Apprentice Brother. Go back and have a rest first. As long as us fellow apprentices unite and are of one mind, even if he Mingda personally came, what can he do to me? After Zhao Xian left, Yi Yuan moved to Victory Peak. This place was originally the place with a sect grand compet. One tie-in took place. Currently, it had become a cultivation holy land. In the entire plaza, there were roughly around 200 over Tranquil Cloud sect disciples currently. Among the remainder disciples, those who cultivated the sword were basically all here. These disciples, some are currently meditating to comprehend sword intent, some are currently practicing the sword, some are currently breaking down moves, so on and so forth. Yi Yuan briefly swept a glance around, but his gaze landed on Tianyu. Tianyu was currently meditating with his eyes shut. Although the outside world was very noisy, he seemed to be residing in a different world. 5 days had already gone by since Yi Yuan inscribed the sword characters. In these 5 days, Yi Yuan would come here to observe the fellow apprentices' situation every day. And in these 5 days, the one who improved the fastest was not Mo Yuntian, but it was Tianyu. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive to sword intent. Any hint of change to the seniors and juniors, he would take it all into sight. On the first day, Tianyu stood in front of the huge boulder and did not move a muscle, looking at it for an entire day. On the second day, Tianyu did not go and look at those sword characters anymore. He just meditated there the entire time. In 4 days, the sword intent on Tianyu's body condensed and did not dissipate, drawing the bow without discharging the arrow. It actually had the inclination of soaring to the skies. The fellow apprentices were all comprehending the sword characters on the huge boulders. But body approached within 100 feet of Tianyu's surroundings. Mo Yuntian appeared beside Yi Yuan since Di knew when and likewise sized up Tianyu in the distance. Junior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent is exceedingly high. He just comprehended for a day's time in front of the words you inscribed and actually had such a huge improvement, Mo Yuntian said with a gasp of admiration. Mo Yuntian was also a peerlessly talented individual, but compared to Tianyu, he was still much worse off. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is indeed shockingly talented, but for him to be able to have such a huge improvement, it was also due lucky chances." "Oh, what do you mean?" Senior apprentice brother Tianyu grew up with many admirers surrounding him like stars surrounding the moon and has never suffered huge setbacks. This mystic realm journey, he was captured to become a slave by fierce-scale world martial artists. This to him was undoubtedly unprecedented shame. After returning, Grand Elder Sky Maple was detained by the Purple Mansion sect, which stimulated his staunch personality even more. Before this, Senior apprentice brother Tianyu had already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Furthermore, his elementary form of true intent was born from the azure, dipper, purple yang sword art. That's why the words that I inscribed can have such great inspiration to him. Of course, there is still one point. My primary cultivation method is a fire tribute cultivation method too. There is a trace of concept of fire contained inside the sword intent as well. Him reaping the greatest harvest is also something within reason, Yi Yuan explained. When Mo Yuntian heard these words, he immediately saw the light. Sigh. To the present tranquil cloud sect, what it lacks most of all is time. If Tianyu and Wujiu this batch can grow up, our tranquil cloud sect can rise up once again. Mo Yuntian said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Pa-es, sing down the flame. Tranquil Cloud Sect has a soul. It won't be extinguished." Ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, while he had some unpleasantness with the Ouyang family, he could sense the spirit that the Tranquil Cloud Sect Pa-es set down. The sect's upper echelons were all people who carried ambition. From the state of Qin's 9 heavens roads Luyan, to Sky Maple, to Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian, they all had the spirit of lineal descent on them, which was the antic. 1. P. Asian of the sect, rising sharply anew. For the sake of this goal, they could sacrifice themselves without any hesitation at all. And this soul unfolded likewise on the bodies of these disciples before his eyes most vividly. Facing the besiegement of the Purple Mansion sect, they chose to sacrifice their lives for a just cause. With such a soul, Yi Yuan believed that the Tranquil Cloud sect would not be destroyed. At this time, Tianyu, who had been sitting quietly for 4 days, got up once more and came before the huge boulder again to contemplate on the inscribed words on the huge boulder. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan gave a gentle smile and said, "Looks like the sect has hopes for a revival." Chapter 456 N. What's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words? Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. N. What's the meaning of Junior Apprentice Brother's words? Mo Yuntian asked in confusion. You guess which sword character is he contemplating on? Mo Yuntian was stupefied briefly and looked at Tianyu again, involuntarily shaking his head. Tianyu's head was facing very high upwards, but as for which sword character he was looking at in particular, Mo Yuntian could not guess it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "If my conjectures are correct, Senior Apprentice Brother Tianyu is most likely already comprehending the 37th word." What? 37th word. Doesn't that mean? Mo Yuntian said in shock. Yi Yuan nodded and said with certainty, "That's right. He's already comprehending the final 9 words. As long as he can comprehend fully, his own true intent should be just about able to take form." The words that Yi Yuan inscribed on the huge boulder, each one was a minor realm. Every 9 was a major realm, advancing level by level gradually. Tianyu was already comprehending the 37th word, meaning that he had already reached the final phase. Wasn't such an improvement speed a little too fast? If Junior Apprentice Brother Tian, you can really fully comprehend his own true intent, then it will truly be the heavens not forsaking our tranquil cloud sect. So long as we cross this tribulation, we'll surely soar to the skies at once. Mo Yuntian was not dejected, but appeared very happy instead. Actually, the ones who comprehended the elementary form of true intent in our tranquil cloud sect isn't just senior apprentice Brother Tianyu alone. It's just I wonder if they're doing okay now. Yi Yuan suddenly lamented. What? There's still somebody who comprehended the elementary form of true intent? Who is it? Mo Yuntian was truly shocked. It's precisely the Long Tang who entered the sect together with me. In the sect Grand Compet 1. Tie-in previously, he already comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Yi Yuan said, Hiss, it's actually him. Mo Yuntian looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. Mo Yuntian noticed one thing. People who were close to Yi Yuan all seemed to have obtained enormous benefits. Tianyu was so, Long Tang was so, Nanfeng Ruoqing was so. Even he himself was similarly like so. Mo Yuntian did not know that even Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng's breakthroughs had close ties to Yi Yuan. Yes, presumably, the sect has already discovered his talent. That's why they would arrange for him to withdraw to the northern domain to preserve their strength. Yi Yuan said, among these many seniors and juniors, to say who Yi Yuan was most worried about, it was naturally the Nanfeng aunt and niece and Long Tang. But he inquired about, among the secret team headed for the northern domain this time, there was the three of them. This also put Yi Yuan's mind at ease considerably. If it's like this, the Tranquil Cloud sect can be said to have added a double insurance. Even if I have to risk this life, I, Mo Yuntian, will also have to ensure their safety. Mo Yuntian said firmly. Mo Yuntian knew that the sect's strongest genius was actually not Tianyu, nor was it Long Tang, but this person before him. It was just that him being together with Yi Yuan, not only could he not be of any assistance, he would instead become a burden. Right now, it was Yi Yuan protecting the Tranquil Cloud sect with his own strength, and not him, Mo Yuntian. Without Yi Yuan, the Tranquil Cloud sect would practically be utterly annihilated at this time, whence the resurgence. The small and weak Yi Yuan back then already grew into a towering tree current, sheltering the sect from the wind and rain. High. After several days, a shout akin to rolling thunder echoed throughout the entire sect. Tranquil Cloud sect's trash, listen up. Give you all 2 days to come out and surrender. Otherwise, when the formation is broken, nothing will be left intact. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were already in position long ago in the Grand Array Center. They could clearly sense 2 extremely powerful auras outside the Grand Array. Very clearly, these 2 people were the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, Liao Wenguang and Hejun. Many Tranquil Cloud sect disciples showed a nervous expression on their faces. Even though they were confident enough in Yi Yuan, facing middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouses, they still not could avoid feeling fear. Soul Sea Realm martial artist. Each minor realm had a tremendous difference. The strength of middle-stage Soul Sea Realm was completely not what that Ma-Yi could compare to. Want to come, then come. So much CR-AP. If you have the capabilities, break this Grand Array before talking. Yi Yuan's voice also transmitted out through the Grand Array. Liao Wenguang's brows furrowed and said, Humph! I want to see if this Grand Array of yours is really as powerful as rumored. With Ma Yi's failure serving as a warning, Liao Wenguang did not dare to be negligent. He directly took out his weapon, a blood-colored long saber. There's a show to watch now. Grand Elder Liao's blood-drinking saber is a 128 restrictions spirit artifact. Coupled with his Tier 4 martial technique, blood-drinking soul severing blade, it can be said to be unstoppable. Yeah, I heard that when Grand Elder Liao was still at the Sea Transformation Realm, he once relied on this saber to cut down 5 experts of the same realm. Now that so many years have passed, said this martial technique of his has probably attained perfection, right? Tranquil Cloud Sect this pack of morons. To actually dare kill Grand Elder Ma, truly causing their own ruin. Provoking Grand Elder Liao to come out is the dumbest thing that they have done. Liao Wenguang had already not come out of retirement for many years. These few years he had been very low profile as well, only appearing before people with first-level Soul Sea realm cultivation. But now he suddenly erupted with fourth-level Soul Sea realm strength. Body dared to disparage him. In all honesty, Body dared to look down on Soul Sea realm martial artists either. Liao Wenguang stood in the air, standing firm far away. The saber momentum rose, and at the same time, a crimson essence energy storm held in front of tranquil cloud Sect's gates instantaneously. Boundless killing intent undulated out. That level of power gave people a feeling like the mountains were crumbling and the ground splitting. Incomparably indomitable. The tranquil cloud sect disciples in the center of the formation distinctly sensed this pressure. Compared to Ma-E, this attack was more than a level stronger. Many tranquil cloud sect disciple had cold sweat coming out of their palms in anxiety, uncertain if Yi Yuan could withstand this attack. Blood-drinking soul severing blade. Liao Wenguang gave a low cry. Saber light towered to the skies, its momentum akin to rolling thunder, instantly slamming onto the grand array, only to hear a rumble, as if the entire spirit blessing mountain trembled a little. Everyone clearly sensed that an essence energy breach appeared on the grand array, but automatically recovered very soon. Seeing this scene, Liao Wenguang was not alarmed, but became excited instead, saying with a cold laugh, "I was wondering how powerful this grand array was. Turns out that it's merely on par with middle stage Soul Sea realm. Another few more times, and this grand array would most likely be collapsing, right? Grand Elder Liao is almighty. Grand Elder Liao is almighty." When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw this scene, they were all highly excited. Many among them followed Ma-E over here the previous time, including that Zhu Mingyu. On that day, they could be said to have experienced the most painful defeat in the history of the Purple Mansion sect, and felt like the entire world was falling apart. A Soul Sea realm martial artist was slain in front of the formation. This impact force was too intense, and today they had a feeling of walking about with their chins held high, and finally felt like they regained a set. Hence, each and every one of them was like on stimulants, praising Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang also felt very comfortable regarding this stuff. The feeling of being wars. HI plus ped by everyone was very wonderful. Ha! I'm going to go one more time to see how many of my attacks this grand array of yours can withstand. You all prepare well for me. After I blast this grand array open, you all charge inside in one breath and leave nothing behind. Liao Wenguang said with a loud laugh. Chapter 457 Rumble. Rumble. Another huge tremor. After a moment, the grand array recovered to normal once more. Liao Wenguang was very excited. He seemed to have seen the moment the grand array shattered. While by the side, He Jun was not as optimistic as Liao Wenguang. He stared at the grand array with heated eyes. It was also uncertain what he was thinking about. He brandished the blood-drinking saber and was just about to attack again when he heard He Jun said, "Forget it, old Liao. You can't break this grand array." Liao Wenguang's expression changed, and he said unhappily, "What are you talking about? Old He, you aren't afraid that I'd S-N-A-T-C-H credit from you, right?" He Jun shot him an indifferent glance and said, "Since you're talking like this, just take it like I didn't say anything. Go ahead and carry on trying." Liao Wenguang's expression was not very good, and was somewhat caught in a dilemma for a moment. To talk about martial strength, he obviously flung He Jun several streets behind. But to talk about understanding towards array formations, He Jun threw him more than 10 streets behind. Looking at the Realm Pa-S, Sageway on the verge of opening up, these Purple Mansion, Sect Soul Sea realm experts all wished to render contributions in front of the Wind Emperor. If Liao Wenguang could crack the formation independently, the merit this time would be his alone. He was obviously not willing to give this credit to He Jun, but he knew He Jun's formation's path attainments. If he was not exaggerating just to alarm people, then wouldn't he be wasting his energy? Ruminating briefly for a moment, Liao Wenguang said with a cold snort, "Humph! Try it out then." Liao Wenguang felt that his attack just now already caused considerable damage to the Grand Array. Redouble his effort, and he could definitely crack this formation. He Jun smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, but did not stop Liao Wenguang too much. There was not much nonsense. Liao Wenguang sent out another blade. This time he even increased his strength a little. Another intense tremor. The Grand Array seemed to be tottering on the verge of collapse already. Liao Wenguang shot He Jun a glare like putting on a show of force and increased his strength even more again. Liao Wenguang was highly excited, chopping out blade after blade. The Purple Mansion sect disciples only heard the rumbling sounds lingering incessantly in their ears, as if the entire spirit blessing mountain was crumbling. Yet, in a twinkle, Liao Wenguang slashed out over a dozen blades. The commotion caused was greater each time, and the Grand Array also quaked more intensely each time. But it just was not breached. Liao Wenguang was panting from exhaustion and finally became aware that something was not right. Unleash. H.I. plussing over a dozen blades consecutively. Moreover, each blade was more powerful than the last, as if every blade reached the limits that the Grand Array could withstand. That was also to say that this sect protecting Grand Array's limits was rising along with his attacks. Motherf asterisk cur. Wasn't this messing with your father? Liao Wenguang gnashed his teeth hatefully, his gaze involuntarily glancing over at He Jun. But he discovered that He Jun was looking at him composedly, seemingly watching a good show. To H-E-L-L with it. A person has to have a backbone. I want to see just where this Grand Array's limits lie. Liao Wenguang was fairly stimulated by He Jun's expression, and his stubborn temper flared up all at once. In front of thousands of Purple Mansion sect disciples, if Liao Wenguang yielded at this time, where would he put his face in the sect hereafter? Liao Wenguang at this time had already ridden on a tiger and found it hard to dismount. He could only toughen his scalp and continue attacking wildly. He could not care about saving whatever trump cards at this time too. Flinging caution to the wind, he used his strongest attacks all together. Yet it did not have any freaking use. Apart from huge tremors, the Grand Array still did not have any signs of the slightest trace of damage. Liao Wenguang was already dog-tired until he was about to collapse. Such powerful attacks, even if he was a middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse, he was also unable to sustain for too long. This, what the H-E-L-L is this Grand Array? Why is it so strong? Earlier, when I saw Elder Liao's attacks, I even thought that this Grand Array nothing more than this. But Elder Liao slashed out dozens of blades, and it actually still did not crack the formation. Wasn't it said that the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array was only a low-rank Tier 4 Grand Array? How can it possibly withstand Elder Liao's attacks? You guys look. Elder Liao is already tired until like this. To be able to exhaust a middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouse to this extent, this Grand Array is really... Up until now, it was all Elder Liao attacking. I was present on that day. This Grand Array clearly has people controlling and can even taking the initiative to attack, releasing an extremely terrifying light stream which instantly killed Elder Ma. Over on the Purple Mansion sect side, discussions were running rampant, especially those martial artists who experienced Ma Yi's death. Currently, their dread towards the Grand Array was at the peak. Up until this moment, this sect protecting Grand Array had been taking on a defensive stance. That extraordinarily powerful light stream had yet to appear until now. What if? Truly whatever one feared would come. After sustaining one of Liao Wenguang's attack, several streams of flowing light creeped out, chasing after Liao Wenguang. Liao Wenguang was practically at the extent of a nearly spent force already. The timing that these few streams of flowing light appeared was grasped very well too. It was precisely when Liao Wenguang's old force was spent and new strength had yet to be produced. Liao Wenguang's face changed drastically and hastily wanted to evade. But his essence energy was depleted right now. How could he still have the strength to run? The speed of the light streams was much faster than him. It caught up to his figure instantaneously. Bang! A huge air blast pushed Liao Wenguang far out, slamming heavily onto the ground. Liao Wenguang rolled a long way out on the ground and struggled to crawl to his feet, eating a mouthful of dust and in a very wretched state. The Grand Array restored its tranquility once more, as if nothing happened earlier. But Lian Wenguang had lingering fear. That life and death juncture, just now, if not for He Jun taking action to disperse those few streams of flowing light, he would most likely be following in Ma Yi's footsteps right now. He Jun, you know that this Grand Array is formidable. Why didn't you make a move earlier? Liao Wenguang came in before He Jun and said crossly. Liao Wenguang could not remember how long had it been since he was so miserable anymore. Today's encounter made him depressed to the max, and he very much needed to find a channel to vent. But He Jun said calmly, I warned you long ago. It was you who didn't listen to my advice and had to forcefully crack the formation. I made a move to save you earlier. It was fine if you didn't thank me. But you actually have the face to turn around and question me? You. Liao Wenguang actually had no words to retort with. This Grand Array is incredibly abstruse. It's completely not a low-rank tier 4 Grand Array. It's very different from the news that we understood before. He Jun said in a grave voice. Liao Wenguang's expression changed, and he said, What? Not low-rank tier 4? Then what grade? He Jun said, If my conjectures are right, this Grand Array is at least high-rank tier 4 level. Even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to forcefully crack the formation. Liao Wenguang's shock this time was extraordinary. He actually forgot the Imbara meant earlier for a moment and said in astonishment, Even Sect Master can't crack this Grand Array? Are you kidding? My attacks earlier clearly almost breached it already. It was just slightly lacking some firepower. He Jun had a disdainful face as he said with a cold smile, Drop it, you. Your attacks just now only scratched their itch for them. The person controlling the Grand Array had the Grand Array controlled at middle stage Soul Sea Realm level, just for the sake of saving essence energy. That's why your attacks can have that sort of effect. If not out of trepidation that the two of us were here, you would long be a dead body right now. Chapter 458, As Such a Shame. At the last moment, it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation center, Tian Yu said with a look of pity, As such a shame. At the last moment, it actually fell a step short of success. In the formation center, Tian Yu said with a look of pity. Tian Yu hated the Purple Mansion sect people to the bone. If not for his strength being lacking, he would have long slaughtered up to the Heavenly Sky sect. Now, seeing that Liao Wenguang was actually rescued by people, he immediately lamented endlessly. Sigh, just a bit more, and we could have killed that middle-stage Soul Sea Realm expert. Just a little bit more. A disciple hammered his chest and stomped his feet. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciples all nodded their heads secretly. Evidently, they completely felt the same way. Previously, they were all still very nervous, fearful that the Grand Array would not be able to sustain, and wished that they could transfer all the essence energy in their bodies to Yi Yuan. But after suffering several attacks, they discovered that the ever-triumphant middle-stage Soul Sea Realm powerhouse in their impression did not seem to be that scary either. Although the tremors that the Grand Array sustained was much greater than the previous time, The essence energy that Yi Yuan extracted from their bodies reduced a great deal instead. This aspect was because that their collective strength rose a huge step. The other aspect was because Yi Yuan intentionally preserved strength. But Yi Yuan turned around and said with a smile, haha, "Don't be anxious. The good show is just starting." Tian Yu's eyebrows shot up, and he said rather excitedly, "Junior apprentice brother Yi, could it be that you intended that earlier?" Yi Yuan nodded with a smile and said, "Kill one, and the other's alertness will become high. That array master would surely be very wary. Making him jump into the pit wouldn't be too easy then. That's a Tier 4 array master after all. He more or less still has some capabilities." Haha, like I said, brilliant, junior apprentice brother Yi. Truly brilliant. Tian Yu was thrilled and unwittingly raised a big thumbs up to Yi Yuan. Ha ha ha. Seeing Tian Yu's silly look, the disciple also could not help bursting into laughter. The jumpiness previously immediately vanished without a trace. Outside the sect's gates, Liao Wenguang's hair was standing on its end from shock. Only now did he know that he had already toured one round around the gates of H, L, L, and back. Recalling that scene earlier, Liao Wenguang had a bout of lingering fear and felt a swish of cold wind at the back too. Liao Wenguang swallowed his saliva and felt rather parched. "Old He, do as you say. I'll listen to you." This time, Liao Wenguang did not dare to show off his abilities and started to consult He Jun. He Jun was a Tier 4 array master after all. Liao Wenguang himself could not crack the formation. Evidently, there was only relying on He Jun. He Jun said with a smile, "Tier 4 and above grand arrays, even if it were me, cracking it is somewhat challenging too." Liao Wenguang saw that He Jun was deliberately keeping him in suspense and gnashed his teeth hatefully. But at this point, Liao Wenguang had no choice either. He could only rely on He Jun entirely. They pledged solemnly in front of Himingda before they departed to definitely crack the Grand Array and utterly eradicate the Tranquil Cloud sect. Yet now he nearly lost his little life, just now. A round of tongue loss. Plussing from Himingda could not be dispensed with when they returned. Only by annihilating the Tranquil Cloud sect could he look a little better in terms of face after returning. Old He. Everyone is serving the Wind Emperor. Don't hold the suspense already, all right? Liao Wenguang said unhappily. Pooh. Know that you're serving the Wind Emperor now. When you were SNATC, Hing credit just now, where did you put the Wind Emperor? Of course, He Jun did not say out these words. He just criticized in his heart. Liao Wenguang, this fellow, was too shameless. I've researched all the 8 great sect protecting grand arrays before. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting grand array's name is Yin-Yang, Turbid Heaven Grand Array. This array formation was originally a quasi-tier 5 array formation. Its power was extraordinary. It's just don't know what the reason was. The Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array seemed to have some imperfections, so it only had low-rank tier 4 power. He Jun said slowly. From He Jun's words, one could tell that the Purple Mansion sect had wild ambitions towards the southern domain and had long been making plans. He Jun had long researched the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array before, and more or less still had some understanding of the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Liao Wenguang said in astonishment, could it be that this array formation in front of us already has quasi-tier 5 Grand Array power? Doesn't that mean that, unless a divine traversing realm powerhouse came, otherwise we wouldn't be able to crack this Grand Array no matter what? He Jun shook his head and said, how can a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array be so easy to set up? At least in the southern domain, there's absolutely an body who can lay down a quasi-tier 5 Grand Array. Furthermore, according to what I know, this Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array's complete array formation was already lost. The Tranquil Cloud sect themselves can't set it up either. Liao Wenguang heaved a sigh and said, "Then your meaning is?" Although this array formation can't possibly reach quasi-tier 5 grand array standards, it has evidently been renewed and perfected by somebody. It should barely manage to reach high-rank tier 4 standards. Moreover, the strength of the person controlling the grand array is not beneath mine. Hence, wanting to directly crack the formation, I can't do it too, He Jun said with a grave face. What? This grand array has someone controlling? Furthermore, strength isn't beneath yours? In the land of the southern domain, other than the heavenly sky sex Zhou Yin, who else can reach your level? Liao Wenguang exclaimed in surprise. Liao Wenguang was utterly clueless about grand arrays and completely could not see through this array formation's profundities. But He Jun could perceive some inkling. The Tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain only had 2 people. One was He Jun. The other person was a heavenly sky sect grand elder called Zhou Yin. Before this, He Jun had secluded himself from society all along and did not come out. The Tier 4 array masters in the land of the southern domain was actually just this Zhou Yin alone. Hearing for the first time about this person whose formation's path standards were not beneath He Jun's controlling this grand array before their eyes, Liao Wenguang's astoundment could be imagined. One had to know that Zhou Yin was still being detained at Towering Peak. Then, who was inside the grand array? He Jun nodded his head slowly, and his expression had unspeakable solemnness. I also can't figure it out after racking my brain. Logically speaking, the Tranquil Cloud sect is the weakest sect among the 8 great sects. Counting in Luo Qingfeng, there are only just 2 soul sea realms as well. I really want to know who on earth is controlling this sect protecting grand array inside right now. Liao Wenguang felt rather parched. A Tier 4 array master whose strength was not inferior to He Ju, controlling a high-rank Tier 4 grand array. This was not something fun. His actions earlier were seriously too foolish. Thinking about it now, he was considered to have had a narrow escape. No wonder He Jun said previously that even if Sect Master came personally, he might not be able to crack this formation either. Then, what should we do now? Go back first to report this matter to Sect Master? Liao Wenguang no longer had the haughtiness of a soul sea realm right now. Instead, he became somewhat timid. He Jun shook his head and said, "We mobilized a huge force and raised a big rumpus to come here. How can we return empty-handed? He, encountering such an expert, old he. I am also itching to test my skills now. I really want to know who on earth is controlling the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array now. Although I can achieve directly cracking the formation, abating the power of this array formation, and finding the vulnerable areas of this grand array, I can still accomplish it. Old Liao, in a while I'll go crack the formation. You help support me from the sides and wait for my news. When I let you attack, you launch your attack with all your might and completely break this formation." As he said, He Jun flipped over his hand. His hand already had an additional bunch of multicolored small flags in it. He took out a yellow small flag, and his figure moved, arriving not far from the grand array, only to see him casually wave his hand. Vasquant. 1. Ties of heaven and damp. Earth essence energy released from the small flag and sunk into the Yin-Yang Turbid Heaven Grand Array. Chapter 459, He Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang, but it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably, like a cardiac tonic. He Jun's actions did not cause a huge uproar like Liao Wenguang, but it instantly boosted the confidence of the Purple Mansion sect disciples considerably, like a cardiac tonic. He Jun was the Southern Domain's only 2-tier 4 array master. Before today, Zhou Yun's famous name resounded through the Southern Domain because he was the only Tier 4 array master. But Zhou Yin was just an initial rank Tier 4 array master, while He Jun was a middle rank Tier 4 array master. If even He Jun could not crack this grand array before them, then body could crack this formation in the southern domain. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all held their breaths, staring at Hee-Jun's actions fixedly, fearful of making any bit of noise and disturbing him cracking the formation. When the essence energy released by Hee-Jun through the yellow tiny flag touched the Grand Array, it was the peaceful surface of a quiet lake having a rock tossed into it, immediately stirring up waves of ripples. The Grand Array suddenly exploded with light, seemingly wanting to shake off this strand of essence energy. Hee-Jun had a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he said, "The prismatic illusionary moon flags are a 128 restrictions spirit artifact and also my lifeblood spirit artifact. Even a high-rank tier 4 array master can't possibly blast it off either. Be good. It will all be over very soon." Hee-Jun continuously released essence energy, tightly entangling the Grand Array. After a moment, Hee-Jun's gaze turned intent, and he unleashed essence energy to shoot the yellow tiny flag out. Clank! A crisp sound came over. The yellow tiny flag inserted deep into a boulder not far away. The Grand Array seemed to have suffered damage. The light actually dimmed greatly in an instant. Ha ha ha! Elder, he is awesome. Elder, he is indeed worthy of being a tier 4 array master, cracking this Grand Array and simply reaching out a hand to grab it. This Tranquil Cloud sect has been to see, KY in front of us. Did you see that stone plaque? This time, they finally got their faces smacked by Elder he, right? Wait until Elder he cracks the Grand Array. I'll definitely smash that stone plaque into pieces. When the Purple Mansion sect disciples saw the Grand Array tottering, each and every one of them was unbelievably eager, especially the disciples who came here last time. They were indeed suppressed too heavily these few days. The Purple Mansion sect that swept away all resistance actually did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of the weakest Tranquil Cloud sect. This was too humiliating. Now, seeing that the Grand Array had hopes of being cracked by Hee-Jun, they all had an impulse to vent out their oppression. But Hee-Jun himself was very composed, only to see him take out another green tiny flag, casting it in the same manner and nailing it onto a huge tree. This time, the Grand Array's light dimmed some more. The Purple Mansion sect disciples were even more excited. Each one of them was like on stimulants, only to see each and every one of them rub their fists and wipe their palms, all Wisconsin H. Plussing to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud sect at the first moment. Even Liao Wingguang had glittering eyes at this time and a feeling of eagerness to have a go. Old, he indeed has some skills. If I listened to him earlier, I wouldn't have lost so much face too. Liao Wingguang was regretting secretly. While at this time, the expressions of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples in the center of the array were not too good. The array formation that they were in was adjoined into one with the Grand Array and could deeply sense that the Grand Array was currently being weakened. All of them were very worried. J. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is this all right? The Grand Array seems to have weakened again. Yeah, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi. Don't be miserly with our essence energy. Even if we are sucked dry, that's fine too, as long as the Grand Array can be protected. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, we don't fear death. If you need essence energy, feel free to use. My brows won't furrow at all. The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples were all trying to get a word in with Yi Yuan. Each and every one of their eyes looked death calmly in the face. All had the preparation to sacrifice their lives for the sect. Yi Yuan turned around and said with a faint smile, "Seniors and juniors, relax. When I need your essence energy, this you won't hold back. But it's not to the point of the end of our ropes. Seniors and juniors don't need to lose all hope like so either. Everything is within grasp." The Tranquil Cloud sect disciples exchanged glances, all seeing the excitement in the other person's eyes. Not that they did not believe Yi Yuan, but because the Purple Mansion sect's strength was really too strong. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that the array formation was being weakened. That was why they were so anxious. But Yi Yuan's one sentence put all of their minds at ease. The present Yi Yuan had this capability. He Jun had a total of 7 little flags in his hands. They were respectively 7 types of colors. By the time the final blue flag stuck into place, the brilliance given off by the grand array was abetted to the extreme all at once, like a person receiving heavy wounds, but just seriously injured. The grand array did not collapse with a loud crash. Moreover, the grand array seemed to have spirituality. The radiance was bright at times and dark at times. It seemed to be struggling even more intensely compared to before. Those 7 little flags actually showed signs of loosening. He Jun did not dare to slight it. Plus, H.I. Plussing with both palms, 7 streaks of essence energy strands flowed out from his palm, instantly connecting onto those 7 little flags. The 7 little flags stabilized very quickly. Seeing that Liao Wenguang was still in a daze, He Jun yelled out loudly, "What are you stoning there for?" Quickly attacked the grand array. Liao Wenguang was shocked awake abruptly. Essence energy erupted in an instant. This time, Liao Wenguang maneuvered practically all the essence energy that could be mobilized in his entire body, pouring all of it into the blood-drinking saber. Blood-drinking saber immediately emitted an extremely blinding red glow. An utterly horrifying aura undulated out. "Break for me!" Liao Wenguang swung his long saber. A terrifying attack surged forward towards the grand array. Rumble! Rock fragments flew all around. A large stretch of land outside the gates was practically flattened. The power of this one attack was too strong. Elder Liao is almighty. Elder Liao is awesome. Kill. Kill all of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's people. Take revenge for Elder Ma-Yi. The Purple Mansion sect disciples all charged over towards the gates, wanting to charge inside the Tranquil Cloud Sect. However, the expressions on He Jun and Liao Wenguang, the 2 of their faces, did not become eager. It turned grave instead. Liao Wenguang's attack earlier did not receive any obstruction. It seemed to directly pass through the grand array. What was doing on here? It was still He Jun who reacted to it first. His expression unwittingly changed vividly, howling at Liao Wenguang. "Not good! Baited! Quickly run!" Liao Wenguang was stunned. Then his expression immediately changed dramatically too, because at this time, the grand array suddenly exploded with rays of light. Those dazzling rays of light was even more intense than before. How was there any hint of being restrained? Hundreds of light streams released from within the grand array, speeding towards He Jun and Liao Wenguang rapidly. Liao Wenguang was all too clear regarding the prowess of this flowing light. He nearly died under these light streams just now. There were only several streams of flowing light earlier, but now there were hundreds. Because of cracking the formation, plus the effects of He Jun's prismatic illusionary moon flags, the 2 people's distance from the grand array was already very close, and Yi Yuan was waiting for this moment. Bang! 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 Violent explosion sounds sounded in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's gates. Those hundreds of light streams seemed like rolling thunder cascading down from the horizon, blasting what was in front of the Tranquil Cloud Sect's gates beyond recognition. After the explosions before the Tranquil Cloud Sect gates, it was as still as death. Chapter 460. What did you say? Tell me again, one more time. What did you say? Tell me again, one more time. Heavenly Sky Sect's Great Hall. When He Mingda heard the Sea Transformation Realm Elder Zhu Mingyu's report, he stood up with a start, a face full of disbelief. Zhu Mingyu was covered in wounds all over his body, looking very alarming. But his injuries had clearly already been through treatment and was not a big deal. Seeing He Mingda question, Zhu Mingyu said through sobs, "El-Lord Sect Master, Grand Elder He and Elder Liao were killed on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. The 1,500 disciples this trip, The casualties exceed half. Just the sea transformation realm elders, close to as many as 80 people were lost. Zhu Mingyu still had fear in his eyes. He was already scared out of his wits by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array. First was personally witnessing the first-level soul, sea, realm die before his eyes. Then he witnessed with his own eyes the fourth-level soul, sea, realm Hejun and Liao Wenguang dying before him. This image would probably never be erased from his mind in this lifetime. After Hejun and Liao Wenguang died, he became the person with the highest strength in that team. If not for coming to deliver the news to Himingda, he wished that he could immediately find a place to enter terminal seclusion and not come out even if he was beaten to death. Even now, his voice was still trembling unceasingly when speaking. Since the realm Pa-S, Sageway was linked up, martial artists below the Soul Sea realm could enter the endless world. These few months' time, there were already many sea transformation realm and crystal formation realm martial artists that entered the endless world. They were all under Himingda's command. Otherwise, with the Purple Mansion sect's might alone, they had no way of attaining such horrifying strength either. With these reinforcements, the Purple Mansion sect's strength had long surpassed, said the Heavenly Sky sect. That was why they could take down the entire southern domain without shedding a drop of blood. Yet, with each word that Zhu Mingyu said, Himingda's heart would drip a drop of blood. By the time Zhu Mingyu finished talking, Himingda felt like the blood in his heart were almost drained dry already. He plopped his bottom back onto his seat, his face in a complete daze. The losses from the attack on the Tranquil Cloud sect this time was too grievous. The Tranquil Cloud sect's accident still made Himingda attach importance to it. That was why attacking the Tranquil Cloud sect this time, he practically sent nearly 40% of the Purple Mansion sect's martial artists. This trip, just the Sea Transformation realm martial artists had over 100 people. Yet, of these 100 people, only 50 to 60 came back. Among them, many were laden with heavy injuries. They most likely would not have much endeavors in the future either. According to Zhu Mingyu's description, Hejun and Liao Wenguang were slain on the spot by the Tranquil Cloud sect protecting Grand Array, while the other disciples thought that the Grand Array was broken and charged inside the Grand Array's range of fire crazily. In the end, because Zhu Mingyu had to supervise his actions were a step slow and just happened to rush to the peripherals of the sect protecting Grand Array, saving his life instead. Himingda never would have dreamt that the Purple Mansion sect would actually suffer such a calamitous defeat in the southern domain. 2 middle-stage soul, sea realm experts. This was absolutely a top beam-like existence to the Purple Mansion sect. Now, they actually perished together. Poor work. Himingda only felt sweetness in his throat, spewing out a mouthful of blood. Even with Himingda's forbearance and wisdom, he also could not quite accept such a defeat at this time. Lord Sect Master! Lord Sect Master! The Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons were also in overwhelming shock earlier, seeing Himingda spew blood at this time. They could not help turning pale in alarm. Himingda waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. He opened his mouth and said to Zhu Mingyu, "Mingyu, you tell me the situation at that time. Don't miss out anything at all." Zhu Mingyu was seriously unwilling to recall the situation back then, but the sect master raised it up. He had no choice but to force himself to look back upon it either. Right away, Zhu Mingyu described the situation back then in detail. Although they were not involved personally, when they heard Zhu Mingyu's narrative, the Purple Mansion sect's upper echelons still felt a cold blast of wind hit them from behind. Zhu Mingyu said that he had yet to approach the Grand Array and he already ended up looking like this. Those Purple Mansion sect disciples who charged inside the Grand Array's attack range definitely died very miserably. Himingda's brows virtually knitted until they became one. He asked Zhu Mingyu. Hejun said back then that even if I went, I can't crack the Grand Array either. Zhu Mingyu nodded and said, "Yes, elder, he said that at that time. Furthermore, seeing Zhu Mingyu wanting to speak but holding back, Mingda said unhappily, "Whatever you have, say it." Yes, disciple feels that even if sect master went to crack the formation personally, you'd most likely. Zhu Mingyu still did not finish the words at the back, but everyone understood his meaning and could not help drawing a cold breath. His meaning was that even if Mingda personally went to crack the formation, he might not be able to retreat unscathed too. Looking from this, how strong was this grand array? Mingda did not reveal a surprised expression. From Zhu Mingyu's account just now, he already knew this point. The power of this grand array simply said their imaginations. Mingda muttered under his breath, "Just what happened to the Tranquil Cloud sect? How could such a powerful existence suddenly pop out? Could it be that the Tranquil Cloud sect has somebody who acquired the grand and true sect's inheritance back then?" At this time, a young profile stood up from the crowd. If Yi Yuan was here, he would recognize that this person was precisely the Lin Chao who he had not seen for a long time. Several months of not meeting. The present Lin Chao actually already cultivated to peak 9th level C transformation realm. He followed the Lan family tribe into the central capital back then. But at this time he already returned to the Purple Mansion sect. And those fierce-scale world martial artists were precisely brought back by him. Lord Sect Master, disciple has a bold conjecture. It's just I don't know if it's right or not. Lin Chao had a profound look in his gaze. Mingda's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, "So it's Lin Chao. Is it possible that you know who this person controlling the Grand Array is?" Lin Chao shook his head and said, "Lin Chao dare not confirm. But to say the person with the greatest possibility, and body else, is worthy accept him." Mingda asked puzzledly, "Oh, who?" "Yi Yuan." Lin Chao said. Mingda's brows furrowed slightly. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Lin Chao did not waste his breath and recounted some of the events that happened within the mystic realm, greatly astonied. Plussing Mingda and the other upper echelons. "You're saying that this Tranquil Cloud sect disciple Yi Yuan entered Tier 4 and Tier 5 Grand Arrays like it were flat ground. Moreover, he even relied on a set of Tier 3 array formation to battle 4C transformation realms with spirit condensation realm cultivation?" Mingda felt that Lin Chao's words were like a joke, but he was deeply aware that it was impossible for Lin Chao to make a joke about this sort of thing. After Lin Chao completed the mission that the sect assigned, they started the grand plan of unifying the southern domain after coming back, and simply did not have the time to report this matter to Mingda. To think that over a month said such a huge pandemonium would actually appear. Furthermore, when Lin Chao came back, he already knew that Yi Yuan infiltrated the fierce Gale world. He felt that it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to return alive. Yet the huge, unforeseen accident at the Tranquil Cloud sect now. Lin Chao seriously could not think of anybody more likely than Yi Yuan. Seeing Mingda pose a question, Lin Chao clasped his hands and said, "Disciple dare not talk nonsense. If there wasn't this Yi Yuan, perhaps disciple would not be able to pa S through the array formation laid out by the Grand Yen True sect either, and also could not have completed the mission at all." Chapter 461. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this. The group of upper echelons was exchanging glances. Clearly, this was their first time receiving information like this, and the shock that this news gave everyone was too overwhelming. According to what Lin Chao said, Yi Yuan only had a 7th level spirit condensation realm cultivation when he entered the mystic realm. He could actually traverse as easily as flat ground within Tier 4 and Tier 5 Grand Arrays at such a realm. Was this a joke? Yet, when placing this kind of unimaginable things on the present Tranquil Cloud sect, it was also the most logical explanation. From Yi Yuan's performance at that time, one could tell that his attainments in the formation's path most likely Serpa said the level of Tier 4 long ago. Without such strength, how could he control the sect protecting Grand Array and cut down 3 Soul C realm powerhouses too? But from then until now, merely a few short months had said. This Yi Yuan could not go so far as to reach the level of Soul C realm, right? This news was layered with contradictions within. There were many unexplainable issues, but looking at the outcome, it was also the most reasonable explanation. The Tranquil Cloud sect actually took in such a monstrous disciple. This is quite troublesome, He Mingde said with a frown. He Mingde believed that Lin Chao would not joke around with this matter. Now, the Tranquil Cloud sect was defending this Grand Array to the bitter end. There were no divine traversing realm powerhouse who came forth. The sect would be like a porcupine being covered in spikes everywhere. They would be completely helpless against the sect. This war really struck He Mingde until his flesh hurt. With the lesson this time, he no longer dared to storm the Tranquil Cloud sect. Moreover, what kind of visual prowess did He Mingde had? He had long seen through that Zhu Mingyu, who was already started dreading from the bottom of his heart. Even a peak 9th level C transformation realm expert was frightened until like this, let alone ordinary disciples. 2 middle stage Soul C realm grand elders perished under the Grand Array just like that. Most likely there was an body who dared to deliver themselves to death anymore either. Lin Chao's eyes glimmered and said, "This boy's talent can no longer be described using monstrous. But he has a huge Achilles heel. Maybe we can move in from this point." He Mingde's eyes narrowed and seemed to already know what Lin Chao was talking about. "You're saying those prisoners on the towering peak?" Lin Chao nodded and said, "That's right. This boy is somebody who values ties enormously. He originally had the chance to leave the mystic realm individually, but infiltrated the fierce Gale world without any hesitation. I'm thinking that since he has this weakness, why don't we make use of it? As long as we force him out of the Grand Array, why would we need to worry about being unable to deal with him?" "What if he doesn't come out?" asked a Soul Sea Realm elder. "Then we'll kill one by one. Kill all the way until he comes out." These words were said by Lin Chao with a smile, except his smile looked so cruel. These few days, the entire Tranquil Cloud sect was in jubilation. This was a merry and hearty, huge victory. The Tranquil Cloud sect relied on the sect protecting Grand Array to cut down 2 middle-stage Soul Sea realm powerhouses. This was absolutely a one-of-a-kind victory in the history of the Southern Domain. In the hearts of the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples, Yi Yuan was already in existence that approached Geode-like. They knew fully well that even if Grand Elder Sky Maple and Sect Master Luo were here, they completely could not do it to Yi Yuan's extent either. Yi Yuan was simply sent by the heaven to save the Tranquil Cloud sect. With these 2 huge victories, the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples' fear towards the Purple Mansion sect were long tossed to the back of their minds. Now, even if He Mingde came forth personally, they would also stand behind Yi Yuan without any signs of fear to transfer essence energy to him unceasingly. But Yi Yuan suddenly announced close seclusion ever since the great battle previously, leaving all of the sex matters to Mo Yuntian to manage. Everyone's enthusiasm had nowhere to release, so they might as well busy with their own matters. Of course, even more disciples continued comprehending the inscribed characters that Yi Yuan left on Victory Peak, hoping to raise their mastery of concepts as soon as possible. The greatest improvement was naturally still Tianyu. Now, there was already an body who could approach the area of 200 feet around him. Apart from Tianyu, Mo Yuntian's improvement was also rather swift. Through a period of contemplating, Mo Yuntian already understood the profundities of the 30th sword character and was currently comprehending the 31st character. This period of time Yi Yuan made use of the square cauldron to refine a large batch of jade spirit pills too. Since returning from the fierce Gale world, Yi Yuan had basically ceased comprehending concepts. As long as he had spare time, Yi Yuan would basically be cultivating essence energy. Before the great battle, Yi Yuan was only a step away from the 9th level crystal formation realm. After that fight, Yi Yuan reckoned that the Purple Mansion sect would most likely have to properly plan for a period of time. Hence, he announced closed seclusion at the first instance he had. After 3 days, Yi Yuan directly burst past the 9th level crystal formation realm barrier. TSK, Big Brother can indeed fight it out with me. His cultivation completely has no bottlenecks at all. White Light was clicking his tongue as he said with a sigh, Young Master's concepts are much higher than his realm. Give him another 1 or 2 years. Him breaking through to the divine, traversing realm directly isn't anything much either. Yuan Fei said with a nod. I really don't know how he cultivates. He isn't much older than me either. His comprehension of concepts is actually so high. Big Brother said that he was going to directly break through to the sea transformation realm, this closed seclusion. When he exits, the expressions on those tranquil cloud sect disciples' faces must be very fascinating. White Light was very excited, in a manner like desiring for the world to plunge into chaos. But Yuan Fei did not refute it. He also knew that what White Light said was correct. The medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined, the medicinal efficacy was multiple, even over 10 times of others. Plus his extremely heaven-defying cultivation method. He was totally unafraid of absorbing too much medicinal strength and could not withstand it. His cultivation speed was practically dozens of times of other ordinary people. Such a cultivation speed, these lower realm martial artists could not be not astonished even if they wanted to. After entering seclusion, Yi Yuan was basically refining essence energy all the time. His realm was also rising extremely rapidly. Another 8 days passed, said. Yi Yuan finally reached peak 9th level crystal formation realm in one stroke. At this time, the insides of Yi Yuan's dantian already swelled up. The fist-sized essence energy, crystalline body, practically filled up his dantian. Afterward, Yi Yuan spent another 2 days to consolidate his realm and started to break through to the sea transformation realm directly. Sea transformation realm was just a transitionary realm, but was an undeniably important realm. Shattering core, transforming sea. The size of the essence energy sea formed, as well as the quality, determined the heights that one would attain in the future to a very large degree. After shattering the core, the entire dantian would crumble. The original dantian would vanish. Within the martial artist's body, ASPAC will naturally form, which was used to accommodate the essence energy C. When ordinary 4 or 5 spirit liquid drops martial artists cultivated to the sea transformation realm, they could basically only condense a fist-sized essence energy C. In theory, the more spirit liquid the martial artist had, the larger the essence energy C condensed. Furthermore, the size of the essence energy C condensed for the first time also determined the limits of the martial artist in the future. That was why it was said that this realm that was not a major realm was of utmost importance. Yi Yuan condensed the perfect 9 spirit liquid drops at that time. The essence energy crystalline body within his body at this time was much stronger compared to normal martial artists. Regarding how large an essence energy C he could condense, Yi Yuan was very curious too. Haha, I wonder how large an essence energy C I can condense with my present state coupled with the C expanding pill. I'm really quite looking forward to this. Yi Yuan said with a chuckle. As he said those words, Yi Yuan swallowed a dark medicinal pill. The essence energy within his body began to seethe. His dantian area started collapsing. Chapter 462 Hiss. Hiss. Yi Yuan took a deep, cold breath. The feeling of his dantian collapsing was not so easy to withstand. He felt like there was somebody using a 300,000 catty hammer to pound his abdomen right now. That sort of agony practically made him unable to catch his breath. Shattering core, transforming sea, it was not something fun. There was no small number of martial artists who dared not take this step in their entire lives. A moment of carelessness, and it was the outcome of the Tao dissipating and Paris. I plussing. In truth, among myriad worlds, there were martial artists who died at this step every second. In his previous life, Yi Yuan likewise went through this process. That sort of hovering the line of life and death agony was still fresh in his memories up until now. But this lifetime's shattering core seemed to be even more excruciating than the previous one. This time, Yi Yuan shattered the core under a virtually perfect condition. The essence energy in his body had already reached a saturated degree. The collapse of such thick essence energy was not something fun either for Yi Yuan. Rumble. Yi Yuan's dantian cracked open inch by inch, seemingly like dried-up earth, becoming full of fissures. What had fissured was not just the dantian. It also included the essence energy, crystalline body within the dantian. The cracks became increasingly larger, bigger and bigger. Finally, it broke into pieces with a loud bang. Arg! Yi Yuan gave a long howl, venting out all of the anguish. At this moment, the torment reached its peak too. But this was only the beginning. The fragmented essence, energy, crystalline body still continued to splinter, and it was crumbling. Once this process of shattering the core started, it was akin to a world collapsing, all the way until everything turned into nothingness. Right then, a streak of gentle medicinal strength merged into Yi Yuan's dantian area, splaws. I plussing on those essence, energy, crystal bodies, and the fragmented dantian. In an instant, Yi Yuan's pain faded away considerably. This sea-expanding pill was a divine realm's top-grade tier, 3 medicinal pill. It was used specifically to impact the sea transformation realm. The lower realms did not have it at all. This period of time, Yi Yuan roamed many places and also had been collecting the various medicinal herbs that this sea-expanding pill required. Yi Yuan found several in the mystic realm. The remaining few medicinal herbs that were harder to find, Yi Yuan found them all at Star Abyss's place. Although the fierce Gale world was Spa, R, S, E in resources, the Alchemist A, S association was the pinnacle existence of the world after all. Finding several types of medicinal herbs still did not pose an issue. This sea-expanding pill was not an ordinary medicinal pill. Even in the divine realm, there were scanty few who knew it well enough. This kind of medicinal pill was what the various top factions in the divine realm used to groom junior disciples. Furthermore, only those true geniuses could obtain this medicinal pill. The reason was none other than because only the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association, the two great powers, had this pill formula. The sea-expanding pill could not only reduce the pain when the martial artist was breaking through to the sea transformation realm, but it would also even help the martial artist expand their essence energy, sea, to the maximum limit. Such an effect would make any 9th level crystal formation realm martial artist go nuts. This was a medicinal pill that could raise a martial artist's potential. Even if the martial artist's essence energy, sea, only expanded a little bit, the martial artist would benefit for life too. Moreover, to apex geniuses, this tiny bit of difference might determine whose accomplishments would be higher. Very soon, those essence energy crystals crumbled into a powder-like state. But it was not over yet. Those powder-like crystal bodies finally turned into nothing. Yi Yuan's dantian area was now stark empty. It was as if it was a black hole. Wonder how large Big Brother's essence energy, sea, will be. White light was also highly antic. One p-ating it. By the side, Yuan Fei's expression became solemn too as he said in a grave voice, "It's here." His voice had yet to fade when the essence energy in the cultivation chamber was instantaneously siphoned empty. Hiss! Yuan Fei and White Light exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment in the other party's eyes. This was the cultivation room that the Tranquil Cloud Sect elders normally used to cultivate. The density was 20 times of the outside world. Such thick heaven and earth essence energy was actually siphoned dry in an instant. Fortunately, Yi Yuan improved this cultivation room's spirit gathering formation before his retreat. Soon enough, large quant. 1. Ties of essence energy replenished inside again. But once these essence energies came in, it was immediately sucked dry by Yi Yuan again. Such an absorption speed made Yuan Fei and White Light unbelievably shocked. They were both demonic beasts with inherited memories and were very clear regarding the cultivation of human sea transformation realm martial artists. When ordinary martial artists were breaking through to the sea transformation realm, it was simply impossible to have such absorption rate. The speed of the absorption indicated that Yi Yuan's essence energy still needed Civ amounts of essence energy. These essence energies were just trying to put out a burning cartload of firewood with a cup of water to Yi Yuan. When the essence energy entered the body from all over Yi Yuan's body, it was instantaneously sucked dry by the black hole inside his body. Soon enough, Yi Yuan's black hole-like Dantian region had an additional pool of liquid state essence energy, suspended in the center of the black hole. This was the essence energy, that had yet to take form. And what's happening? The essence energy here seems to be draining away. Could it be that there's somebody breaking through? But there are too many people breaking through these few days. Body caused such a commotion either. Oh, right, isn't Junior Apprentice Brother Yi in close seclusion? Is it possible that he's breaking through? There's really that possibility. Boo, could it be that he's breaking through to the sea transformation realm? Otherwise, why would there be such a huge bustle? Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is in seclusion in the Elder's cultivation room. The essence energy density there is 20 times of the outside world. That still isn't enough for him to absorb? Do you think that using common sense to gauge Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is reliable? The essence energy around Yi Yuan's cultivation room was sucked dry by the spirit gathering formation. The absorption area began to widen out, alarming the other Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples. Yet Body could have expected that this kind of situation persisted for as long as 3 days. Yi Yuan's essence energy, was just like a bottomless pit. It was seemingly unable to be filled no matter how one tried. Old Yuan, will Big Brother be okay? He had already been absorbing essence energy for 3 days. Just how big is his essence energy? White Light was somewhat filled with anxiety. Yuan Fei had a face full of astonishment too. These 3 days, he and White Light watched Yi Yuan absorb essence energy the entire time. The essence energy in this cultivation room simply had not filled to the brim even up till now. Just how large did this essence energy had to be able to absorb at such a rate and amount? I don't know either. But I reckon that young Master's essence energy, is at least this big? Yuan Fei gestured a bit, roughly the size of a bathtub. This was already Civ for a first-level sea transformation realm martial artist. The essence energy of the vast majority of sea transformation realm martial artists when just broken through realm was only the size of a fist. Even for some genius martial artists, their essence energy were merely the size of a bowl. The fierce Gale world Zhao Qinggan when just broken through to the sea transformation realm was just the size of a face basin too. This was already the top existence within a world. At this time, Yuan finally opened both eyes slowly. When Yuan Fei saw Yi Yuan's eyes, he actually had a feeling of not daring to stare at it directly. His present realm was clearly around the same as Yi Yuan's. but he felt immense pressure. "B-Boss, are you okay still?" White Light asked with somewhat of a parched mouth. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile and said, "Never felt better." Then, "Just how large is your essence energy C?" White Light still could not resist asking. Chapter 463 Around. "A circumference of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "Around. A circumference of 10 feet, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. "What? 10 feet?" White Light and Yuan Fei's eyes revealed immense shock at the same time. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "And this breakthrough is still considered pretty good. A little better than imagined." "Pretty good?" It was simply heaven-defying, okay. What kind of notion was a circumference of 10 feet? The essence energy C of third-level C transformation realms might not reach 10 feet either. After entering the C transformation realm, the focus of martial artist cultivation would be on the essence energy C. Martial artists needed to expand the essence energy C continuously to let the essence energy C within their dantianas C become increasingly more. Even for some powerful third-level C transformation realms, very few among them would have essence energy C that could reach a circumference of 10 feet. A circumference of 10 feet was the limit that third-level C transformation realms could attain. Only those peerlessly talented geniuses could reach a circumference of 10 feet. But the problem was that Yi Yuan was only at the first-level C transformation realm. That was also to say that the essence energy reserves in Yi Yuan's body right now was already more impressive compared to most third-level C transformation realms. Seen before freaks, but never seen before such a freakish one. If this were to spread out, how would this let other martial artists live on? Big brother, you're really too perverse. Those pinnacle geniuses in the divine realm are but your standard too, right? In White Light's inherited memories, there were some records regarding the divine realm. Hence, he knew what kind of a freakish standard Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time reached. A lower realm martial artist on the same level as a divine realm's pinnacle genius. How monstrous of a talent did this need? Yi Yuan naturally knew that divine realm standards, an essence energy C with a circumference of 10 feet was also absolutely an outstanding existence when placed among those of the same generation in the divine realm. Those major factions, junior generation that could reach a circumference of 10 feet when breaking through to the C transformation realm absolutely did not surpa. S the number fingers on one hand as well. How could the crystal formation realms in the divine realm be limited to just millions upon millions? Not Serpa. Sing the number of fingers on one hand. It could be seen how immense the difficulty was. Yi Yuan had the perfect spirit condensation too. Adding on the effects of the sea expanding pill, he reached such a degree. Hence, regarding the breakthrough this time, Yi Yuan was still rather pleased. At least he knew that when Ji Kanglin broke through to the sea transformation realm back then, he did not reach such a perfect state either. But Yi Yuan also knew that the factors affecting a martial artist's growth were too numerous. Even if he Serpa said the sea transformation realm period Ji Kanglin, he did not have any areas worthy of being prideful either, because what he had to face was the divine king realm Ji Kanglin. But no matter what, this was a very good start. With his present state, he could basically sweep away sea transformation realm martial artists in the lower realms. Even when facing a first-level Soul Sea realm powerhouse, he had the strength to fight it out now too. Haha. The sea transformation realm is only the beginning. Haven't even reached the middle 3 stages yet. There's still a long way down the road. Not much of a big deal. Let's go out to take a look first. Towards such a breakthrough, Yi Yuan himself took it very indifferently. He needed formidable strength right now and not to crush those in the same generation. Yi Yuan's gaze had never been on those in the same generation. because he and those in the same generation were not in the same world to begin with. One, he stepped out. Mo Yuntian came forward to greet. The moment he saw Yi Yuan, his eyes could not help becoming intent as he said in shock, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, you actually broke through to the sea transformation realm already. In truth, Yi Yuan breaking through to sea transformation realm was not what he was most surprised by. What Mo Yuntian was most taken aback by was that when he faced Yi Yuan, he actually had a feeling of beholding a great mountain. He had only experienced this kind of feeling with sect master Luo Qingfeng before. How was this possible? Could it be that Yi Yuan already reached sect master's height? But he was only at the first level C transformation realm. Yi Yuan said with a smile, and the seclusion this time was in order to break through to the C transformation realm. Fortunately, the process went quite smoothly. Is Senior Apprentice Brother Mo looking for me for something? Mo Yuntian nodded his head and said with a solemn look, Zhao Xen, they all sent news. Purple Mansion sect master, He Mingda, personally led several thousand disciples to charge over to the Tranquil Cloud sect in mighty contingents. They will reach the Tranquil Cloud sect after 5 days. Yi Yuan said, there should be other news, right? Mo Yuntian was stunned and said in surprise, how does Junior Apprentice Brother know? This time He Mingda is escorting Grand Elder Sky Maple, Sect Master as well as Master, Hull Headling they all over here together. Looks like they want to force us out of the Grand Array. Yi Yuan did not show a surprised expression. It was as if he had long expected this matter. He did not go along with Mo Yuntian's words to continue asking, but he inquired, how's Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu's progressed these few days? Mo Yuntian could not quite follow Yi Yuan's thought process. What was the meaning of asking about Tian Yu at this time? Could it be that Tian Yu breaking through realms had any impact on the battle situation? Mo Yuntian was just about to speak when all of a sudden, a streak of sword intent shot towards the skies. The entire Tranquil Cloud sect could see it clearly. Looking at the direction, it was precisely the direction of Victory Peak. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, looks like Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu broke through. Come, Senior Apprentice Brother Mo, let's go take a look at Victory Peak together. On Victory Peak, sword intent pervaded all around. All the disciples did not dare to approach at all. Tian Yu's clothes were flapping. His entire being was akin to a celestial D descending upon the mortal world. After a long while, that boundless sword intent all returned to Tian Yu's body. The present Tian Yu was akin to a drawn sharp sword, incomparably fierce and sharp. Clap, clap, clap. Unexpected applause sounded. A voice was heard. Haha. Congratulations to Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu for comprehending true intent. Our Tranquil Cloud sect has hope for revival. Tian Yu's entire body quivered. Arriving before Yi Yuan with a flash, he gave a solemn bow as he said, for Tian Yu to be able to have this day, it's all due to Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's credit. After today, I, Tian Yu, am willing to follow Junior Apprentice Brother Yi wherever you go, so as to repay this kindness. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, you got to be joking. You're the sect's future and even Grand Elder Sky Maple's lineal grandson. How can you follow by my side? After the sect tides over the crisis this time, Tian Yu is willing to serve beside Junior Apprentice Brother Yi, all the way until Junior Apprentice Brother Yi ascends to the divine realm, said Tian Yu very obstinately. At present, Tian Yu had already comprehended true intent. Yet it was precisely because of so that he was even more aware of Yi Yuan's prowess. The concept that Yi Yuan comprehended was actually even more powerful than true intent. Hence, the day that Yi Yuan ascended to the divine realm would not too far away. Furthermore, it was definitely before him. Yi Yuan did not think that Tian Yu would play this card and could not help saying with a chuckle, haha, Then let's wait until the sect SES this crisis first before talking. Tian Yu suddenly froze. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with revealed a disbelieving look. Junior apprentice brother Yi, you broke through to the sea transformation realm. Tian Yu exclaimed in shock. Same as Mo Yun Tian. What he was shocked by was not Yi Yuan breaking through realm. Tian Yu had just comprehended true intent. His sword intent could not be controlled as he willed yet. But he discovered to his amazement, the sword intent that was leaking out from his body actually dissipated on its own when it approached Yi Yuan's body, as if it had seen something terrifying. Tian Yu originally thought that with him comprehending true intent, he could more or less shrink some of the distance between Yi Yuan and him. But now he knew that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was even greater. Looking at a great man with awe,